that's what that car is touching. You don't know the mix us, right? Because again, what we're going to do is not what I'm saying here, what I'm saying is what is new to. We have to just be real up in sessions. So if I came in as a president at 10 pounds on the line, and we then said, you know, it was 10 pounds, it was 8 pounds, the guys said that's no deal with us. Why? Why? It's to give me notice. So you know, I'm sure that you see like how you know, so full was very interesting. If you look at the middle of the field of parts, they have parts, it was like I'm not really like that. Okay, I say, yeah, but there's sections, and therefore again, you can add on, you can take off. So let's remember again, we talk about Lola, right? So again, I say Lola, you bring Kanaka, right? And so again, that's what happens. We'll say that's what that was, right? How can it be that you say Lola and you doesn't automatically think this? I didn't think Kanaka, it's simple. 2,000 years ago, 2,000 years ago, this changes the neural pathways, right? You just, different. You think different. There's no different. There was a chemical. There was a big thing of flesh. Right? Okay, so it's not in the face. So what happens? So if you think about a neuron of the business of chemical, and the neuron just means a chemical object. So again, to look at the most, we're talking about again a neuron that's a molecule, it has different pieces that can be attached to it. So therefore, when I say 10 pounds and you then say 8 pounds, we can actually be talking about the same neuron. When it comes down to it, how many additional pieces are attached to it. The come out doing it, you know, that's the case. As soon as you speak with it, right? If that's the advisory price to itself case also. And maybe when I claim a big dog, and we don't only a small dog, it's a magic about. Which I much like the 3D after you definitely use it, right? You can add on a couple of pieces to it. So you must add on the light you look at one. No, it's not pretty well talking about because that's not a new look trend about. People don't really have that trend yet. How come you don't pretty much look at one? I see the fact you also let's not call it that piece. I'm shiny menorah, hold you up from the door up, who got me that punishment. Here's the difference. We're not talking about menorah of pieces. But so imagine you understand that what happens is over here, a 10 pound menorah can become an 8 pound menorah. How? Over time, the precious metals content wears away. Especially if you almost have the much treated metals like you have, metal content could pretty wear away. And therefore, over time, ultimately the weight could be diminished. So therefore, when you say a 10 pound menorah versus an 8 pound menorah, you can actually still be talking the same exact number. So therefore, I'm not going to myself, what comes out to this piece over is as follows. In order to go ahead and trigger a shua, so first of all, the claim has to be defined. The definition of defined, Yiga, Mishka, Meaning. Weighed, measured, or counted. And furthermore, again, in order for multi-mix as time to be triggered, the timer, or to say the Hadar, has to be the minute of timer. Ultimately, again, the response has to mirror ultimately again the prayer. If the response is unrelated to the prayer, then it is Shuvah. Secret about Mishkan, Hamas, Havela Mashkan, Rabba Gamash, HTV. I lend you $1,000, and you then give me collateral. What ends up happening over here? I use the collateral. I lost it. So let's say now I come to this and get it out. Now we have a dispute about what the value of the collateral is. I'm going to sell it dispute. I love the Shabbat. So ultimately, I said, I lend it to a seller, but the collateral was only worth a shekel. So I'm the lender. I'm paying, but clearly again, the collateral was roughly worth the value of the loan. So obviously, I lost the collateral. So obviously, we're going to cut that value from you guys' repayments. I got comments here for over here. I don't know. Someone will be seeing it. They'll be saying, I lost. You sell a higher Shabbat. The other one, you say, no, collateral was worth from that group. So you lost the collateral. Sorry. So there you can't collect and what's your left out of the other part. That's like, what is this? This ritual is kind of like a case of multiple rituals. That is unthinking to me that it doesn't believe that you're going to spend any money. because the value of that is not match the value of loan. We're going to do nothing because the value of the collateral fully match the value of the loan. Essentially, considering that we call it a corporate account, that is not a military thing, therefore, our clients have to push you there. Next case, seller receipt of a second hand seller, I see to the living. I lent you a seller. And you give me collateral, I want the collateral, but the collateral is only worth a shekel. Malo or no, so will be selling it, each way to feel it, how you shekel. This piece over here even says it wasn't worth a shekel, it was worth 3 dinar. There was another again, normally what we say is a seller is equal to 6 dinar. Essentially, what we're going to agree to over here is the collateral is worth half the value of the loan. Let's click on most of the excess over here, which we want to study. Next, selling over selling about this time I will show that. Right? So what is interesting enough, so in this case over here, now that you're reading talking, reading says to be simple. You don't be a seller, ultimately again, the collateral is actually worth twice as much as the loan. So that's all you're going to have. Is worth twice as much as gold. Now, what I'm going to language is no, you have a seller of the sea called a seller higher. I can name it. I agree that the collateral is worth as much as the loan, not twice as much, but there's no good issue over here. Selling of the Steinheiser, so what's a use to study the books, because this is the one thing the borrower talking. Let's see here again, even says simple, you make me a seller. And collateral works too slow. We're going to send dollar, and then we're going to send a receipt on that. But how many speed are you shoving? I say no. I want you to sell it, and the collateral ultimately again is worth 5 dinars. Therefore, you still only need 1 dinar. So what's that lot of time? In that case again, is a dinar shua. So you actually need this stuff. Who swears? Who swears to all these cases? We shall be covering that stuff. What says a person in possession or who was in possession of the deposit is the one who swears. Now, in this case, who's that going to be? Who's that going to be? That's going to be the lender. That's why Shemyotzi, Shemizeh, Yotzi, Shema, Yishma, Yishpazeh, Yotzi, Allah, Samhava. What are we saying that? And so we get really direct with the cover. What's going to happen? Ruben is going to swear, right? And then I'm going to pull up the Tara and show that again, Ruben is really lying, and Ruben is mistaken. And then we'll cancel him from being the witness in any future cases. Therefore, I look for myself, in order to avoid the possibility of someone actually being in possession of the Picador, one that he doesn't have, and thinking of that after the other party takes the Shema, the one who is in possession of the Picador is the one ultimately who takes the Shema, because of the other days. So, what's that last statement? That last statement, what's that? The last statement from the which was, whoever is in possession of the Picador is the one who takes the Shema. What case is that referring to? Even in the Sefer, we're talking about the end of the Sefer play, Yeshua got in the Mother. So what's the end? So we get a reading. Yeshua really resides in the Mother. Right? Because remember, I guess it's the Mother. It's the language to Yeshua. Right? And now again, the Bible is claiming that the value of the collateral is actually worth more than the loan itself. Since it is the lender who has it because of it, the lender who wants it, shouldn't it be the lender ultimately to do surety anyway? And we're sure I know Shmuel says, you're right, we're talking about ultimately the first distinction. Let's see example number 2 for Kira, about Barak Aresha. The Hera of Yochanan Aresha. Okay, I got it. My Aresha, which came from again is ramifications in Mishnah. Which case you're referring to? Satan Aresha. It'll be again the second case in the first part of this. What's the case here we go? Seller will receive Allah, the Shatan Aresha. Okay, what's the name go? Seller will receive Allah. What's the name of the case? Unbelievable. I'm going to give him $1,000. Everybody's going to do collateral. Give me collateral. So I said, we're going to sell what's the collateral? I want $2,000. Shatan Aresha. Just to keep things easy. I say, ultimately again, the collateral is worth $500. So that I'm agreeing that because I want the collateral, therefore what have I forfeited? $500 will continue. Okay, so I'm agreeing to the fact that the collateral had a value, and it needs to forego that value. So here's the value. You guys are valid, and they're low. So then the similar to similar, which should be your entire shop. Again, we don't know what you didn't pay, you didn't know. The collateral wasn't worth $500, which is worth $700. So therefore, again, so then Ruben said, you lost the collateral, therefore you lost $700. I agree on I agree $300. So that's the value of your claim. So shut up, says, you want to say, what's that? How do you shvua? So let's say, that's how you don't have a shut up. How is the shvua God in love? We'll say, therefore, without a shvua. Yeah, who takes a shvua in this case? He's like, just claims that, go on. Who should take the shvua in this case? What would you say? It's the borrower, right? Because the borrower himself is the one who's trying to exempt himself from payment. So to exempt, and he goes to like a shtickle mode that makes us, right? Because again, remember, he's admitting, the borrower is admitting that the collateral did not cover the full face value of the loan. So he's admitting already is I only owe you 300. The lender is saying you owe me 500. So the sticker goes in the face, and therefore again it makes sense to say that the borrower should be the one to take the shua about the value of the collateral. And now watch what happens. So what's the other down? Well, watch this is incredible. He shot me out of the road, then he shot you another. What happened? This is incredible. So the rabbis, Chazal, took the shua away from you, they moved it right, they took it away from you, the borrower, and they put it on, you, the lender. Now, why, what were they concerned about? They were concerned about every year, maybe there's some shenanigans happening every year, and maybe I still have the collateral. And what am I going to do? I'm going to wait till they swear, I'm going to pull out the collateral, ta-da, I have it, even look, you're a liar, and thereby invalidate even for all future ages, disqualify you. Now, again, that's how something is not a liar, you're mistaken. So, because I didn't want any shenanigans happening over here, so what did they say? We want to make sure that the lender doesn't really have the collateral. So what we're going to do, even though it's the borrower should be set up, because the borrower is claiming the collateral is worth 700, lender is saying the collateral is worth 500, so we just over here, if the lender should swear about the bottom of the collateral you borrowed in there, right, because that didn't take the shua from the borrower, and they turn it on the lender. They turn the line. Then you start to oversee something. Then you start to understand that. So it's not actually interestingly enough. And actually says, actually, this case really morphs into something different. There's really a lot of swearing going on all around over here, right? You want to say why? Then you start to oversee something. The lender has to swear he does not have the collateral. Yes, the colors. How much the value of the actual as a value of the collateral is. So what's it say now? Not a question of who swears. It's a question of who swears first. Who swears first? We shot the second extra. So it's a who swears first, who's in possession of the collateral. Why? So when you spuzz out, you don't see how the second comes. Because what are we concerned about? We're concerned that I'm not going to race off, then maybe the borrower is going to swear and cut off, the lender is going to take out, they'll take out cut off. Let's say that. We learned to screw that out of us. And we have not seen that, but we're sort of what we're sure. We have not seen that first over here. And in fact, in a case like this is fascinating. So, in this case over here, I don't give it $1,000. We need collateral. I want collateral. Well, what's the kind of protection? The only protection over here is what's the value of the collateral? I'm assuming the collateral is worth $500. I agree. We then said, no, it was worth $700. So what happens over here? So listen, you've been focusing on who swears regarding the collateral. That is what he's trying to tell you. He's actually teaching what's happening over here. I have to swear that I don't have the collateral in my possession. I have to swear that I must be, so whatever it is. I have to make that sure, because I am a showdown on the collateral. So I have to swear about the collateral, and then what happens? Then Ruben has to swear ultimately again about ultimately again the value of the collaterals. Now, really what it comes down to, I'm going to say is, both of us are swearing. So the real shine is not a swearing. The real shine it is, who's swearing first. So it turns out that Allah so here's the order. First one of this shua is me, the lender. I swear that what? That the covenant is not in my possession. After that, Ruben swears about the value of the covenant. And after he takes that shua, he set it up to the remainder of the outstanding money. So
what up, Zoo?
That the the title itself is worth $700. Swears about
Dude, how you living?
He takes his shoe off.
Yeah.
The outstanding
Did you perform?
Yeah.
How'd it go? What's meh?
This wasn't a great crowd.
Oh, it was the crowd's fault?
This wasn't a great crowd. I was in second. The guy before me kind of sucked. And then, like, the crowd, like, the guy before me sucked. And then I came back to head up. I went away and came back to head up. And the crowd was going on.
Yeah, because they have funny people. I get it. Okay, well, dude, I want you to know I'm really proud of you. Your first paid gig. So you got $40?
20.
Well, that's still a paid gig. Why 20? Okay, how is the new venue?
Just share out. No, it was share out. It was just that. Yeah. I don't think I did. I didn't pick her right. I was distracted, but I was just like, she was back before me, and then I was like, yeah, this crowd's gonna be hard. And then, it's hot. It was the positioning.
You think it was the positioning?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that's all right.
I think it was
I'm proud of
I
you.
think that's the other talk to a girl and like live and I was doing the fucking controversial thing.
What'd you say?
I told a few times.
And they don't like that?
I don't think I think that's a trade. I think we should that's
Okay, well, I mean, you said it. Why do you feel it necessary to say that word? Why do you feel it necessary to say that word? That doesn't mean it's right.
Well, it's the thing, right?
Yeah. I agree, and I don't. I do my best to avoid that. But I'm in agreement with you. I know all about it. I know all about it. Yeah, and then there's another word in there. It's IMBECILE. IMB. Right. I know. I'm not happy that those were ever used, but they are. And a lot of people don't know that they're bad words, and I've done everything I can to enlighten people on it. All right, so let's say you hadn't used those words. I know it's difficult to judge, but do you think you would have done better? Okay. Well, it's all right, Zoo. Do you think you'd be asked back?
Yeah. The crowd of run.
Okay. Are you going to perform there anytime soon? Isn't that thing done?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm proud of you. I really am, dude. You should be pumped. You got paid to make people laugh. You're less than maybe in Australia, you're like a top 100 comic. Okay, all right, yeah, 100 is probably. I'm not saying one of the top 100, 1,000 funniest people in Australia, because I think there are a lot of Australians who, are in other careers and they don't do stand up, but you're doing it, dude, and that's amazing. All right, are you ready to lose?
Yeah. No, I'm ready to win.
Oh, okay. Well, just give me a moment. All right, Zoot. So you've now been paid to do comedy. Is that a good feeling?
Yeah.
So you're now like a professional comic. Did you ever think of that?
Yeah.
You did think of that?
Yeah.
So when you go up to chicks and they're like, "What do you do for a living?" and you're like, "I'm a comedian," you really are. You don't even say I'm a comedian. You say I'm a professional comedian. You can say I was one of the finalists for Raw Comedy South Australia, and I have been paid to do comedy. I mean, at least that's something. So you're really doing it, dude. And not proud of yourself? You absolutely should be.
I mean, I'm excited for
All right, well, fuck that guy. Yeah, but he's not better than Zoot. Zoot, you are one of the best unfunny people in the entire world. Do you recognize that?
Yeah.
All right, Zoot. Here's the plan, because I got shit to do. I'm gonna beat you in mini golf. I'm gonna beat you in pool, and then I'm gonna beat you in dice party, and then
I don't want to break. Sorry. $350.
You did?
Yeah.
That's phenomenal, dog. You got fucked on that shot.
And I'm gonna go.
You met a girl, like, you really met a girl, or just something you're making up? Scale of 0 to 10 this bitch.
No.
Oh, she's super hot.
Yep.
Okay, why was she talking to you? Did you get the? Oh, okay, so did you get her number?
No.
Okay, well, at least you tried. What was she doing at a casino on a Wednesday night? Wait, what happened? Did you meet a girl or no? So I don't know what to believe anymore.
So I go to
got an example of it. One time we were left on the fat ball, and then met this girl, and then she says, then she's just like, it was just like, what else do you do? And she said, like, down for anything. So I gave her like 230. She says usually I charge 500, but I'll actually go off. So we're gonna so okay, 230, and then she complimented me, said really nice things, so we feel confidence to go to this day. Now I sort of jealous on myself, trying to go up to her, talk to her, and then she says to tell me like, it's fine, and told me to go like pretty much nicely told me like they're growing.
Okay, I mean, you miss 100% of shots you don't take. Okay, that's honest. How hot was the girl at the massage parlor? 0 to 10.
I don't know.
How hot was the girl at the casino?
Probably not.
Okay, well, why didn't you just ask out the chick at the massage parlor?
What?
Why didn't you just ask out the girl at the massage parlor?
I did it.
And what'd she say?
I asked her to come on my show. She said she was working. I gave her my number.
Oh, okay. So this is just some bitch you're never gonna see.
What?
This is just some bitch that you're never gonna see again.
Unless she texts me the next day.
Yeah, dude, she gets like dozens of dudes a day. Oh, dude, how didn't you water? Oh, I fucked myself. Was she Asian?
No. She looks like European, like maybe like Italian or Greek.
Did you say she looked like Peter Pan?
She's European, Italian or Greek. But she had a strong sense.
You mean Mediterranean?
Yeah. But she's really common in Australia and her community.
Right.
Cool and FAAs.
What's FOB mean?
Fresh off the boat.
Oh.
Bobs. Wogs. Call them wogs.
What's wogs?
Someone who's Mediterranean. Yes.
Okay, why do you call them that? So you don't even know why you.
No, they couldn't.
Okay, why do they call themselves that?
Maybe called Wogo.
Okay, what is that about?
Mediterranean.
Why?
Great guy.
Why is it called Wog Boy? Doug, how about you just fucking tell me so I don't have to learn Australian code? There you go. That's all you have to say.
20 years ago. These are slang words 20 years ago.
Oh, what a good shot. Give me. Dude, the ball is in such a difficult place. Or the hole.
And I don't think those in Adelaide.
You fucking hit that. You hit that shot. Okay, what about Adelaide?
I don't think that's all that much to do.
Why is that? That's what I asked, big dog.
It's just not obvious. They're just not obvious businesses. They are. Their locations aren't quite in their areas.
Yeah, they don't want to be. I'm surprised they even have business if you have legal brothels. I'm surprised they even have a business if you have legal brothels. Like, why wouldn't you just go to a brothel? Oh, okay. But they're legal in some states?
Every state except for this one.
Oh, that's horseshit. Zoo, you would blow all your money like constantly. You would blow all your money constantly. I know you do. Okay, Zoo. Next game is pool. This is 9-ball 1v1 trick shot. Random breaks. Look how good a shot this is. I made one. Give me it. Did she tell you that you're not funny? Oh, could you stink?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I mean, she was honest. Why do you smell? I get it. I get why you. Yeah, you don't have to work to not stink. I get it though. You were on stage, which is sweaty, and you walk everywhere, which means that you're gonna sweat.
You're ready for the
Zoo, you suck dick.
Yes. So I figured out what's going to help me, and I bought. I didn't buy cologne, but I bought brown, what's brown cologne?
You brought hats. Yeah, but don't they call it Lynx in like the UK?
No. Splash on cologne.
How is that not cologne? You bought Brute? Brute isn't fucking splash on cologne. Brute is aftershave, dog.
Yeah.
Dog, you gotta up your fucking budget. My man,
What's wrong with her?
it's aftershave. It's like, and I'm not saying it's a bad smell, but don't consider that splash on cologne. That's aftershave. It's a good question. Probably some that is infused. You infuse it with pheromones. Now it's just gonna be pheromones and all his shit. You heard me. Not family. No, pheromones. Basically, like things that make chicks attracted to you. You take pheromones and you put it in your cologne, and then bitches are all over you. It's scientific fact, baby. You're using like the law of attraction. You can buy pheromones online. You take pheromones. There are already pheromone infused colognes, or you can just add it to your cologne. Oh, I don't know brands. No, they don't usually put their. No, they don't put pheromones in there. It would have. It's not anything like well known. So if I were you, I would check to see if you could put pheromones in Brew, but then just buy some pheromones. They come in a little bottle, and you put a little dropper in, and then like subconsciously it makes women want you.
Really?
Word, dog. It's what fucking animals use. Haven't you ever heard of like not just animals, like everything uses pheromones. Animals, like land animals, insects, even though those are animals too. Like when like that's how like a lion knows to mate, like when the female lion wants to mate and why she's attracted to him, and like how they bite each other. Like that's all fucking pheromones. It's all like unseen invisibility law of the jungle shit. Oh, for sure, dog. No, everybody would have still bullied you, but you might have gotten some more girls.
Everyone.
I'm not saying everybody. You still have to be cool, but you might get some more. You might have gotten more poontang. Oh, what? And look, like everybody at a certain point gets bullied to some extent. It's just how you react to it. And even like the coolest dudes.
I didn't get yelled at this high school that rejected that. So that's why I rejected that punk group, and then they turned out to be more attractive.
Isn't that interesting how that happens?
think it's interesting how that happens.
I mean, yeah. I don't think. I mean, you have other issues that you're dealing with, so I imagine it wasn't easy for you. But
Yeah, you guys fuck with Otto Rothman?
who?
You guys know Otto Rothman from Twitter?
Doug, enlighten us.
Well, he's just like a super degenerate guy, and he moved to LA and thinking about doing some live streaming with him.
Okay. I'm on crypto Twitter like 24/7. Who is this guy?
Dude, how have you not met Otto Rothman? He's like pretty, in it. I don't know how else. Yeah.
All right. Does he ever do chill and chills?
No. I mean, he does host spaces, but he's kind of doing this like he like partners this thing called Syscoin. It's like I don't know they like partner with or something. They like the shit for crypto. His handle is just Otto Rothman.
Okay.
How much chunks do you have? Dude, literally zero. I'm not invested in any ones like for. Like that is of any value. I don't know. I just don't really have a lot of money, and I'd rather just spend it on basic necessities right now, and then I can have some money after I saved up for my production to like gamble with.
Fuck yeah, man. That's legitimate. All right. How'd you find out about me, big dog?
Dude, I thought you because I the guy with the white hair profile picture that looks like a cardio.
No.
On X, I think I follow you, Rabbi Rothschild.
Yeah.
And you have white hair on your profile picture.
No,
On
not.
X.
No, it's a big red. Do you see in here that orange avatar that says Rabbi Rothschild streams life 24? Yeah, that's mine. Do you mind if
I guess maybe there's two Rabbi Rothschilds on Twitter.
Dog. I've got over 2,000 Twitter accounts.
Oh, okay.
But I don't
I
know.
was thinking about a different crypto rabbi. His name is Remelia Rabbi.
Oh, no one knows who that is. Yeah. Okay. Do you mind if I tell you about what I do?
Yeah, go ahead, bud.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history. Do you see at the top of this Discord, there is a red circle that says 24/7 YouTube streams?
Yeah.
Click on that. It's going to blow your mind. You've never seen someone live on so many different streams right now. I'm live on like 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously right now. I'm live in like half a dozen different Discords. More than that. I'm live on 2 different Twitter spaces. I'm live on 4 different Instagram lives right now. I'm live on 2 different TikToks. I'm live everywhere, baby. I'm live on Twitch, on Rumble. All right, so do you see that red circle at the top of this Discord? It says 24/7 YouTube streams. Okay, do you see how many lives I have going right now?
I see a couple right now, to be honest.
No. You click that link?
Oh, okay, I see it.
Okay. Do you see the link?
Yeah, I see a bunch of there it is. Yeah.
Okay, count how many live streams you see.
like over 50 or something like that.
No, incorrect. Count them. No, count them.
I'm not going to count them. I don't want to.
All right, then I don't think you went to my. So that's cool.
No, I didn't. They're all pink. It's just like.
All right, so just sit there and count them. Sit there and count them. All right, well, anyway, I've been doing this for more than 4 years. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. Bird dog. So it's a big deal. I'm also sponsored by cryptocurrency. Harry Potter Obama Sonic Pen Inu. It's one of the big meme coins out there. And I'm live 24/7 in X Spaces. I've been doing an X Space for more than 365 days. I'm at like 390 days right now. And basically, I'm extremely well known on Twitter Spaces and crypto Twitter. As for just like tweeting, I don't care. But that's what I do. So, how'd you find out about me?
I think one of your bots like my channel.
Yes! On Kick, baby! Fuck yeah! Oh, amazing! Oh, dude, that's so tight. Oh, that's how you found out about me. Oh, okay. Excellent, man. Well, you should know I'm live 24/7 if you ever want to connect with me. I'm here. Dude, you know how persona non grata I am on Kick? You can't type Rabbi Rothschild on Kick without it getting automatically deleted system-wide. That's hilarious. I'm friends with Eddie Craven, the owner of Kick, on Discord. Everybody knows me about on there. I'm the top streamer ever in Aiden Ross's Discord. He's been in my stream. I'm the top streamer ever in Amaranth's Discord. Top streamer ever in Neon's Discord. Top streamer ever in I Shall Speak Discord. Top streamer ever in Kaisanat's Discord. They all know about me. So now you know about me. That's amazing. So how long have you been on Kick?
A year.
Have you seen any growth? Okay. Well, excellent. So you were just looking through your clips and you saw my bot that went through and
Yeah.
That's amazing. I'm glad that it worked. Dude, that's amazing. Excellent. Well, yeah, so I have created more clips than any person in the history of Kick. They're everywhere. You can basically go to any small streamer and just see I've just basically plastered my name, my YouTube, my link all over their Kick clips, and I find it is a really good guerrilla marketing tactic. And obviously, got you in here and helped me make a new friend. And you should know if you ever need anything, I'm here for you. I don't just troll people. I'm as generally a nice a person as I can be, and I'll do anything that I can within my power to help you. Absolutely. Do you multi-stream?
Yeah, I don't even stream a lot, to be honest.
That's okay.
I don't really like the OS system on other platforms.
I understand that. Okay. So I take it you have a premium Twitter account?
No, I'll figure that stuff later.
Okay, just giving you a heads up. You need a premium Twitter account now to stream to multiple or just to stream on it. They changed it. They changed it. Yeah, I did. They changed it in June of 2025. There were some workarounds for it. Those workarounds ended. So just giving you a heads up on that. But yeah, Kick's a cool platform on which to stream. And if I can ever help you, let me know, okay?
Yeah. I'll head out.
Hey, peace. Take care. Thanks for coming in.
How was it?
That was a good straight, dude. Good job.
Now I need to go for strike.
Zoo, how'd you like that? How'd you like my bot working? Cool as fuck, dog.
When you use it?
Dog, it's going 24/7.
When you stop it?
Well, I need to improve it a little bit. This recent, I mean, I've been doing it for years. That's how I get 2,800 people in the server. But it is something that I've made some changes on recently to increase the amount of clips that it's making, and it makes something like 100 clips an hour. Yeah, I just did that.
Fuck. I don't want to go full house. Stress, right? I'm not happy with my hair.
All right. Well, then you used to be. Doug, you used to be. You used to fucking be going to the gym all the time. You were gonna be a male stripper. You used to come in here and literally give me a breakdown of your how many fucking stones you were, or kilograms, or whatever the bullshit is.
I modest the stuff like
Give me a 4. Give me a 4. Oh, full house. Hey.
What is the word for India?
You've asked this question. It's probably 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. Or 1, 2, 3, 5, 6.
This is a terrible.
It's not that bad. Dude, how bullshit is this? Did I get a full house, but it doesn't really do anything for me? I know it does.
That's why I don't like the finals out early. Good point.
Don't you mean 28 points?
Why did I do that?
No one knows why you did that.
Oh no!
Nerd.
You such a good accent.
You know, I know how to say no.
Can you do a strong accent?
Nerd. Oh, that's exactly how you talk, baby.
No.
Nerd.
No.
Nerd.
No.
Nerd.
No, that's no.
Nerd. What the F? I just blew one. I did something I didn't want to do.
Why do we have accents?
Regional differentiations of how people speak.
Why do they?
because speech has been inconsistent over fudge, um, over the development of different periods of time, and people with smaller social circles will begin to emulate the speech of their social circle. But when those social circles move to different areas, people emulate the speech of those people and their teachers, and then eventually accents emerge. Dog, dude, this is horseshit.
Do you think that social media and us talking and people talking online will future change accents?
Yeah, there's becoming more of a global English accent, and the thing that really did it a lot was television. But yeah,
I just prefer straight laws straight.
I mean, doesn't that suck? They've already used it.
Yeah, that's
You've got a bunch of twos though. Dude, I've had so many fucking fours. I'm gonna try to go for full house for fours. Big risk, terrible reward. Same big dog.
Stephen Curry, the one memory of Steve's mother. This is the on the occasion of her 5th yard site. And this is terrible.
Zoo, you got paid to do stand-up comedy, didn't you? That's phenomenal. I'm proud of you. You're a professional. Dog, that's professional. You're now a professional comic. Dog, you're a professional comedian. If you were to say to some chick, some 9.5 at a fucking massage parlor casino, hey, she says to you, what do you do for a living? You can now say, I'm a professional comedian. She'll say, have I seen you in anything? And you can say, I was a finalist for South Australia Rock Comedy Festival, and I get paid to do comedy. That's a professional, dog.
So ultimately, again, so Shimmy is already talking about that. You back already?
What up, baby?
What up, baby? The link says, yes, I received money from you. That is true.
I need one more one.
That was money
Garbage.
transaction. To collect on your loan.
A swift kick in the ass.
I admit, you paid me money, but the money that you paid me was for another signed transaction.
No way. It all comes down to this suit. Game winner at the buzzer. The 5 because 4 is easier to get.
So what's fascinating over here is, again,
dude, you're gonna beat me by a lot. No. Give me a bunch of 4s. Give me a. Oh, dude, you got me. That was a close game, dude. Because I was distracted by the guy coming in. No, it's over, baby. I told you I got shit to do, big man. What do you want me to do about it? That's life in the big city, big man. Okay. Oh, darn, I could have won. No one knows.
In this case, the star has been compromised. Now, there was
I know. Dude, you're a professional comedian, dude. Yeah, I mean, you've always been that, though. Yo, what up, Kid Brew? Kid Brew. Kid Brew, how you living? What's What's good, Kid Boo? Kid Boo. See, I get random motherfuckers that come in here all the time. Kid Boo, you're one of them. How you living, big man? Well, I hope you're having a good day. Welcome. I'm amazing. Thankfully, how are you? Are you ready to lose? Okay.
I'm just gonna go on mute and then I'll
Traceway, you have an invite. I'm waiting on you.
Hey everybody, my name's Traceway and I'm on mute. I'm going to be on mute as I get my ass kicked. Hey everybody, my name's Traceway. I asked Rabbi for an invitation. I have one. Yo, dog. And then I'm going to go on mute because I think I'm too good for everybody and I'm too cool for school. Hey everybody, my name's Traceway. I'm going to sit here and suck dick on the middle of this Discord call on mute while I have a big man. Oh, Traceway accepts the invitation. Look how sick this shot is. One of the sickest shots in the history of great dog. In the history of friction. Friction's a big word, son. Oh, look at that garbage. Physics are sexy. Physics is sexy. Traceway sucks. People, if you're watching this now or in the future and you're wondering how not to play pool, it's just like Traceway. Traceway takes forever, literally wastes all the time. Oh, man, come on, man, hit the ball. Hit it, dog. Oh, Traceway.
The reason why pop-up deals is driven because there is a secondary material claim. In other words, did you notice the difference between the two cases, right? In our case, like where it started is, Moving is admitting, yes, I received $1,000 when it does for a different transaction. What transaction? Like, in other words, you better see it. You have documentation, you have something, you can't just claim a secondary transaction. In this case, interestingly enough, there's quite literally a bit more meat on the bones. In other words, that he literally saying that you purchased meat, you gave meat to the butcher. There's a narrative. And the couple say in that kind of case where there's a narrative, then halacha l'maaseh is rishkara. Halacha imer sitrayin. So my have Allah. So once they say bottom line, what is the halacha? So once he says let's go back now to our original case, right? So again, Ruben goes over to Shimmy. Shimmy, you owe me $1,000.
Hey everybody, it's Traceway. Traceway is just over here openly beating off on this fucking Discord call while on mute.
Once Ruben admits that he received money, he can no longer collect again with this shtad. Again, I would say, even though, again, the glaring question is, if you really were prepaid for this debt, why are you still holding the documents? It doesn't matter. Once we get that you received money, again, we're done.
Oh, man, I'm going to hit one of the greatest shots in the history of this game. Folks, if you're watching,
He says the shtar has not been compromised.
look how good this shot is. Oh, get it!
In a case like this, the shtar has in fact been compromised. So when you have a case where the lender admits that he has received money from the borrower, even though he's claiming that money was for a separate transaction, halacha l'maaseh, he cannot collect the shtar any longer. It's a shtar. The party that this sahavi, Now, this is assuming that halacha l'maisa again couldn't occur in front of witnesses, and there's just simply no mention of the shtar. In other words, that it didn't happen in front of witnesses, and no mention of the shtar, we're assuming that halacha l'maisa again. The fact that the shtar wasn't taken back, it is a strange thing. It is, but the Lamaisa payment happened in front of witnesses, and that's what this was shtar amal. Because it was an interesting qualification. Pari being David day, and it was interesting. If payment happened between Ruben and Shimon, there were no witnesses. Legal the Yachal and Nimmer Lahavit Varya Olam, Yachal Nani Renema Situated. So this is a very interesting qualification. So when you say Isra Shlara, we say Isra Shlara when payment happened in the presence of witnesses. When payment just happened between Reuben and Shimon, then Reuben has a legal. What's Reuben's legal? Right? Remember again, when Reuben goes over to Shimon and Shimon says,
that was an amazing shot. I know it. You know it. Mr. Chavez knows it. Everybody knows it. Oh, come on. What is that garbage?
So Reuben has an ego that he could have claimed he never false. So because he has that ego, he needs to say that if you did pay me, but this was for a different transaction, this money.
That was garbage.
This actually happened in a case with Rashi just points out that we are casing Ksubis where this actually occurred. So halakha l'maisa. First,
Trace way.
Halakha l'maisa for today. Reuben goes over to Shimon. Shimon, you owe me $1,000. Here's the document. Shimon says, I paid you. Reuben agrees. You pay me. But you paid me for a different transaction.
Look how good this shot was.
Reuben cannot collect again with this document. Why? Because since he admitted that he was repaid, he compromised the effectiveness of the shtar. Done.
Trace way is blocking all the shots. This is garbage.
Reuben can collect the shtar. Why? Because he has a legal. What's his legal? He could have said what? I don't know what you're talking about. Right? I don't know what you're talking about. I never received anything from you. And therefore, halakha l'maisa again, he would be believed to say that payment was for a different transaction. Incredible. So what's the next part? How are we going to the top right? So obviously, so what's this very interesting piece right here? So right from the same case, we're going to Shimon $1,000. And what happened? So we're going to
Oh, that was beautiful. Oh, that was beautiful.
Shimon says to Reuben,
Trace way was talking to 8 ball. My ball's in the way though, because it's sexy. Yo, so sexy, perfect for me, and I like you. Alright, I'm not good at these shots.
So even if I Shimon claim that I paid you back, if you Reuben lend the claim that I did not pay you back, you are believed.
Sickest shot we've ever seen. Folks, watch this shot. Just the most disgusting finish to this game in the history of humankind. Folks, if you're watching at home, hold on to your hats. It's over, baby! It's over! The champ's here! Trace way can't even get off the fucking mic to say that was the most amazing finish I've ever seen. He's just over here jerking himself off publicly. Wow. What a finish, folks. What a comeback. One of the most epic comebacks in the history of the game. If you're watching this now or at home or in the future, you're some kind of billiards connoisseur. You just recognize that you saw greatness. You witnessed absolute phenomenal greatness. Maybe the greatest comeback in the history of the game. And I'm proud. If you were to sit here and ask me, Rabbi, are you proud of the way that you just played? I'd say absolutely. That was one of the sickest comebacks we've ever had. I won. Let's look at the best shot. Oh, of course it's my shot. One of the sickest shots we've ever seen in the history of humankind. Are you proud of the way that you just played, Rabbi? Absolutely. One of the greatest privileges of my life has been able to whoop Traceway's ass in the way that I do. It's phenomenal. When I think of all the great ass kickings in the history of humankind, I think of this one at the top. Just absolute greatness defined. And not only that, I'm sexy as I did it. I'm good looking, I'm smart, just sexy, just pure sexiness, raw. Women will just tell me, Rabbi, that was raw. I know, baby. One of the greatest. I really want to summarize this a little bit better. For those of you who weren't aware, imagine a salmon going upstream. Well, I'm like the salmon who made such an upstream comeback that I fucking went up Niagara Falls. That's how sick I am. And Traceway's over here just jerking himself off furiously. Hey everybody, I'm gonna go on mute and jerk myself off. And everybody's like, yeah, we know Traceway. What a great, just beauty. That's just athleticism, sexiness, beauty.
Okay, now watch this. It says, also part of the object Tlessa. Okay, so what happens now? The human being will be doing that here in the presence of three witnesses. Good. So let's say, so obviously the only part of the case is what happens. The things make a bunch of three witnesses, and then you bring the one who shows up the next day and says, you owe me money. The Shimon says, well, hypothetically, do that in the presence of two, in the presence of three witnesses. So again, we don't really have explaining why. Because Allah relates to Shimon is smart guy. Shimon says, I must be the credibility of two witnesses. But I think you have to presence of three witnesses. So therefore, again, even credibility can lead to the case of the three witnesses compared to the three that. I'm not going to be like, sure, this is second white line amazing dollar. Doesn't make sense. Anyways, the Amina Baran, the Agina Basu of Deos, how do you do the English in the box? The common thing that we should repeat today about the evil peoples, we may have to train to shake them up. So it's a serious interesting. So the key in this case is, the pop comes along and says, that doesn't really make much sense. But in the world of testimony, two witnesses are the same as three witnesses and the same as 23 witnesses. I think it's a difference. You understand what numbers matter. Interestingly, up is in the case of Indra. What's Indra? Indra is the assessment evaluation. In other words, you don't rely on opinions for something. And you can have Indra on a variety of different things. Where again, you could do evaluations of something or opinion cases. So in opinion cases, we're not basing it per se on testimony or halacha. Testimony numbers make a difference. But you can't testimony numbers that make a difference. Therefore, that's a public very interesting. Which the Bible says to you, and halacha when I say you are believed to me, and you are believed in my eyes like two witnesses. And then she gave that in the presence of three witnesses. Essentially, what we have over here is what? Halakhically, two witnesses against two witnesses. That's really what we have over here. The fact that we played that in the presence of three witnesses does not lend any more credence to children's pain. So let's say if we're only doing this case, so we're doing this case. So if I look for myself, we wouldn't be able to collect it. Why? Because essentially two witnesses against two witnesses, we will effectively cancel each other out. And then if we're going to stay out, even if we're out, we get the stat. Therefore, a pop-up passage that in this case, although shouldn't tell you doing a smart thing, like putting back in the presence of three witnesses, it turns out that it didn't actually do anything, because this is not a number issue. Witnesses are witnesses are witnesses, and therefore halacha l'maisa shouldn't instruct to back. So another version of this. We're going to have a mystic date trade called the Amidlokarama. This is the simplest, right? So we're going to mention $1,000. You shouldn't say, okay, we didn't thank you. If you are believed like two witnesses to say that I did not pay back, all you would hire the Abid Russia to show that whatever happened. thought he was doing a smart thing. He gave back even the president's office. I'm not talking about they showing him money coming in. So Papa says, and Papa makes a statement that again, she will be a smart thing. Why? Because she will believe he gave two witnesses, but not like three witnesses. Because he paid back in the presence of three witnesses, even subsequent thing that he has not been paid back because no one has no veracity. That's what kind of is really talking about. That's what I look at and really show up straight from there. We may have to check what the testimony was. Like the witnesses feels like I'm like two. There's no value to greater numbers of witnesses. The MLA, however, listen to this, the MLA debates Lassal, the Hazel, the Hamani, the African, so let's say, so now what's the might just did? The might just like this. In a case, in a different punchline. In a case where you didn't mention $1,000, cities that's within your worth in this transaction is as much weight as two witnesses.
Tony, how do you like managing here? Share the mic with by the way, you guys would make a hell of a comedy duo, by the way. I said Game of Thrones earlier. Now it's Game of Thrones, motherfucker.
To some degree, if you say that I did not pay you back, that's as if two witnesses think that I don't pay you back. Fine. Shimmy wants to pay that fee, right? But I think Shimmy wants to make sure that we didn't pay anyone else than we was. So Shimmy doesn't get that pay back to me. What does he do? He pays it back in the presence of two witnesses. It turns out that how often I say that doesn't do anything. Why?
How tall are you?
Because
You
the
make
Roman
your
business,
statement.
2, 3, 100, it doesn't make a difference. They're all the same. And therefore, even though Shimmy is paying that fee in the presence of three witnesses, legally, it's still vested with the credibility of the testimonial unit as well. And therefore, when he claims Shimmy, you do not believe that. Coupled with the fact that we can still holding the star, he's reading the ability to pull out from Shimmy. Now, it is a one exception in this case. Watch this. See this, even if it's $1,000, Shimmy says, well, you are believable to me, you are believed to me, right? Three witnesses. The doctor says three witnesses, okay? Then what happens? Shimmy pays back the prices of four witnesses. The Gemara says, in this case, Shimmy's not really well. Why? Because sometimes the Gemara argues, the Gemara says, even the Nefesh Negeus, once you go to three, like now you go up two represents testimonial units. So when you say two is 22, 2 is 42, it doesn't make a difference. Once you say three, you gotta be to say three. And what is Shimmy doing? Shimmy is saying, this is a numbers game. This is a numbers, so not all units are the same. So since he got to the point that I really say Shimmy, you are believed to me like a group of three. And if I pay you back and come to the group of four, that is a stronger testimonial unit. And if I love my myself, the subsequent thing that I owe you money is not paid. So again, it's an interesting fact over here. It shouldn't go back to his best to point out three, then it does become an emergency, and if we paid back because of the group of four, Shimmy would be believed that we didn't do that. You gotta look, let's go back there. Really interesting cases. So let's say, so cleaning up this up all up for myself. Good. Let's go. In English button up and it's finished up in the car. You know what I mean? Let's say that finished up. That's finished said that again with Schwartz on the level. So you can't go ahead and report the swear based on the claim of a Kirish, Shota, and Kata. Kirish is one of the Japanese, Shota, some of the rats make the capacity, Kata is another. We must be less Kata. So when you don't observe the Kata, says in our lifetime, what's the reason? What's the reason? What's the reason? That's a claim of a Kata. That's a claim of a Kata. Does not trigger a shwar. I said, my Kata, you take any person and bring the shwar. Let me see us Kata. Also, that movie just talks about the idea so the opponents are going to potentially give to his fellow freedom. So again, it has to be someone who is capable of a legal act of conveyance. The kata does not have the ability to legally convey. And the thing is, for example, in the high short, Schwartz on the road, you go to around the Shabbat in the kata, you have fish. 1 second, but you said, but we swear, right? So you take the shua to the cotton or cat, this was 1 second. Now I'm going to be very shocking. You just point out how you shot to the cotton. You just said before that we could swear based on a claim of a very shot to the cotton. So what's going on at the end? I'm allowed. They've got the kindness of it. Now, you do have a resident with me. Let's say this is talking about a case of a Catan who is not coming with his own claim, but rather again a Catan who is coming with the claim of his father. Very interesting. Okay, good. So if you look at Rashi, Rashi says it also it's the second to last line in Rashi, about the kindness of it, how to claim this wrong in the sea as this Kamosha Catan, all the most slow you have that. So it's ultimately again the case. So interestingly enough, if a confidence comes along and that's the whole thing, that can never trigger a shua. But if a confidence comes and claims on behalf of his father, my father deposited something with you, my father did something to you, my father lent you money. Now he's not coming with his own claims, coming what we call the Bible kindness public. Ultimately, again, that could trigger a shua. The second, I don't say you have a resident that can send you. There is nothing Time shot and Mushta and his Asmo, sometimes the person ultimately again could swear based on his own kind. What is that case? And that's his kids. Amaro, Maralabi Kabiyabi, that how it plus. For example, I wrote it to you today. I said, you go. Maralabi Kabiyabi, your father deposited $1,000 to me, $1,000 to me, and I gave him back 500. So that's how you can respond. Is that you kind of sounds like so again, I have to swear, well, I have to swear, and 500, what do you call that? What do you call that? Margin of excess, transformation. Interesting enough, let's talk about that case. What's triggering the shua? My statement, but no, there's no payment for it. No one's coming and paying on this. I'm admitting, that's a little. If I deposited $1,000 with me, I gave him back $500. I'm trading with the shua. That's what's called Nishma Akailis Hansmo. Good? So the Gemara says, observe not Hansmo. The thing that comes saying no, ain't no other commission, I gave the Potter. The comes saying that's true. There's no shua in this. Why is no shua in this? So listen, here is very interesting. The Gemara works with a general assumption that children do not know the affairs of their parents. Right? We spoke about this last week, actually, in this week. Right? Generally, children don't understand. So because of that, remember, there's no payment over here. I'm making a statement today, your father went ahead and deposited this money with me. The funny say, I can also just keep my mouth closed and not say anything, and no one would know the difference. No one would know the difference. So let's say, so I'm not coming nice again, look at the funny say, this is what's called Yeshiva Veda. And let's say Yeshiva Veda is the exception of, well, literally returning the lost object. What happens when you find the lost object? No one knows if you found it or not, right? Therefore, again, when you return it, so obviously, you use a return. But the expression you do is you're returning something that no one even knows about. So because of the come say, that's the Yeshua. Okay. But if it has been Yaakov, that's when Yeshiva Veda object. It doesn't have to hold this idea. Returning the lost object. So the expression that's used when you're giving something back to someone that they don't even know about. So the reason not doesn't hold with this idea. So Yeshiva Veda doesn't trigger a shua. The Shekano Kata. None of that. So that's the real one. The case not Yeshiva Veda. The case over here is the highlight for the Mesa. A Katan is petitioning me. Right? So in other words, really what's happening is a couple of players who was told my father deposited $1,000. I said, and I told him, I gave back, I gave back already part of it. So that's the big part of Katan. Now, Katan, with the Mishnah, and it's Katan. It's kind of showing the Katan. Once I can just say the Mishnah, that I mean, kind of the feeling of a failure for the Katan. You can't trigger a Shua. So what's going on? You're right. There's no message. You're right. We all love each other. But, you're right. Then it doesn't mean a Katan. What does Katan mean? It means a government. It means Jews to do this, right? And it means like Katan doesn't mean a Katan. Katan means a brother. I call him a Katan. But I'm not calling him a Katan. It means success is like that. Someone's making a claim against me, and I am making a partial admission. To which the Gemara says, cool, all cases are like that. I know that they is. That's what we do. Hello. The Gemara says, you're right. Why do we see over here? This is the focus of the statement of Rabba. You came up on the question, so it's actually very interesting. If you're actually having a lot of videos, right? But the video is coming up now. So yeah, I'm going to put it on the phone, I'm going to make this a part of the stuff. So what's this? Listen to this. Why is it? You're going to listen to this whole time. You're doing more than this. So no, that's not more than this. I go to $3,000 because there's only owe you 500. Good. You made it 500. Good. You made 500. You see on the rest. Why? So what are the mechanics of that? Here we go. Don't worry about that. You're not on the term mode when it says that when you shove out. So why is it that I look for the nice side? You see, no generic says that when you shove out. But ultimately, again, that if you're partial emission, that you have to smell, why is that disgusting? As a car, and other layers kind of this made out for them. So what's the disgusting? It's a chazaka. What's the chazaka? The chazaka is, no one has the chutzpah to deny a loan in the face of their covenant. Right? No one has that chutzpah. So if I lend you $1,000, there's no real evidence. I can have the person to look you in the eyes and to say, I owe you nothing. Impossible. The U.S. is well, it could be quite different, but really, what is that? But that's really what we really wants to do. Right? Really, what we really want to do is we really want to deny this loan. Now, again, let's say there's a lot of psychology that's happening over here, right? So psychological nugget number one is that people will never have the chutzpah to deny the total good that someone else has done to them. Right? So I've been given $1,000. There's no way to feel good thing. Again, I'm not working under certain assumptions of feelings that influence. You're going to do that, ready to look you in the eye and say, I owe you nothing. But he really wants to say he owes you nothing. Now, why does he want to say he owes you nothing? Why? Because he doesn't have the money to repay you. Not because he doesn't want to repay you. But there are certain truths that you know out there. Right? So psychological truth number one is that people will never have the ability to deny the good that someone else has done for them and to them. Right? That's truth number one. Psychological truth number two is people are often too proud to admit that they need help. So what's unfolding over here is as follows. You're going to $1,000. It's time to pay up. You don't have the money. So what's going to happen over here is, but yet you doesn't want to say, I need a little bit more help. Right? So what he really wants to do is he wants to pay and doesn't owe anything. But he's not going to say that because that's a level of unprecedented chutzpah that he's not going to have. So the husband, but he wants to say he doesn't have it, but he's going to say it. The husband will halfway, you shouldn't get more money from him for the whole of it. The Kool-Aid boy delivered it. So what he wants to admit that he owes nothing. He wants to see so this is so fascinating over here, right? So watch what's happening. I run giving $1,000. Time to pay up. You don't doesn't have the money. So what is it? So what does he want? What's his instinct? Because it doesn't matter what's his instinct. What's the instinct? I don't know anything. But he's not going to do that because the person will not have that level of unprecedented chutzpah. Like to lie to the face of the person who like check a lot of my face. But he really wants to lie to my face because he doesn't have the money. And yet, he really wants to admit to me that he owes the whole amount, but he doesn't have it. But he's too, parentheses, but he's too proud to do that. The item of ordinary, which can make him become a standard. So put it like this. This one over here. I'm not going to admit the whole amount, because this will find myself a little bit more time to be able to go out and come up with the money. Suffer at the Hadid Yuzuzi, ultimately I'm going to find myself a little bit of time to really only half of the debt, find myself a bit more time. Of course I'm going to pay back sober, we don't say that, but I'm going to pay back. I'm sure I'm going to pay back, but I need to find myself a little bit more time. So let's say sort of like that. Rachman therefore says, Love Shua Ibuyay, you make it the local for so ultimately, again, you totally understand this psychology, the work understands is better than you understand yourselves. And therefore it says, impose the Shua upon you then. What does the Shua do? The Shua, by definition, pushes the truth to the surface. But you assume what's going to end up happening over there, but especially the end of the story. Is it going to take the Shua? Is it going to Shua? No. Why? Because he owes all of the money. He's not going to make a false hope. So I just want to point out how profound this is. How profound this is. That the Torah creates an entire construct over here that recognizes that people are not truthful when they need help. So what they will do is, what people will do is, they will go ahead and construct all types of alternate realities to do anything and everything but wait. I am in distress. I cannot handle this on my own, and I need help. The Shua, what the Shua does is, the Shua forces the borrower out of his alternate universe, out of his alternative reality, and forces him to acknowledge the reality which is. What's the reality? I the borrower, don't have the money, but I owe. It's absolutely fascinating. And it's fascinating on multiple levels. It's fascinating the lengths that we go to avoid acknowledging that we're in over our head, that we need help, that we can't handle it ourselves, because it was after all, why are people so reticent to admit that they need help? Understand, it's such a good place. Man is made to sell another thing. We use it as a response. If there's one thing that the Rebbeinu from Olam never needs, it is help. The Rebbeinu never needs help. Response is totally self-sufficient. He does not need us. He does not need anything. So there's this piece of me, right? I have this need to tell the king. I have a spark of a inside of me. And there is this piece of me that is divine. And sometimes that message of internal divinity gets a little bit corrupted. I don't need help either. I got this all figured out. And I was like, don't figure it out. All of us have stuff in our lives that we don't have figured out, and we need other people to be able to help us work it through. Because we can't do right pretending that you have it all figured out, often projecting anger, disappointment, frustration on people because it's not figured out. And if everyone else is focusing on something, if no one else is focused, it's just figuring stuff out. I haven't gotten the right guy. I said, and really, business works without this here. You can just admit you don't have it. If you don't have it, you don't have it. What is it? You can't get water out of the stone. Water out of the stone, where the stone is going to go. Water out of the stone, right? If you don't have it, you don't have it. And by the way, so say, you don't have the money, you don't have the money. But instead, you need to tax this whole thing. I can't say I don't have it. I can't. I want to say I don't owe it to you. But I don't have that. It's called simplicity. And you have, part of up a little bit of time, which essentially says, stop it. You can send it around now. Stop it. Right? Stop it. Right? Stop it. Just be honest. Just be honest. And the Shua, interestingly enough, you know that you know about this. Right? Because you're not going to swear back because you're not going to swear falsely. Just be honest. The Shua forces honesty to rise to the surface. The Lord says, what a tremendous Muslim skill. Although we are in the image of God, we are not God-like in this realm. So we start any type of resolution. Different life circumstances and times. So as a result, that's the whole psychology of holding your trust. So as we Yaakov said, our case, as we Yaakov said, the person making the claim is the borrower himself, or the person making the claim is the son of the borrower. And again, that's how it's phrased in this case. Someone is not going to go ahead and that person is not going to go ahead and maze. Not going to be grazing on the United States. Whether the borrower, so again, the idea of whether the borrower himself is talking to the actual lender or to the son of the lender, a person is not going to be brazen enough to deny a claim. Therefore, again, we do not view him as the curable offender. Rabbanan shall be known. The son of the Genomes, about the Genomes. Rabbanan say, no, it's not true. It's not true. A person, a borrower won't deny a claim when? To the actual lender himself. But to the son of the lender, who we assume is not as well versed in the affairs of his father, so ultimately, again, a borrower would absolutely be willing to deny. I got claimed, and therefore when it makes it ultimately what you should have, because when the lost object, and therefore again there's no shluach made with an excess in that case. It is a role made with no should have. So much as much as there was. If you use it as a method, how can I use it if you look at the ratio? It's not allowed, but we have so ultimately again, if I say to you, hey, is $1,000 that belongs to your father in my possessions, ain't no hobby, I'll be sorry. When he comes over to me, Ruben says, son, I have my father deposited in lent you $1,000, and I say that in the hobby, you shouldn't do enough. And I say, everybody only owes me $500. I honestly, I only have nothing, sorry. I only have in my possession $500. What's down the cluster is no sure more than the test why. It's supposed to be supposed to make sure that it's what we see from there. Like why do you make the mix us? Because only two the lender himself. But to the second one, we do assume that I want to when I say that people do like things all the time. And that any of the missions for me should have any that. Please do my best. Also, the Lord honor me, the Lord honor the body. Also, the honor the body. Teacher Karina in the cases of where the child of the lender petitions the buyer, there are different kinds of cases. There's a case where ultimately again the son comes along and says, bury me, I know for sure. Those are definitive claims. Versus the case where it comes with a possible claim. So in the case of a definitive claim, that may trigger a motivating test. In the case of a possible claim, ultimately again that's going to be like you should have to Shmuel much more so than anyway. But it's in the kata. It's in the kata. Kata doesn't mean that kata is the one petitioning the file. That's not the case. Rather, what does it mean? We call it the mixing kata. So it's collecting from the property of a kata. Same idea that heck, which means we call it the mixing heck. The same idea that for heck, which means to go ahead and collect payment from the property of a kata. So you must look at actually what's important. Because it's the kata, it's the short time that 600. Because it's the kata. You need some lesson that you will host to start a website school so it's covered from the other. So it's the piece of the zero is where at the reverse case. I am the lender, and it comes back from you. Even as the way, and now again his estate has been inherited by his son. Son coming to collect ultimately again from the estate. So listen, you see it's already before it in the bubbles, but it's not a lot. Whenever you're coming to go out and collect from the Yasim, what do you need? Shvuah. Seem like the hektish, ultimately everyone say, if I look on myself, I was not just my property. And I outstanding liens on that property. I defaulted now on certain obligations. My creditors could come and collect property from hektish. But in order for that property to come to me, Shvuah. So there's a different interpretation of the case of Mishnah. We're talking about when you see what you need Shvuah, when you're collecting from the property out of the estate of a company. And you want to know credit when you're collecting from hektish, you need a Shvuah to collect. You know, so Shvuah, a company is on this level, how do you survive this? A company has a second, and you know, you make sense when you're Shvuah, but that is really good this before. Right, listen, everyone collects from the same, everyone from the estate of orphans. You can only collect with the Shvuah. Hakilamis, what I need is halacha expressed in two ways in two places. Halacha kick out by the shisha. Coming to the passing of the right shisha, they're coming about shisha. You saw him to honor the building. In some of them, Kitana, in Shia, in Zibur. The most very very important idea. Whenever we speak about Kitana, right in this context, Kitana to you actually Kitana, but they need the building. So why did you use the word Kitana? Because we always assume that a child, in relation to the affairs of his father, is a Katan. Doesn't know all things in life. And therefore, Allah is coming to reinforce this idea that whenever you are coming to collect a debt, the state, like from the son, for the debts of his father. So there's two halachas that always apply. Number one, you always need a shvuah. Even if you have a document, right? You always need a shvuah. That's number one. And number two, when collecting from the estate, you only get to collect zibuyas, which is inferior property and satisfaction of the debt. What about the hektish? You find an exception. So you might be like, if you want to collect, if you're a creditor, and you have pre-existing lien, you request property from hektish, you have to do so only with a shvuah. You know, to tell you that you read already, you're customer shvuah going to you. You have a shvuah, and mine is shvuah. again, that's not an issue about getting covered. Again, in general, if you're a creditor and you want covered property, you need to send a covered property out to you. Again, what does it matter if it's in covered to other people or covered to heck issues? So again, you might ask, why do we need to list these covered things? So again, if I have property, I have encumbered property, I might wish my property. I default on my loans. My creditors can go to headers and see the encumbered property. Remember again, barely receiving a petition, so to speak. So now that you're funding, but there's no go to the shit. Why do you worry about? Why do you need to say that again? It's not that funny. I would have thought, I'd just say, first of all, I was out there and how do people play games with each other. Like, nobody's going to collect property with the satisfaction of a death like this unless, of course, they're actually owed that property. How much more long to give ourselves? Not true. People play games with everything. And if I love when I say that in general, whatever collecting encumbered property satisfaction of a death, whether you try to extract it from a person, or you try to extract it ultimately again from mortgage, I'm not when I say you're going to have to go ahead and take this trip. I remember screaming out, she's on the far side, you're also like how you do, screaming out, like the person on his deathbed. So he's not his part of his property, right? So we didn't just screw out his not private property, but I'm not on the phone to be arguing, and ultimately again, then he says, by the way, I know that I was not just on my property, but I owe $1,000 to Shane. What's the heart? Yeah, man, ultimately he's believed. Why? Kazakh as an Ossetin, Al-Adish, ultimately, so what's the Kazakh? The Kazakh ultimately, that person doesn't believe the Kazakh, he does not wish all of his money, ultimately, when he says that $1,000 was to change, isn't that his way? So again, there's an assumption. People don't mess around with hectors, so it doesn't see from there. But again, people don't like the downside case, and how about himself, you should say that the creditor should be expecting like this. You got to screw up this was a little how do you distribute that? You're in other countries a low low. I got the body and bad reflection, which was a very interesting statement. So that's a minute. When do you say that people don't mess around with techniques? That's the similar. By the way, it's like in general, when do people sin? When do people sin? Why do people sin? Because there's a benefit for it. If we don't get country of a low low means, I only say because there's a benefit to me. Like, because we don't distribute that, there's no vested interest for him to sin. He's going to die. He's going to die. Never be sure that means sin is honest. So again, that's when we say the person's about to die, that we assume that his state is that he has to not play games. But in general, if a person is alive and well, we assume that they do sin, they do play games, and therefore even by that case, come up from a nice side, you have to take the screw up before I'm talking. So the only case where there would be no obligation of screw up, when expecting submission efforts, it is strictly right to say it's complete credibility because there's no reason for you to lie. So nice was created over saying, why do you have to let this again? The word just interpreting that last case in original as Katan and Hektish. It's not dealing with the case of Katan and Hektish, but I'm making a claim, but rather again, I'm trying to extract the Katan and Hektish. And what is Mishkan enforcing? It's actually enforcing a law that we already learned beforehand. What was the law we already learned beforehand? That if you have to extract money from a Katan, once the kids are extracting money from a Katan, I want you to $1,000. You're going to die. His estate was now inherited by his son. I want to touch him with the estate. He's not holding the documents. What do I need in order to collect what I need? A shua. A shua, taking the package. I went ahead and I was given $1,000. So then decided to become a full on me. And it was not push his entire estate. Now I'm going to like this, I'm saying, straight up. I have to get full on my shoulders. Which I'm good, by the way, good rule of life in general. Don't people on other people's shoulders. Right, but the money says it's an hour left in that dish. That dish is your part. So here's a document. As a work that way, you have collecting that dish. Ultimately, again, you acquire a shua. Let's say there's one late making sponsorship that I did not do at the beginning. Let's say a very special sponsorship. But Mother and the British work, and all of the friends of Say Estes. In honor and listen to the beautiful dedication after multiple generations of dedications with his gifted physical therapy minds, mind, and heart. Say Estes retires today. Congregations, their children and their children's children have been healed by sin. Sin is an icon in the physical therapy industry. Wait, not finished. Next week, he takes his extraordinary physical therapy powers to Eretz Yisrael to tend to people who need it crucially. Sammy, we wish you nothing but wonderful health and nachas. Thank you for all you have done for our community and beyond.
I felt as in control as Michael Mayer.
It's not bad. No. Stop it.
Shit. That was wild.
All right,
It's like one of the pieces of graphite in Chernobyl. It's weird, right? It's like a different element altogether.
You get like confident when you go mulching, you're mulching. You feel like mulching, you're like, oh, pick up this bag. You go mulching. You have to go mulching. All right, folks. We can't experiment. Let's get it.
good morning.
You know what's funny though, David? I'm realizing right now you're built like a really big midget. You're basically just the world's largest midget. Did you have those midget biceps too? You're like extra thick. You see what I'm talking about?
Good morning.
Today's
Smooth Jasmine Olive. We begin our doctor's floor of taking our sponsors. We thank the annual College sponsor, Chelsea Family Control. We thank them for sponsoring every student of this year as is a cook. All the students towards the house for our we also thank our planetary sponsors for the month. We thank Dr. Steven at the Terry sponsoring all the students as well. Remember, it's the mother. Zin Bella, Pastor Soya, and on the 50 yard side. We also thank the daily sponsors for today. As I would say, either this month, Alpha Monica 2, the youth of Isaac, who's up in the prayer and the function of Malia, and the family we should have in the family. The great Dr. Fast from Alpha to the about men of the days, and afterwards, Amr of Anna is about 2/3 of the way down the page. Amr of Anna and Amr Shua. Father Yitzhak. The Kodam, the Hoga Lotus Odin, each in the iron fire in the Scotland Department. So you want to take the fire, you want to make the fire state. What happens is a very clever person who knows the halakha of yesterday. He recognizes that there's a halakha for moving in this way, which means that someone comes to me and claims that I owe him money, and I admit to part of that loan, and whether it's money or it's items, we said it's still the same halakha. If I admit to part of an obligation, now what is going to be, I'm going to have to take a shavua. But the person also knows that if I admit to something which is not in min ha'chayda, it's not exactly the same thing. In other words, if you claim that I owe you wheat, and I say it's not true, I owe you barley, so that's not considered to be a hozah of mitzvah. That's not considered to be a partial admission, and therefore I'm going to be off the hook and won't have to make a shavua. The person also knows the halacha that if you claim two things, even though they're not the same thing, you claim chitin, wheat, and or barley, so wheat and barley, the person admits to wheat and barley, so he's going to have to make a shul like yesterday, even though two different types of claims for barley, if you're going to admit to one of them, that's considered to be hodah or taina, is to have to make a shul. Now the heavenly person, he's very smart. He recognizes that if the claimant comes over comes here and says that I owe wheat and barley, and I have to get to the barley and make a shua. So what happens? The guy brings him to Basin. He says to him, sir, you owe me wheat. The other guy has a chance to say anything else. The guy says, I owe you barley. That's it. He shouts out, I owe you barley. Now, what I'm saying is, if the Basin picks up on this, and they think this guy's just trying to get ahead of himself, because he knows if he allows the guy to finish the sentence, he's going to say, you owe me barley as well. Now, once he admits that he owes barley, now he has to make a shmua on the wheat as well. Therefore, he gets ahead, and says, I owe you barley. Now, once the Basin here, is the guy saying, you owe me wheat. The guy says, I owe you barley. That's not a partial admission. That's considered an admission which is not in the time. We'll be off the hook. Javon says the Basin must be very sharp about what's going on over here. And therefore, Tuan repeats it. The Kadar, the Hagel of its own, he got ahead of himself. And he admitted that he owes barley in Kiba'ar, and it looks like he just tried to trick everybody. Chayev was left like the Shua, in the Miskave, if that's actually what he really meant. He just was trying to be honest. He wanted to be able to be very upfront. Potter for the exact in the Shua because it's Torah, which is not in the time. No, Ravanim continued. Amar Shmuel, he said, Tanu Shtein Master. The person says, you owe me 2 needles against 2 tailors. They work together. Maybe his needles broke in the sewing machine. She says to the guy next to him, I borrowed 2 needles. And the Akasne, and he admits that I borrowed 1 needle. What's that left? Chayev, he's trying to make a shua. Why is the classic case? The whole government says the claim is you owe 2, he admits to 1, he has to go ahead and make a shua. The figure says the Gemara, Yotzi comes out, Kalim Lemashim. When it comes to Kalim, doesn't have to be of high value. Needles are again, it could be some needles be very expensive. We're talking about needles as an example of something which is very low value. And since the Gemara proving over here that even though yesterday we said when it comes to money, there's a requirement to Kesa. So when we talk about the water for if you deny us to Kesa, or if you are letting us to Kesa, when it comes to needles, sorry, when it comes to items could be even as simple as a needle, even very little, seeing we have a concept of a love mitzvah, to make the partial obligation we have to take it through. Papa has the following case. Tiny Kalim, Upuja, sitting on a height. Person says, you owe me objects and 1 puja, so no one else is money. The whole of the Kalim, he admits that he owes the actual Kalim, the Papa, puja. He denies that he owes the puja. What's the halacha? Papa. He's exempt for taking the shua, which is similar to what Rav said, which is the denial has to be to Kesa, 2 points. Just denying one thing is not sufficient, unless you're not a shua. However, what if he admits that he owes the pizza, the Papa the Kalim, he denies the Kalim. So then Chayev is to be obligated to take the shua, nor explains Kava Parah the Papa the shua, nor went through these pages to show us. In one case, halachas like Rav, the one thing that Rav halachas the shua has to do. And then what's the point? Because of the shua, he's saying this is small between the first 2 things, and admits to one of them, it gets to be a Hodah in the middle. I love the admission, which is similar to the claim, and this is not the issue. We know it's closed up, public, throughout one of the spirit of Torah. They cast it. The first one is like Rav, he says we have denial and two points. This is small. The one that's small, and the Torah is the Kusa-Ori. He claims 2 different things. The whole of the Alpha stay out, you admit to one of them because it is pure of God. And then a Torah which is similar to the claim, and Torah has to take a shua. Next case, the Mishnah says, money will be outcome. Person claims duty goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, money will be outcome. You owe me money. And Shimon responds and says, Aim to start the other people. I owe you nothing. If you have nothing in my hands, you have nothing on me, I owe you nothing. You deny the entire thing. I have to incorporate is not obligated to this year. I'm not for now. And that's what we mentioned yesterday. You must be an oath to Shua Pesach. And requiring this person to deny it to take a Shua Pesach. Shua Pesach is a Shua of the abundant rabbinic oath that he has to take. Pesach instance, the term has this structure explained is usually used supply. In other words, this is an imposed shura, a rabbinic imposed shura. Nighttime, what's the reason why Rabbanan decided to first let it take a shura? In other words, goes to shura and says, "Shura money." Shura turns around and says, "Why? No idea what you're talking about. Why is the rest of me have to make a shura?" The guy's a random guy in the street. You go to shura, turns around and money. Shura denies it. All of a sudden, shura has to take a shura. You want to say, "I'll tell you what, Chazaka." We established that there's a chazakis here, aim under Tovea Ellen Kayista. It's not normal because it goes over to other persons and another to get money. So if he's claiming that someone owes the money, he probably does owe the money. He doesn't have enough honor to obligate to pay for it. But therefore, the brother said, the citizens very uncommon to leave it to pay for someone and claim that he's owed money. The fact that he did it means there's something going on here, or I guess you're supposed to say, but the opposite is true. Because I thought it was a major public thing about Hobo. Here's a Chazak that a person is not going to be happy with the actions to deny the law. Then it takes a certain number of principle. He borrows money from somebody to just deny it. Crazy, a person loans you money, you want to get the money back, you do just deny it. The fact that you're saying being entirely denying it should actually mean you didn't borrow the money because normal people don't do that. Normal people don't borrow money from people who just deny the whole thing. Therefore, why we have to swear? But it says, no. You're right. It's true that people generally do not deny the loan that you actually owe. However, it is complicated to some mistakes become a standard. Sometimes people want to push off the payers really well. Other words, what I'm saying is the following. When a person borrows money, why does he borrow the money? Because he needs to spend it. That's the point. You're more like Sonic. People borrow money because you need to spend money on something. Therefore, what happens is, in many cases, the person borrows money, he doesn't have enough of his own money, so he borrows money from somebody else, so you spend it. What happens if you happen not to have yet recovered money? So instead of going through the whole thing and saying, "No, I'm sorry, I have 30 more days," sometimes people do a little dishonest and say, "What? Well, I'm not sure what you're talking about." His intention really is to postpone the loan until you get started back. So probably say, "You're right. You understand that maybe you do owe the money, but you're going to add some pressure to you and say, you're denying it? You deny the whole loan? You claim you didn't borrow it? Take it sure you didn't borrow it." If the problem I'm hoping that in that process you guys can say, "You know what? I don't want to make it sure that you didn't borrow the money. That's your own up to us. Say, you know what? I did borrow the money, but I'm not ready to pay you back. Give me a week. Give me 2 weeks." And that's the point of the sure. If you generally people will not deny the loan, the real you need is just not to push it off. Now, somebody might explain, as a hazard is parameter. That's a good up to pay that. You want patience. That might be more clearly that this idea, this concept, this community, this understanding is quite normal. You're supposed to postpone the double easy or other or sister. A comfort of love, a person who denies a monetary loan costs for ages. He's still in the process for ages. You know, even though he was lying to himself, costs for ages. Obviously, what he points out just means that if you deny it, you do not take it for a shua. If you take it for a shua, then he's hustling it because he's disqualified to testify because he's a liar. However, if the cardo is a positive item, then the person denies that he's positive. You know why? When I give you something to watch, you know what you're supposed to do with it? Keep it exactly where you're supposed to. You put it in your drawer, you put it in your safe, you put it away, the person will see this. There is absolutely no reason why you postpone giving back my item unless you use it. You use it and you really violate your commitment to it. So therefore, when it comes to monetary things, people borrow money because they want to spend it. Sometimes when you spend money, you expect that you pay on your investment, but sometimes it takes a little longer than you expect. So instead of going through the whole discussion, sometimes people be a little bit dishonest and say, you know, I never borrowed it. The intention is to say, well, I'll pay you back next week. However, when it comes to this item that you're watching, you're supposed to hold on to it. Therefore, if you claim that you don't have it, that means it's not there, and then you're ready to violate it. But even Moscow said he was the consequence of the Shua Rabbanan, within the Shua I was safe, which means the evidence of that witness as Mother Azba, Usually goes to Shimon says, you have a mother card. On my low, Shimon says, hey, that's true. I do owe you a mother. We knock by the next day, on my low, he says to him, you really owe me the money. Can you please pay out? You knock on my low, he says, really? Give it to me. The guy says, what's after this off? I paid you back. What's not lost off? Just really goes to Shimon and says, Shimon, you owe me $100. Shimon says, that's true. I do owe you $100. The next day, Ruben goes to Shimon and says, remember you really owe me $100? He says, yes, I remember that. So can you please pay me? Says Ruben. Shimon says, no, I actually paid you yesterday. What's not lost on the profit? So if you admitted him when he owes the money, he also says, you paid the money. I'm a doctor, my skills is still passive. You didn't vote in the requirement to take this law, and when you are so mad at the Master he always says that you make this rule and you can lie the whole thing. Also, can I say that? Certainly, in the case where you have literally owe the money, just that you claim everyone's going to be able to take this within a cut. However, my Master say that. What he says that in the same part, you have to take this shit back to the now of it on some hour. What he says in the case where you have literally owe the money, just that you know you pay back the next day. It's a half of the people of the money. In this case, since there is already something they call a blind together. In other words, you already know that something that smells of it here, a little bit like there's a loan. So you already have a suspicion that there's a loan, and that gives the phone that you pay it back. So you're going to pay the money. However, in the first case, we didn't get the shipment, so you owe $1,000. The city says, I don't know, you're talking about my case. That's for the hospital, to go to the loan. You pay the fish, you owe any money. The second case, well, you would not agree to take a share of the debt. But this comes out to the debt from the moment that we are today. This term comes up in shops a few times. Typically, when you see it, it's going to be my focus up because it's what it means. Rashi usually says it means there's a loss of money. So typically, whenever there's a monetary discussion going on, you're using ocean and money that's absorbed in that. However, when it comes to a receipt to a loss to the bank household, that's a case where only using it's just the loss of a gain. In that case, it's not a global amount. So it's just generally so global amount means that if you take away everyone's verbal claims, you'll recognize that there's a suffix over here. You see two people holding on to something, you can observe that, or no one says anything, you figure out that there's a sign over there, there's a suffix. Over here, not you don't have to get to say it. It seems that everyone gets a threat and another thing that means that there's something to it. In other words, it's not like there's a number in there. In that case, you're going to require it to be a source and whatnot. Now we want to go on to a different discussion. You mentioned the practical source passage. You were sure that I don't know what you're going to so what is the hierarchy? The two is the Levitical and the Biblical. The most powerful is the Raisa, the Shia on the very hierarchy different between the Shia and the Raisa, the Biblical Shia, and the Shia on the Biblical Shia. Now, the Biblical hierarchy, the power is the difference. Biblical Shia. Or you can flip the Shia. This means is, let's say you against the Shia that says, you owe $1,000, Shia denies it, and we say it's the Shia. You have to take a shit with it. Now, what if someone says, I'm not interested in taking a shit with that money? Rather, I would say, you didn't want the money from me, you pay when I owe you the money, you make the shit. Now, the Lord says, you go to the Raisa, you're not to do that. When it comes to shit with the Raisa, you have most of the customers. But when a person has to take this rule, it will force that shit to start to get its name. In such a case, if someone's going to take this rule, who cannot look it up to the video? That would be just all right. When it comes to the video, not too long, you shouldn't be going to put it back on you. In other words, a lot of people follow. Neither Raisa, when you then claims that Shimon owes him money, and Shimon says that don't owe you anything, there's no monetary loan. There's no monetary obligation. And therefore, what's Shimon's obligation over here? Nothing. Because the Chazal said, you know what? Let's try to settle this well so everyone is confident in the halacha. So you know what? They need to put a pressure on them, as he said, to just try to push it up. So let's make this year. So therefore, there's no monetary obligation. What Shimon could say, I'm not interested in making this year. You make it. When it comes to a Raisa, really, what gives you that there is a monetary obligation over here? So then the Shmuah is really protect yourself. You don't want to make you can't push it on the other person. The answer is hold on. Actually,
sit down, get a lap dance, and decide if she should
it's
work
not
in the
about
yellow
actually,
room.
I'm the direction, I'm not too much. Even if it comes to
Real
interviews,
audition
it
here.
helps you
We're gonna see what happens here. Hold on, save your energy. Cody, get up here, sit in the chair, and then you're gonna decide if the River hires Amy for one night only. Here we have
some of the possession with it. It's all right, so. Yes, that's all right, so.
Alright, here we go. Here's a little lap dance from Amy out.
Let's say, the goal is to take a step, the first to pay back. So that bottom, if you need to swear, you're not feeling it, so that means actually going to the first possession to take back. That's what we're doing. If you happen to do it, just think of this for a second.
Look out.
You have liberation. You have work for Shimon, it says, Shimon be only money. Now, Shimon says, I know. So I want to say, Shimon, take it to you. Now, someone says, I don't want to take this war. I'd rather you than take this war.
What do you mean this
So now, let's say you're taking that war, and sure you go right.
What do you think?
Now, and that's the case with the taking away his possessions. Now we're the following case. Shimon says, I need to make this war. So now, it's a sort of a go right, so you'll drive around that. You will take away sort of his possessions. How can you get out of that? He just says, now, Ruben doesn't want to swear. Ruben doesn't get it. He's off the hook. In other words, it's possible to circumvent this whole thing, and you won't have to swear for a payout, and those cases that force you, but you have to take a risk. Because Shimon, if he allows Ruben to take the sword, so again, if Ruben takes the sword, he gets to take the money, there's nothing you can do about it.
Make sure you go to the yellow rose river when you go to any
Basically,
circle.
go ahead and
And
seize
say,
the
Neo,
property.
I
In other words,
absolutely love your
technically,
energy
if
and
you
the weird
know
way
that
you
Ruben's not
remind
going to want
me
to
of my
swear,
mom, and
she
she
has
was
a way
never
of
a stripper, never
circumventing
with the
it.
prince, and
An interesting
it
point.
wasn't so
You can
amped
get
up
out
on
of there,
whatever the
if
fuck
it's
you're
not
on,
when that
but
feeling of it
I
say,
love
I
you.
refuse to
Come back
swear,
again.
ask
Sign
you
up again,
to
will
swear.
you?
Again, there's a risk that Ruben swears, he has nothing to do with it. And if he can no longer get it, Casey's no longer going to allow him to swear to get out of it. Casey's never going to set up a situation where he love it for his false clarification.
Thank you so much. How can I get for this lady?
Ruben swears that you owe me, and she would swear that you don't owe me. Casey's not going to do it.
She would be my
Now,
first
that's
pick on my
not
cell phone
the
team.
only difference, because everybody else who remember that one another
Ladies and gentlemen, your flight open meeting of the night, a regular that needs no introduction whatsoever. This is a brand new medic from the Big Red Machine, William Montgomery.
because there are circular concepts. Basically, parents for someone who can't really deaf, so again, limited capacity. So if the person is limited in intellectual capacity, a child who's doesn't welcome yet. The halakha is all these people don't have a halakha ability to accomplish it from you. However, if you find something, you need to find Gezel and you got to try it. If you take it from them, the one thing that is one of halakha from Gezel, we got to show we can't have a society where people just start taking consideration with them because there's no halakha to change. Yossi, Yossi says, it's actually real best. If a child finds a little radical on the street, he picks it up and he says, oh, you're a child, you can't have it. Here's not acquired things. You grab that in his hand, there's a trouble. Says Yossi. That was the stuff that says that means get the government in your vote. In other words, it's not really a typical Gezel, because they go right so the kids in the capital, they go through the Rabbanon, considered to be Gezel. Yes, a real Gezel, or it seems to try to take away from him as a real piece. But I got to be able to do it. I like this one. See the other? You see, even in a conversation with a creative type of video, still is even playing all the halachas of Gezel and Malachi and the video, I'll take it away. So in other words, he only comes to a type of shua. It seems we'd say you take away from him to the court system. You know, it's a life interaction. But yes, we each of the lives that never got to a shua. This is similar to this, okay? This is not where the mitzvah, when he is being prayed of, we actually ask people to. So what happens is, the person who has to make the shua is a person who laid down himself in the operating before, and we think this guy's a liar. Therefore, we say, we're not going to go to shua on you because we don't trust the shua. These ladies have to do it in the past. So, yeah, dude. You know, shake like the touch that for I feel sure. And so even when it comes to the physical obligations, it's the person who has to see that person on them. It's a step of life. The base is going to that and say, you know what? You don't take a short shimmer, but we don't trust you. You go ask you get to do it. And we got one of the captain will come from one of the heart of war is the imposed solution. But the captain with the pencil of you don't make it normal to say, listen, we impose war too. A two-man is not something, therefore, we're going to say, we need to do it to double, and once we're under the single of the guilty, why would that other left two men say, my argument? In other words, the ones that are wondering, what happens, put you up on it. If you're just here, it's to the right, you're supposed to then say, what do we do? How do we approach our system? We want to say, let's communicate it. Because it's a in other words, this guy becomes isolated completely. You quarantine him. No, the question was the business of him until he takes up. Look, I'm going to read it about you. I'm not to the truth that the match get with me. And the shout to the thing. This is, the real translation is, you are really grabbing on to Pastor did not see the witness to take up the place. That was the company here is, you're not going to take away his possession. So what do? You put the guy into a corner and close the door forever, and so he can never come out. Now, last week explained this is a deception if you are part of the lesson. If you were saying this, you're grabbing onto a person if you're on this private place, and therefore the person's going to have no choice other than to actually ask what you're demanding of it. Now, what the point is, you're telling me when it comes to ethnic obligations, you don't force them out of pay. Is there any more forcing than telling a person who's excommunicated forever to never do business again until he pays up? Of course, that's forcing him to pay. The word says no. Ella, my idea, when you do my idea, I'm going to continue as the message by midday, then my idea is to be slow to something. You put it in preparing for 30 days until the time of lapses come. Once the time of lapses comes, for 30 days, the most communicated, you give them the last thing, you say, you know what? You execute again 40 days, not your lapses, you return, and this will come up in the you look for it today, maybe that's comfortable. For 30 days, so that's usually what you're taking. Come on, top the high mind, the output start on top red. The other person is putting on a document on the spread, which takes the extra money. Normally, start up to the the person says, yes, I do actually borrow money from you. You look at that document, but I take you back. Immediately, loud Coconino. Chicken Napoli, one of the star, the Napoli. Zeshwa, the in Amar, what he says, is top on this. I'm confident I'll take you back. I know you still have the document because they owe you the money. Listen, I got you to swear, but I still owe you the money to pay it back. I mean, the way, it's not like, yes, go ahead, you can make the swear that you didn't pay it back. Some of us have made the level of that. Not that it's all, you're paying us sorry. What's the difference between this and a total story? What's total story mean? Total story means when a person admits that a loan document has some type of flaw. The typical example last week before said here is when it comes to a super, when a woman's owed the money for a super, and she admits the husband pays back. They pay back part of it. But what's all up here is I have a document that says Ruben owes me money, and now I go to Ruben and I say, Ruben, you owe me money, but I'm admitting some part of this document are not accurate. In such a case, I would have to make a sure that you still owe me the rest of the money. Now, one thing very interesting here. The Ruben goes to Shimon and says, you owe me $1,000 as stated in this document, and Shimon says, not true, I paid you back. Then I want to is Shimon could require Ruben to swear. Now, why should Ruben have to swear? Nothing wrong with that document. That document is perfectly fine. And Laura asks this by saying the only time we find that the one who is claiming that the regulatory lender has to take the swear is if he has missed that the loan The loan document has a flaw. In that case, you have to
There's
swear.
nothing
But here
that's
you're
gonna
telling me
top
the
that,
loan
ladies and
document has no
gentlemen. This
flaw in
was
it.
tonight's
Because
episode of
the
Kill
flaw in it. The
Cloning.
loan document has a flaw in it. And that does have a flaw in it. In both cases, you're trying to make it sure. Okay, now we have some options out there, Kevin. He needs to hear it.
How
In
long
that
can
case,
this
where the
place
guy
stand for the great
ultimately
Shane
admits that the loan
Gillis?
document has a flaw in it. We have faith in our ability to say,
Watch
you know what?
every
Take it
single
through.
Gillian
Either
piece.
way or not.
Look,
Also,
I
in our
say a
case,
lot
the
of
loan
things, I
document
talk
says
a lot of
decline.
shit.
I
We
really
say we
just
love our
win.
sponsors, everything, right? I'm dead serious. The sketch videos that this guy and his partners have made at Gillian Keys are like one of the only creative things that have been made in the last decade of your fucking watching. This man next to me is a genius. Please support their cause and watch his videos. You're gonna laugh your fucking ass off. Also, check out Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, available everywhere on Patreon. Make sure you watch the Gillian Keys sketch videos, most importantly. Tell your friends about it. Have viewing parties. Have a blast watching Gillian Keys. How about one more time for Shane Gillis, everybody? And guys, this band is unbelievable. Make some noise for John Dees on the keyboard. Matt Fueling is guitar. Michael Gonzalez on drums. And on the bass guitar, let him hear you. D-Madness, everybody. We have so much fun here every single week. This shit's been crazy every Monday here in Austin. I love seeing you guys out and about on what's supposed to be an off night like this. We have more fun than most people do on the best night every year. Right, man? Love you guys. Thank you. Thank you, Mazzetto.
We are claims he was paid back, but if you believe it or not, and this is said if you made the turn in front of agent, if you borrow in front of agent, you have to pay back in front of agent. The yards in your salary, the salary. Omar would lead them around. Allow that to bear the agent, first thing, going to his friend, with agent, in other words, John Lewis is there from time to way. So, with all of the agents, he has to pay him back. When this Hawaka was said, by a master from the school, Omar leaves. Shmuel said, Yoko Roma Loka, in other words, it's never, this Hawaka is never going to be relevant. Why? Because, what's the plan to do? You're going to let going to Shimon the first two weeks. What's Hawaka? Shimon has to pay back. You're going to the first 2 weeks. Shmuel says, Shimon could simply just say, I can't pay you back the first 2 weeks. Now, you know what they're doing? The Colombo last for 50 to 30 for they pay you in front of Labor Yehuda. Both brothers in the Siyam, even though they got the numbers in Israel, get rid of that here. In other words, the fact is that it's claim that is going to undermine the idea that pay in front of Israel. You have to see to just claim that you pay in front of Israel. Identify 2 yards of people say they now live in China. You can't get all of them. So therefore, helping for it with that. The mother of the also, person says, you need to see, you don't need a mother. All of our system, hey, yes, everybody pay that money. Your mom call, all my money goes today, he says to play with you. He's trying to get out of the car. I think it was you. What's our talker? He fucking like what's wrong, alcohol. He was a time over agent, since he claimed his fucking agent that he owed him the money. The man owes the agent, because if he lets the money for the agent. And so what's up? This is the funny talker. And we learned that Walker is that he's talker. What do you see? Even though he claimed in front of agent that he owes him the money, still he could claim that he paid back even though the wrong agent, and he's off the hook. So you see that they're out here showing. Looks like the mouth of the days. She has to draw out to. This seems to be representing the last of Asi, and therefore must be that what is he does the right combination. He wants to know what the last of us will actually back and explain. Anna, he only hates something he Kara owes favorite agent. I need something that would actually lend him the money in front of agent. The low lend me $100. Now, if you may respond and say, no problem, but hold on a second. Let me just call Lindsay Hood over to watch this because I want to make sure that there's security. What's he indicating? He's indicating I don't trust you. And therefore, he's saying, I don't trust you. I want you to borrow it from the agent. That's for you to pay back the conservation. Because I know what's going to happen here. I know that tomorrow you're going to say you paid me back. So therefore, in such a case, you have to pay back the conservation. How about how handling? The other thing what happened, collecting the money in private. When you trust in the guy, the fact that there's a conversation with the person from the agent does not indicate that he's nutted. He's actually going to require him to pay back the agent. It just happens to him that way, but not an indication that he has this specificity if he wants to pay back the agent. The real thing is not too happy. Let's address the power. All of you know about you. I'm not going to the agent. Any knows how to call the agent. The opposite. You let someone's money from the community, you do not have to pay back the person. However, for him, our knowledge, he says, how to pay the other agent. Don't pay it back. No pay agent. That's all. In such a case, he says, he stipulates this condition. Don't pay me back to the agent. In such a case, starts to call the agent next to the agent. Now, can he see this law? He said this the first law. Going from the same way. However, you said you have to limit for a thing with their money for me. Even if you said out the phrase, if you don't pay me back, unless they did, still, you could say, you're right, I have to pay back part of it. And guess what? I did. Where are they? All for other years? Yeah, we traveled to the University of Florida to see if we would happen. It's not regarding to the mission. Mother, we you owe me, it's our mission. You owe me money. I'm a little hey, he says, yes, I do. I'm a little, I'll take care of the flake days. Don't pay me back. The rest of it, he says, there. Well, I'm a little narrowly. The next day, he says, pay me back. What did you say? He said, I did give it to you. It's a lot of time. He's obligated to still pay. Why? Because the information starts with the agent. He has to pay in front of the agent. What does he see? What does it seem like from here? It's small. Small is correct. But it's small seems to say that you can never require a guy to pay in front of the agent because the agent can travel to another country. It seems to be that it just says that you are required to pay in front of agent. And if you don't have this agent, you not believe. I'm an small time ID. No, it's not close to time ID. The time you put over the right side. The person says, the agent of the Sikha, I lent you money from the witnesses. The agent, Harali, I want you to pay me back. It's Harali, pay you back in front of the agent. Oh, you take, oh, you have your raya, Shanasa, oh, you have to go ahead and bring the raya you pay back. What's not like it? You will share over, you have to let her know. He could respond and say, even though you require me to have agent, you could still say, but I know that participants have done you, buddy. I paid you back in front of the following two people. Don't bring the you travel away, not to the next number. You can get out of this call by saying, I did pay back in front of the agent, but it's not here anymore. So, and where it says, Park of Asa, Rimah, Park of Asa, Remind the Shas Halvakai. How do you know that that's talking about a case where he said at the time that he left it, will the Shas Halvakai? Maybe that's looking at the earlier, where later on he's claiming the money. He said, you know what? I don't want you to pay me back. And that's right. That's not the same thing as our Mishnah will first say that it's time to be back. In such a case, it's true when the same will say he could claim the agent is traveled away. However, he said, and we will say that, either we say it for time alone, and therefore not to come alone. Loud the agent of the Sikha, didn't I want to get everybody from the agent? Therefore, the agent followed up from the further, we should pay back the five agent. I was just like that, you know, Pasaya, it's possible. Everybody agrees, the time is alone. And with the time along the way, we don't feel report. It's clearly very clear that this person, if everybody's going to agree, you have to actually identify the witnesses and still be report. All right. I'm going to copy this bigger level. I'm copy the little level. So if it's not what's the halacha, I'm out of the agent. You do learn, if you go ahead and lend someone money in front of witnesses, starts in front of the agent, you have to pay back in front of the agent. Now, if you think it was so clear, the Gemara says, don't worry about it, we have cut focus about that too. The Papa says, no, what's the halacha? The Papa is going to be Rabba Amar. Mother to have agents, and starts in front of the agent. Now, again, it's clearly that my focus what the halacha is. Then Amar out the training of the agent, starts in front of the agent, he actually stipulated clearly said, I'm lending you money, but please, don't pay me back less than agent. Praticha b'keipon yipon yotzim b'yisayam neman. That's halacha. He is going to be neman. He will be believed. Things says he paid in front of the demon. So again, clearly two different opinions as to what the bottom line halacha is. More gives a simile for the following cases that are going to come up. We'll start with them and see how far we go. Simon, Reuben, B'Shimon, the tunnel of Chasah, Yazvi, Para, Ploni, Afzi, Sitroy, the Hamrusa, Kibetro. So let's go into the cases. And we're done with the Bible. First he says to his friend, he probably, Para and Lee, Ba'afi, Reuben, B'Shimon. You owe me money. You owe me $100. When you pay me back, I would like you to pay me back in front of these two specific people, Reuben and Shimon. If Reuben and Shimon, in other words, it seems like you're saying, if Reuben and Shimon are there, pay me back. If Reuben and Shimon are not there, don't pay me back. Now, what's that about? You pay me back, not in front of Reuben and Shimon, I don't know, we saw Karns and Gulen, two random people. Now, what's that about? I'm Rabaya. Bapi Trey, Amarle, Bapi Trey, Pare. He told him to pay back in front of two people. You're right, he specified Reuben and Shimon. But the bottom line is, when he borrowed money, he paid back the money, and it was a cultivation. Who cares if it's Reuben and Shimon? The Rebbe of the argument says no. Now he's talking about Reuben and Shimon, they should be in the title. He actually wanted Reuben and Shimon to be there because he knows Reuben and Shimon. He's going to get a hold of Reuben and Shimon. So therefore, he can do it from Reuben and Shimon, the assuming it's not paid back. Next, a person says to his friend, keep paraply, ba'apli, take trade each other over. When you pay me back, I'd like you to pay back this loan in front of two people who are Torah scholars. Don't just choose two random people off the street. I would like the two witnesses to be approved Torah scholars. Now, Azal, Pare, being delay the delay. He just paid him privately. He's not paying in front of any Torah scholars. Now, this is what happened. It's Nisu Hanapazuta. That money that was returned, some type of unpreventable circumstance came up, and that money got lost. Let's play out the case. Reuben was money to Shimon. I said, Shimon, when you pay me back in front of the Torah. Shimon shows up and goes to Reuben and says, remember, last week I borrowed $100 from you? Here's the $100. There's no Torah scholars in sight. He gives him the $100 and he walks away. Now, Reuben goes away with that money, and as he's walking away, some type of illness happens that he gets held up. The guy takes his money away from him, and he holds him up, he steals the money. Now, what happens? Also, to make your basket, Reuben comes in front of the doctor. In Kibule Kabaltinu, it's true that I did get the money. I, Reuben, did receive the money from Shimon. However, Kabaltinu Mine, because I was just holding on to the money for Shimon. The Amina, I said to him, I said, there will be something that I'm holding on to for Shimon. Until we come across two Torah scholars who were trying to know. At that point in time, the stipulation will have been fulfilled, the style will be fulfilled. At that point in time, the loan will be paid back. In other words, the following: the guy was a clever guy. He said, if he paid the money back to me, and then I got held up, I got mugged on the street, my money that I lost my money. But if I'm holding on to the money for Shimon, so then I'm a Shomakinam. I'm watching this money for free. If someone goes ahead and holds me up and takes his money, go back to Shimon and say, listen, Shimon, I did my best to watch your money. What can I do? I got held up on the street. Someone took it away. I'm sorry your money's lost. And by the way, you also owe me $100 that you never paid back. This was his claim. So the Lord says, Amalei, he said to him, Shimon the Kamodis, Divide Shaklasinu. You admit, Divide Shaklasinu, you got the money from Shimon. He paid you back. Now, you're going to tell me, okay, you may say, what's the problem? Your condition wasn't fulfilled, that there should be 80 million of our Torah scholars. Guess what? Zilai Sinu, come here. Both me and Rav Sheshes are here, and you want to know about our Torah scholar qualifications. The Tanina, we actually know halachos, V'sifra, V'sifri, V'tosefta, V'kula Tamuta. We're actually quite knowledgeable Torah scholars, so here your condition is fulfilled. In other words, they're saying to him, go jump him. I went to Omar Le Latafri. Person said to his friend, probably may Azuze, the Ozifta, give me the following amount of money. What is it, 100 zillion that I lent you? Omar Le, never happened. I don't owe you any money. All the icy sadi the Ozfei, who power. It's something very interesting. We found witnesses that were actually there at the time of the loan. Only problem was these witnesses said we were there at the time of the loan. We were also there when we paid you back. So we're not going to be helpful to you. So what's the law? Sorry, right now, what should we do? In the Amri Oste, these two witnesses are here to actually substantiate the loan. So they say he borrowed it. But in the Amri Kari, the same people who are substantiating the loan are actually saying that he paid back, so we can't really help you. There's nothing we can do. Rava disagrees and he says, embedded in the claim of I never borrowed from you is embedded in that claim is you didn't pay. In other words, once you claim you never borrowed the money, you are admitting you didn't pay back the money because nobody pays back money that they didn't borrow. That's the concept of called in Kinei done. So Rava says, we will believe the agent on one of the statements. We will believe the agent that you borrowed the money. However, when it comes to the fact that you're saying you pay back the money, you are contradicting the agent. Because you claim you never borrowed it. So the fact that you claim you never paid back, that will dismiss that half what the agent said. What's left? If you say you borrowed the money, sir, you're going to have to pay it. Moving on to the Tabre. Person says to his friend, Havli made an Uzi. You're not thinking about it. Give me $100 that are in your possession. Otherwise, no practice the fish that he's done. You didn't go pay it back in front of Reuben and Shimon. So also probably planning. So they went out, they got these two identified witnesses, and they said, us, we were the witnesses that walked from payback? Nope, never happened. This guy has now been officially established as a liar. Why? He claims that he paid back the loan in front of Reuben and Shimon. Reuben and Shimon say the whole thing is a bubble knife, so it never happened. We didn't watch this guy pay back the loan. So I'm going to Rama, no, I am going to disagree with you. Sometimes you have an obligation to know things. Sometimes you don't have an obligation to know things. In this case, you are not required to pay back in front of Adam. You're required to pay back. You're claiming you paid back. Now, it happens to be, you think Reuben and Shimon are there, but it's not an obligation that you should know that Reuben and Shimon are there, and therefore it's possible you mix up the identities of Reuben and Shimon, and it could be that's a mistake, but that's not going to prove you as a liar. Let's do one more case. A person says to his friend, give me 600 zuz. It's important to have a 600 zuz. Do not siknabah that you owe me. In other words, that I have in your possession. He says to Vlad Patifa, Mea Kavi Afti, the Kaila Bashita, have I not paid you back 100 kav of Afti? Afti is, I'm not exactly sure what it is, some type of nut that goes on a tree we used to use for working hides. I don't know exactly what it is. I'm not sure. Yeah. It's okay. That's the what it is. He says, I pay you back these Afti they're worth 6. I gave you 100 of them. So in other words, 600 is 600. So I paid you back the proper value. So I'm like, no, incorrect. Lav, it's only worth 4. In other words, you did give me these Afti only $400 worth. Also, trade side, the two witnesses came. One of them said, the Arba Avikam. It was only worth 4 at the time, so therefore, according to your calculation, that it was 100, so it turns out you only pay back 400. I don't know about what's the confidence. Rava says he's a liar. What he claimed was 6 was really worth 4. Ever runs Rabbi Bartama, no, Rava, why don't you go back to what you said before? You told us, the Rava led in Yiddish, Lava Daite. Didn't you tell us that people don't have to know something that they could make a mistake? In other words, this guy is not a nut dealer. So he doesn't know exactly how much they're worth. So therefore, he thought they were worth 6. And therefore, that's why he claimed it. But again, his claim is I paid you $600 worth. He was sticking to the fact he paid $600 worth. He happened not to have known the value of the nuts, and therefore he said the wrong amount. But he still claims to pay you back the $600. How did I get the $600 from these nuts? Maybe I gave you $400 worth of nuts and $200 in cash, and maybe I gave you more nuts, whatever it is. I know I paid you back. Robert responds and says, no. People know how much things cost. And therefore, even though maybe not a halachic obligation to know about it, he knew about it, and the fact that he lied about it means that he's a liar. Let's stop here for today. Have a wonderful day. A great day, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Today's doc is Shulchan. We begin today's doc by thanking all our sponsors. We thank our annual Talmud sponsor, the Tzessin family, for sponsoring all the children of the year of this class from Suicide Foundation. We also thank Dr. Stephen Dr. Cody Zinn for sponsoring the children of Rock and Level Members. These members are to see the way they are sponsoring Israel. And it's a fiance of Michelle Shalom Rio, and of course, on the Mama. We also thank the Florida Practice Group, Iran, and Lisa Rock, the sponsor of our family today, in memory of Israel Yisrael Bachmel. And we have a link-linking sponsorship here. We thank Michael. The sponsor is that family this morning. We will post for the first and we will modify it from China Yisrael. You guys have a report today. We've got one, but let that not fool you. We are starting on that one of 10 days. About a third of the way down the oven. We have also started to feel ourselves. If you want to say, if we're not feeling ourselves, when they make you take the shua, only when they take the body of the shua testing. Just know that it doesn't make a difference what you mean when you make the shua. That's not the relevant point, but the relevant point is what we have in mind. Now, the things are going to tell you what we want you to swear about, and when you take the shua, that is what your shua is referring to. The Gemara asks, why don't you remember Le'afi? Why do you have to tell this guy this? Why do you have to have this thing where the Basin has one thing in mind, and you're telling him your shua upon our mind? Gemara says you're sure telling the Rebbe because of the story that happened with this sticker brother. This is the story that came up previously in the Gemara, which was this individual was brought to Basin because he denied a loan, and he had claimed that he had returned the money to its proper owner. Came to Basin, the owner was there, and he was adamant he had not gotten the loan back. But what happened? Basin told him, go ahead, take a shvur and he paid him back. He handed the Balcon, he handed him his walking stick, and while the Balcon was holding up his walking stick, he took the shvur and he paid him back, and the Balcon was so upset. He knew clarity, 100% clarity, this guy had not paid him back. He could not believe the guy had such an audacity to go ahead, take the fourth shvur and basically paid him back, took the walking stick, disappeared on the floor, it broke, and what happened, all the money came out of the walking stick. He found out that this guy had hired out the walking stick, he put the money in, he told his shit. Where he had technically paid the guy back by handing him the walking stick. At the time that he took the shvur, he wasn't lying, but ultimately he had the stick to keep the money, and because after all, you can't have people having the little shit up the street when they make the shvur, based on what he says, and they still allow. Now we want to go back to discussion about work on doing this. A couple things you have to keep in mind over here as you go into this Gemara. I want to get yourself really familiar with the terminology, but this will also very smoothly and very easy. We have something called the timer. A timer is the coin. Basically, that includes the entire coin. So if you're going to someone who claims that someone owes them money, whatever you specify is that someone owes him, that's called the timer. Then we have something called the shira. The shira is whatever you're going to be denied. So you can get Shimon says you owe me $100. Shimon denies that he owes 100. He denies he owes 50, and he has the Hadah, the admission that he owes 50. So the timer is 100, the Fira is 50, and the Hadah is 50. It's a very simple sort of case. That's a typical case of when we meet us. The person claims 100, the person responds and says they owe you 50, so he admits that he owes 50, that's going to be the Hadah, and there's a Fira, there's a denial on 50. That's one set of terms to get it over. Fira, the timer, and the Hadah. We're also going to have to remember the following. So when we talk about money in the Mishnah, there's two different ways of describing money. There's dafka. Dafka means that I am claiming that I specifically owe the following type of money from you. So if I say you owe me 50 dimes, I'm asking you for dimes specifically. If I say a certain amount of gold, I'm asking you for gold. If I ask you for copper, I'm asking you for copper. If I'm asking you for silver, I'm asking you for silver. That's dafka. We're essentially saying that it's not an amount of money, it's not a worth that I'm asking you for. So in other words, the person says to somebody, you owe me $100 bills. So technically, generally, you don't view that as dafka that I want dollar bills. You're saying it's $100. So now, if the person denies it in quarters, nickels, singles, $2 bills, $5 bills, $20 bills, it all makes no difference because we're talking about is shava. Shava means it's just the worth. The worth of what I'm claiming. So again, dafka means a specific denomination, specific type of coin. Shava means a value of the coin. And the last thing we have to remember is the concept of Hodah Mimina Taina. That means that if I go to somebody and I claim that he owes me, I make my taina. My taina is the claim that you owe me a certain amount of money. Now, the person denies my claim, but he admits something else. But generally speaking, when a person denies part of a claim, but admits to part of the claim, that's the concept of a modern of success, where he's obligated to take a biblical oath. He has to take an oath on whatever he denies. However, there is a caveat. According to most opinions, like we're going to say, like we're going to see, we still in the Mishnah already, the Hodah has to be Mimina Taina. So therefore, if a person claims that I owe him $100, and I say I owe you a hot dog, so then the Hodah is not Mimina Taina. There's two different stories here. One of them is a monetary claim that I owe you $100, and then the admission that I'm admitting that I owe you money is essentially saying that I owe you a hot dog or a pastrami sandwich. It has nothing to do with what I claim. So let's just make sure we get all those terms in order when we know go very smoothly. Again, taina is what I claim, Hodah is what I admit, Fira is what I deny, dafka means a very specific coin, shava means the value of those coins, Hodah meaning what taina means that I'm admitting to something similar to the claim, except for the variation in the amount. Hodah, which is not Mimina Taina, in other words, it's an admission which is not from the same type as the claim. That is, I'm admitting to something entirely different than what you claim, and therefore it would technically, according to most opinions, not be subject to the entire concept of Hodah that makes sense. Amarav, Rav tells us the following. The more starts up with the Mishnah Taina Shkei Kesef. The Mishnah tells us that in Taina, the claim has to be 2 Kesef. When we learn this from the Pasuk, we will see this very soon again. The Pasuk teaches us, when it comes to Moed Mitzvah, it has to be that there's at least 2. There's 2 Kesef, 2 coins. Again, well, generally speaking, anytime we speak about money, it always refers to a Shava Pruta. However, when it comes to a Dava Mitzvah, for this concept of Modul Mitzvahs, the claim needs to start off with 2 coins. It needs to start off with 2 coins. Look how Rav says this. Amar Rav, Firas kind of shteikes. The denial, the amount of money that you are denying that you owe, that has to be 2 kesses. What does that mean mathematically? That the claim has to have been 2 kesses plus a pruta. Why? Because if I'm going to deny that I owe 2, if I deny that I owe 2, so then if the claim was 2, then I've denied the entire claim. So if I'm denying that I owe 2, the claim must have been 2 plus. So according to Rav, our Mishnah says that when it says 2 kesef, it means the denial must be 2 coins. But the claim must have been more than that. Shmuel Amar Shmuel says no, incorrect. Kaina atzma shtei kesef. The claim is 2 coins. And therefore, if he only denies 1 pruta, so the person says you owe me 2, and he says I owe you, or he denies only a small amount, which is a pruta, or the other way around. He only admits that he owes a pruta, chai. The simple difference between Rav and Shmuel is, according to Rav, the entire claim is going to have to be 2 pruta plus, and the denial must be at the value of 2 kesef. According to Shmuel, the entire claim could be 2 kesef, and the denial could be the most minimal amount, which is a pruta. Gemara says, Amar Rabba. Rabba says, I'm so very interested in what happens here. If you learn our Mishnah, it seems like Rav is correct. However, if you look in the Torah, it seems like they're Kavasei Shmuel. They seem to have thought that Shmuel is correct. So let's go through this. Think about this. The guy said, Mishnah seems to have the Rav's opinion, Nikatani, for it says, Hapkaina. The Mishnah, the words were Hapkaina, the claim is, Shtei Kesa, 2 coins. V'hozah, and what get mitz on is Shava Pruta. Now, the Ilu Rashi takes with the word Taina. The Rashi says, Firas Pruta Lotanis, therefore, the Ilu, Firas Pruta Lokatani. It doesn't say that there should be Fira of a Pruta. Rather, the Mishnah said that the Fira of a Pruta, which would be correct. It doesn't say that. It says in the Mishnah, Hataynish de Kesed, Ha'odah Shabbat Pruta. The what the other is? Which means Rav is probably correct that the admission has to be. The admission could be a pruta, but the pruta has to be 2, and what's left is going to be another pruta. Now, Navi, there's another Mishnah thing with regard to Shabbat pruta. Ahodah, when a person admits to something, it's going to be the pruta. The fear of the pruta. Now, Mishnah lists these things off. But a sufficient one pruta does not say that when a person denies the amount of money that they owe, it's sufficient to deny a pruta. You know why they say that? Because Rav is correct that the denial must be a minimum of 2 coins. But when we learn the Mishnayos seem to indicate that Rav is correct, and in order to biblically obligate someone to take an oath of the Modul Mitzvah, a person who admits the part of the loan, the denial must be up to 2 coins, and that essentially means that the claim had to have been 2 coins plus a pruta. So he admits to a pruta, he denies 2 kesef. Now the cry, Kavasei Shmuel Psukim, in the Torah seems to back up Shmuel, right? That's what's on the pasuk. Kitri ish alei kesef okay, a person with his friend, either money or vessels. What does he give them for? Lishmar, to watch. Now, not Caleb Schneider, just by definition, the word Caleb is a plural. So not Caleb Schneider, have Kesef Schneider. We compare it, since it says in the pasuk, the person will give his friend Kesef, money, or Caleb. Now, technically, we'll be very technical about it. Kesef, money, is to a certain extent the Caleb. not with regard to this mukta, but again, kesef is an alcohol, it's a movable object, just like any other keli. So why is that to say you give your friend money or keli? Why couldn't you just say one? So the Gemara understands if you compare each one to the next. Ma kelim shnayim, just like the word kelim is plural, it indicates that there are two. Kesef shnayim, so it must mean that the money is going to be two as well. So we learn with this claim of how the government is, you have to have at least two that we learn this from. Now, not kesef davar pashuv, I'll call davar pashuv. With the kesef, has to be davar pashuv. Any item that you're going to give has to be a davar pashuv as well. Now, the Torah told us with regard to the halacha of what it says. He who's that? The person admits that I don't owe you what you're claiming. Rather, he who's that? The only thing I owe you is this. Now, hold on a second. What was it that the entire claim was? It was two kesefs. So again, if you look at the pasuk strictly, you're saying just like kingdom are two, money is two. That seems to indicate the entire loan or the entire amount of money disputed here is 2 coins. What is the person admit to? I'm sorry, a part of that too. Seems like Shmuel is correct. Either the claim is only 2 kesef, and he admitted to only part of that, which is obviously less than 2 kesef. That would be the meet the criteria of what admits us, where you have to take a Shmuel, which is like Shmuel, not like Rav. Now, Rav is going to respond to that to the Gemara. The Rav, you can't learn it from those words, says Rav. You can't learn it from that because this entire pasuk just teaches me the entire concept of what God makes us a time. This is just telling you that if you deny the entire loan, then you have the host of Avishur with the Raisa. You will learn you have to take Shua Passus, you take a rabbinic oath. Ultimately, with the Raisa, there's not going to be any requirements to take a Shua. That's what Kiyuz that teaches us. Doesn't teach us that it could be less than 2 kesef. Shmuel is going to respond and say, it says ki, hu, and it says zeh. So again, it's a little bit redundant. Only who, or it could have said ki hu, or it could have said ki zeh. Why does it say ki hu zeh, hu and zeh? There Shmuel learns those 2 things. The confirming mitzvahs, number 1, if he's going to deny part of that too, the ordinary mitzvah is going to admit to part of it. There's 2 sides. So again, Rav is now going to have to defend himself because according to Shmuel, the ki hu and zeh teach us the concept of other mitzvahs and that it can be any part of those 2 coins, not like Rav who says that it has to be 2 coins in the denial plus another part which he's going to admit to. Rav, one of those words, either hu or zeh, is to teach us the concept of what makes the time when a person denies part of a loan, but admits to part of the loan if you take a shua. But the other one teaches me the concept that the Haldon needs to be minakayim, like we mentioned earlier. Whatever you admit to has to actually be part of the same loan, the same discussion. It can't just be a random other item. Shmuel, Shmuel says, whatever you want to learn from here, the bottom line is, you can learn it from the words of who or zeh, or not. At the end of the day, if the entire claim was 2, and I'm only agreeing to part of that, whatever you want to learn. You want to learn the Chadon Meditaira? No problem, you can learn that. You want to learn the concept of Modav Mitzvah? You can learn that. But when you put the whole thing together, if the claim was 2, and he denied part of it, and admitted to part of it, you're going to be stuck saying that he denied less than 2. That's how Shmuel understands the Psukim. Mean that the entire claim could be 2, and the denial could be less than 2. That's the United War Reform. The Mela Shaman, we live the Pascal Taina. And doesn't look from there, he's missing part of the Taina, because whatever it is he's missing, he's missing. So I'm going to Rav to respond. Kesa, he also made Carl through the Dasa. Misunderstood what the Pasuk meant. You thought, when the Pasuk was telling you it's a Kesef, he was talking about Kesef or Caleb. You thought it was telling you that the claim was to Kesef. No, incorrect. The Pasuk says Kesef. It was talking about the denial. The denial is 2 kesef. The claim obviously must have been more than 2 kesef. So the denial is 2 kesef. It says, Rob, he's looking on a problem for me. I'm perfectly fine with that. And they back up by doing as well, which is that the denial is two coins, and that must have meant that the claim was more than that. Why? And he says, I'll put it to you. The claim, the word casting was not talking about the denial, rather was talking about the claim. Lift the Rabbana, eating ish Kalin Lishmar. Why can't you simply say, a person to his friend, Kalin Lishmar, Amina, and now no, not Kalin Shnayim, just like Kalin is going to be 2. Kol Shnayim, everything has to be 2. So Kessel, the Kessel Rabbana, why bother writing the word Kessel? Leave it out. I'll figure it out. So maybe in the kind of, it's not going to be relevant to the actual claim because it's totally irrelevant. It needs to be mentioned. So maybe in the Kira, you could apply it to the denial. This is like a concept of sometimes the Torah writes something which is not necessary. You understand it's written for something and it could be pulled out and can be pasted somewhere else. So the word concept is not necessary to be mentioned with regard to the timeout. So therefore, we're going to, which kind of means the claim, we'll apply it to the denial, and the denial is going to have to be 2 kesef according to Rav, and he's not bothered by the psukim written. As a matter of fact, because the psukim are very consistent with what he's saying. Shmuel is going to say to you, because Rachma Kalim, if the possible only right the person gives his friend Kalim, below cost of casting, does not say money there. How did I mean? I would have thought not Kalim Shnayim, Kol Shnayim. I would have thought everything has to be 2. Love the unit does not be the most much for one. That's when we look at it over there. We tell you that it has to be something of value as well, and that's why there's a point right to Israel Kesef or Kalim, and that's relative to the actual claim. It's not extra. It's not superfluous. You're taking out one thing somewhere else. Therefore, it must be that the entire claim was 2 according to Shmuel. And therefore the denial could be less than 2. The denial must be a minimum of 2, and therefore the claim has to be more than 2. Now we're going to try to prove who is correct about this machlokes. So again, to simplify the machlokes, according to Rav, the denial 2, and consequences, the claim has to be 2 bucks. According to Shmuel, the entire claim can be 2, and the denial can be even a 2. Now, learn in our Mishnah. Shtei kesef yesli b'yedecha. Shtei kesef yesli b'yedecha. I had 2 coins in your hands. So notice this very carefully. What does he say? Seth, I have 2 silver coins yesli b'yedecha I have in your hands. The person responds and he says, "Ein lecha biyadi." Ella Pruta, the only thing that I have in my hands, which is yours, in other words, the only thing I owe you is a Pruta. But he is not obligated to make a Shavua. Why is that? My time up. What's the reason for that? Loud Mishum the Fasra Lakaina. Isn't it because it's not sufficient to give to the Shmuel? Now, in other words, according to Rav, the claim always be more than 2, because you have to have a denial of 2. Now, what would be the reason why, in this case, he's not obligated to make a shua? Probably because Rav is correct. That you have to have a minimum of 2 in denial, which means the claim has to be more than that. It's here from the Shmuel. I'm not Shmuel versus so Shmuel said no. Me Sabbath Shavakatani. Do you think the Mishnah is talking about the value of 2 coins? No. That's not what it's talking about. He meant to say, you owe me these 2 silver coins. And I Shatanu lo hodolo, and I Shahodolo lo Tanu. Says Shmuel, you misunderstood the entire Mishnah. You thought that the problem over here was that the value was 2, and yet the value of the entire claim was 2, and therefore the claim wasn't the denial wasn't sufficient, like Rav. No, that's not true. The reason why it doesn't have to make a shul here is because there's 2 different things. There's copper and silver. The person claims copper, and he admits to silver. That's not what he's not admitting to part of the loan. He's 100% denying what the person claims of him. They say, I owe you 0 silver. I didn't owe you anything. Therefore, it does not meet the criteria of a daughter with a temple. Gemara says if that's the case, the happy shmuel. But the reason why he's popping to the shmuel is because it's not a bodoni with a taina. Eva Sefer, to go further on in the Mishnah, it says shtei kesef u'puta yesh bi'adecha. Basically, you owe me 2 silver coins and a copper coin. And the person responds and he says, the only thing that I have of yours in my hand is 1 copper coin. Tie is tied. Now, let's analyze this. If you understand that he's just claiming the value of a certain amount of money, which ultimately you take out a calculator, figure out how much 2 silver coins plus a copper one is worth, I understand why he's tied, because this is exactly what Rav said. You have a claim of a certain amount of money and a denial of sufficient amount of money, and therefore he's going to be tied. If you're going to tell me that he's specifically asking for silver coins and copper coins, I'm not tied. Masha taught me what he claimed, low hodolo, he didn't admit to. Masha hodolo, low tied. He didn't admit to anything as part of it. In other words, again, if you're telling me that it's not a value of a certain amount of money, rather it's specific coins that the person is claiming. So he admitted that he owes him certain coins, and he denied that he owes him other coins. It's not like one big claim; it's several different claims. He agrees that he owes him a piece of copper. He doesn't agree that he owes him any silver. And this is not a case of Hodah Mitzvah. This is considered to be Hodah Shlomo Taina. Gemara says, "Me give time el Shmuel." In other words, remember, you're talking to Shmuel over here, says the Gemara. Now, according to Shmuel, you have to recognize that Shmuel is not going to be stuck with that. He's not going to have a problem with that. Why? Because even though Shmuel is of the opinion that the Hodah, that the admission needs to be minat taina, similar to the claim, Amar of Nachman over Shmuel, Todd and Kitim Usor, a person goes to someone and says, you owe me wheat and barley, the other love after made him, and he admits to one of them, tie it. He's going to be tied. In other words, that makes sense. In other words, you have to understand, even though there's a concept called Hodah has to be within a taina, there are various levels of what that means. In other words, the most strict way of viewing it is that if there are several different items in the claim, then a partial claim has to admit to part of all those items. So, for example, if a person is claiming silver, gold, and copper, and the person admits to copper, so then it has nothing to do with the silver and the gold. That's the most strict way of viewing it, which is how Rav uses it. Shmuel doesn't view it that way. Shmuel says it's true that you have to claim part, you have to make a claim, it's Shmuel, Shmuel admits that it's true that you have to deny something which is similar to the claim, but if you have a live claim, which includes several different coins, and you admit to part of it, that's considered a Hodah minat taina. It's very different than a person saying you owe me $100, this person saying I owe you a hot dog or a pastrami sandwich, because then the pastrami sandwich has nothing to do with the claim. But if I claim that you owe me barley, wheat, spelt, and rye, and I say I owe you rye, but not barley, wheat, and spelt, so according to Shmuel, that's considered to be a Hodah minat taina, and that's why it's not going to be a problem according to Shmuel. It says at the end of the Mishnah, in other words, you owe me a certain amount of gold. So the guy responds, I only owe you the same exact amount, so not in gold, rather than silver. If you're going to tell me that like Shmuel is telling us that our Mishnah is saying Davka, not that he's asking for some amount of value of money, rather he's talking about specific coins. Shmati Pater, understand why he's talking. Because what he claimed was not what he denied was not what he claimed. Eliyah, Shlama, Shava, if you're going to tell me like Rav, that I'm just talking about just the value of a certain amount of money, am I talking? Why would he be talking? Litra Tuba happens. Litra is a lot, and therefore his denial is going to be sufficient. I'll be the same for Davka. Since at the end of the Mishnah, it's talking about Davka, they should not be Davka. The Reish is also talking about Davka, specific that as coins, and therefore the word says labor that we gifted to Rav. Let's just say our Reish is going to get gifted to Rav. If you look at Rashi explained this. It's the second class Rashi on the page. Name it that it's narration. In other words, the Katani, what does it say? It says Shtei Kasef Yesh to be a Davka. You owe me 2 coins. And the guy responds and says, Ein l'cha biyadi ela pruta. I only owe you a pruta. He's popular. Now, the the reason is we shouldn't doubt what's now because it's asking for specific types of coins. The reason why he's not making sure is why? Because what he's admitting to is not what was claimed. Now, what the difference? And that difference is Hakanu Shava, the Hogolo Shava, if you claim a certain amount and he admitted to a certain amount, he would be tired. But what's the problem? The Afagat, the kind of Kahaisa will have those tickets. In our Mishnah, the whole claim was 2 coins. In other words, the reason why actually it's really popular in our Mishnah for Meshruah is because there's a problem. It's not a Adam in Minataina. What was he talking about? He asked you for silver, he admitted to copper. That means you didn't admit what was claimed. That's why you need popular. Now, if that was not the case, if Mishnah was talking about a certain value of coins, in such a case it seems like you would be tied. Now, hold on a second. The entire claim was 2 coins. We said several times this morning that according to Rav, the claim has to be 2 plus because the denial has to be 2 coins. It seems like our Mishnah is a tier to Rav. Rav will say no. Kula must be said shut. The entire Mishnah is talking about the value of the coins, not the very specific types of coins. The litra, zav, shani. When it comes to a litra of zav, that's going to be very different. Why is it different? Look at Bob Rashi. Litra shani, the kiva the panu mishkal. Since he mentioned a certain way, litra is a way, in that case he meant to say that. We're talking about coins, that's talking about the value of the coins. When we speak about the weight of the coins, that's going to be different. So therefore you don't actually have a problem with Rav, even though at the end of the Mishnah when it says litra, it's talking about specific types of coins. Every other place where it says coins in the Mishnah, Rav could very easily just explain to you that it's talking about a certain value. Teda, the proof is the Ketanim, say at the end of the Mishnah, by the way, Daf Met, Daf Mem U'Nala. We're starting today's Daf right now. Teda, the Ketanim, it says, the Ketanim says, at the end of the Mishnah, Dinar Zav, and we be at Nafa, you owe me the dinar of Zav. Able to you give all the dinar cats. The person responds and says, I owe you a silver dinar. And where he says, she says, Pundian, Kupruta, Chai, let's get to his title. Now, Shakal Min, Matpaya Echadu. Okay. I said, all those are considered one type of coin. Now, first of all, you're going to say, Shava, you're talking about the value. Like I said, Shema Kutai, that's why I'm tired. Because we're talking about a value. All these coins are considered part of the values. I'm a doctor. Every time he's asking for specific coins, I'm like tired, why is he tired? And then the legend of Chicago Dino must fail. The legend explains, in that case, he asked for Dino not fails. In other words, he asked for a very specific type of coin, which had a very specific type of stamp on it. The Mashmalan, what's the mission teaching us? The Pruta B'Chla not fail, he said. Pruta is considered part of the coin. The Konami, it seems like that's going to be a kid. Here's the case where it's funny, where it says, Shakol Min Matbeya Atas. All of them are one type of it. Now, Rav's going to respond to the not later, not talking about that. We're talking about Shabbat. Rav says, Shakol Din Matbeya Atas. It's only referring to a very specific din, to the laws. Now, Rabbi Lazar, let me be the same for Kishmael. Since Rabbi Lazar seems to be saying the end of the Mishnah, following Shmuel. In other words, let me be the same for Kishmael Matarish. Since he's explaining the last line of the Mishnah like Shmuel, Reish Navi Kishmael must be the ones like Shmuel as well. In other words, why could we refer to the Rabbi Lazar all like Shmuel? Yeah, it's sufficient if the entire claim is only 2 coins and the denial is only a few dots. I said no. Same for that. The same thought, it's talking about the specific types of coins. Why? Shakol, mean like the aspiration for Rav or Shmuel. Ratio could be either like Rav or Shmuel, in other words, it's not depending on the next. Tashma, then the Gemara is going to try to bring a lot. Dinar Zav is Zavur with the Ibiyazah. First thing you have to say that, he says, I have a Dinar Zav. Again, this Tashma is trying to prove whether it's Dafka or it's Shaka. And when a person makes the claim, is he asking for specific coins or is he asking for a value? Person goes to someone else and says, you have a dinar type of coin, which is the Zahal and Zahul in Libya Dafka. It's a minted type of gold coin in your hand. Hey, look up, you know, dinar castle. The guy responds and says, yes, it has some of yours, but it's dinar castle. Time, this guy, what that time of what for he says, time of the Amalek, the Zahal, the Zahul. It's only because he said that I have this missing coin. Hastama, because he would not have said that. Shabbatama, it must be that he would have meant the value. In other words, the only reason why it's considered to be not a specific type of coin is because he said it. So the says, no, I'm going to Rashi, you have to come up. Call everything is out. Come into the Zahab. But we do have a right for it. The fact that it says the Zahab, the Zahab, doesn't mean he actually articulated the words, the Zahab, the Zahab. Teaching a person said you have a golden coin right in your hand, what he meant to say was a stamped coin speaks Dafka, you don't have a raya that had he not said it, it would be just a that. How do you feel like this? So you read about Rakia is going to bring a raya to Rav. How is that selling you enough? A person says, I have a coin in your hand. The person responds and says, you have to sell a fuss or beige cassette. You only have a seller which is missing beige cassette. In other words, minus 2 coins, tight. Plus a ma, minus a ma, he's popular. This is 100% like that. In other words, here it seems like it's a little bit interesting language, but we'll just say it in English. The person says to someone, you owe me a seller. And he responds by denying 2 coins. He's tied to what? Who is that? That's Rav. Rav says you have to deny 2 coins. If he says, Chasr Ma'a, he says, no, I'm denying the Ma'a, which is less than 2 coins. He's going to be popular. 100% like Rav, which is that the denial has to be at least 2 coins. And the Gemara goes on. I'm not going to the only time we learn that there's a requirement of the denial being a specific amount of money, when Rav says that's 2 coins, that's only the kindness mava, the gas lender. That's when the lender claims something and the borrower denies it. Our kindness mava, what happens if the lender makes a claim, and one witness comes by and says that he owes part of the money, the entire claim is one small fruta. Tired, he's going to make a shua, whether it's an 8 effort, a single 8 has the ability to oppose a shua, my time up. What's the reason for that? It says, no yakum 8 effort ish. The person keeps just an 8 effort does not have the ability to extract money from someone else. For any sin, for any chatas, and the covenant shua, an 8 effort has the ability to require someone to take a shua. The time we learn to call up, which is also anytime 2 Adim, Amakayim and also Mamoy, you require a person to pay money, and that's a shua. And then effort could require a shua. In other words, 8 effort is exactly similar to 2 Adim, except in the result. 2 Adim can extract money, even if they claim the person owes somebody only a pruta. Same thing is true. 2 Adim could be Matthias, someone can obligate someone to pay money, even if it's only a pruta. Therefore, a single aid could obligate someone to make a shua, even if it's only on a pruta. Remember not to learn shua. Person claims that someone owes him wheat and barley, but how do you love after again? He agrees to one of them. So just say he agrees he owes the barley, but not keep the halacha. Tired. He is tired. How will there be stuff? In other words, let's just clear this up. A person claims, you owe me chitim, you owe me wheat, and the person says, no, I owe you barley. Everyone agrees that's not like the mix-up because it's kind of a government time. That's like saying, I'm claiming one item, I deny that item entirely. So let's go to the chitim in this wrong case. Moving goes to Shimon says, you owe me chitim, you owe me wheat. Shimon responds and says, no, I owe you barley. That's not what the mix-up. That's 100% denial and a voluntary admission. However, if it comes over to the person says, you owe me wheat and barley, the person admits to the barley, that's the issue of China, and he is like, oh, Richard said to him, you Yasha. Yasha, so in other words, Yashakaya, you're correct. And he responded and said, Yochanan says the same thing. Now, for the fact that he said that Yochanan rebuked this, it seems like Rishtakish will argue with this. He could argue someone saying, no, that's not true. We have no right as Restream argues with this, and Restream is the opinion that a person claims wheat and barley, he admits to one of them what's in barley or the wheat, he is going to be obligated to take it. And that if you will say you have to take a shul, Restream will say no, it's not a take a shul because it's not in the title. The Amri, the reason why Restream did not comment was because Misha who Shavile. Rish Lakish, look at Rashi said Rish Lakish had this practice that he's a very good listener. He didn't interrupt people. He let the person finish talking completely. Look at Rashi. Kappa, you're not Rish Lakish. So you have to remember it's the first one line in Rashi, it's bottom. B'yochanan Omar, Dover Beis Medrash, B'yochanan says something in Beis Medrash, Hayashoa, Ilahashes, Ad, Yigmar, B'yochanan, Kol Tzarcha, L'Kol Tam Tvara, the African Tayafah. We only speak up afterwards. Now, that was so that the opposite of Yitzchak, saying Beis Medrash, he had no idea if Rish Lakish argued because he left the Beis Medrash too early. Others say it's not that he was waiting for us to speak. Because Amri Mishta Mishatsi, like he was drinking some water, the water B'yochanan was talking. Mishat said, he was being quiet, he was supposed to talk about he was drinking, therefore we don't have any indication of what Rish Lakish's opinion is. Let's say, let's try to bring it right to this point. Kind of keep about the person claims the only wheat he admits he doesn't barley, partner. Why is he partner? We don't, because it's not a double time. If the Gamliel Makai, if the Gamliel disagrees, he says, even though it's not similar to the claim, he can be kind of people reason is because he claimed people were going to start, and he only admitted with barley. I'll keep to this already. What would happen if he claims both he can answer the whole of that, and only agree to this one of them? Hi, this is Messiah. What says, no, that's not true. We don't arrive from there. What did the Philippines so now about that? So the same week, sure, you keep on both wheat and barley. Why did we defeat him? Why did we say keep him? And yes, but we remember what the point of Gamliel says you do not have to have a hard in a kind of. So if we wanted to find the most extreme case of that, which is person claims wheat and he admits barley, Gamliel's going to say yes, but for sure, that's where we mentioned that. But again, the same thing would be true, even if he claims wheat and barley, for the need to one. Flash him out. Try to bring right to tell the Caleb, but Karkos. Person goes, someone says, you owe me movable objects and real estate. So, I don't know, he says, you owe me that piece of property, that he identifies piece of property, and the lawnmower that's on it. How do you pay them? He admits that the lawnmower belongs to that person. The government for Karkos. He denies the Karkos, the other way around. The Karkos, who agrees that the piece of property belongs to the government for Caleb, he denies the Caleb. He's being counter. Why? Next case, under the Mrs. Karkos, what happens if he admits to part of the Karkos? Karkos is going to be Karkos, Mrs. Caleb, he agrees that he owes him part of those Caleb and those movable objects is being inside. Now, time of the Caleb Karkos, what's the reason why we talk about all these cases? Because we're talking about movable objects and Karka. And what's the problem is that the Karka Rabba Shvoi. You can't swear about Karka. Caleb, what if it was two different movable objects? Because the whole problem in this case is that one of the items is real estate. Real estate is not something to the Shemira. What happens if it's Caleb and Caleb, it's two movable objects, two with the Caleb Karka? So he says, you owe me, for example, wheat and barley. We're deciding to do business to run them. He wants to know. Who are doing it to run the America? So you get children to move out. Somebody's going to kill them. Because what's the reason why it says kill him? Because my friend is taking me to Alaska. He helped me to kill him. If he would admit the part of the kill him, because I forgot even the Karka, on the Karka, why can I flash forward to teach this? Let's kid. Teach me the Alaska. We can run one short to the next. That's what we don't even teach that. Today, we remember that there's a second class, which is no price, we shut out there, but you will shut out there. In other words, what's the reason why it says, Karka in this case, to teach me the halacha, that when you're swearing on movable objects, you can stretch the short to swear on the Karka as well. But what's the point of teaching that? We know that already. It's a Mishnah, the one says, no, and this is after the first place we learn it. This is the main place we learn the halacha. You're right above the T, you learn the halacha for us. Here with this Karka, we're talking about acquiring Karka and movable objects, so we mentioned it there. And here, that's where we're supposed to teach it. And yes, you know, we see Karka and movable objects. We want to teach you want to swear movable objects, you can swear on Karka as well. That is why it's exactly the opposite. Entire inversion of the previous demand. Person claims Keaton, looks all and barley. So I go back to he has looked one of them. Exactly the opposite. We just got to say instead. Skate and parking, not the school. Well, I'm going to get the show. Didn't get some time before he was correct. up said, it's going to be fine. Here, it says it's going to be perfect. And I said, I'm a lawyer, you know, a little bit of it. Because my point is, I'm a lawyer, whatever I can say. Contract, private lawyer. Is that speaking for public people? Whether it's a person paying the only we agreed to the guys. So, the real Messiah is the real to the Messiah. Messiah was the reason why some people are inside. The reason is because he's saying we and only things to God. How people do so, what if he is like that? What if that? What if it's literally on one side? And it's like the Messiah. And it's not. What if it's things which are not? The thing we need to do is keep that to others. It's like it's still a part of the cover. Why do you say this one like these two? I was funny. Why do you say only people who are so old that we're stuck with the meal? I mean, it's the meal stuff is will be tired, even if you only to one, because you said the not to a very real time. That's not very right. Exactly what before. First thing you only both move objects and real estate.
What the fuck?
Why? Because we want to be real. So what happens is you'll see part of the stress like what if we're real the part of the car? It's not a lot, it's real thing. I would move around this Taylor, what if this is part of the Taylor? Part of the Taylor, the part of the Taylor, that's right. One of the reasons we wanted to be upturned in this case is because we're talking about movable objects and real estate. Because they're not slowly. Okay, let's do it because what if there's two different movable objects and similar to Taylor because in other words, two different types of movable objects? Well, that ought to be is the Taylor. We went from the Camaraya, working with the Taylor part. The same would be true even if it's really violent. But the last one, it teaches us the whole thing is scale side. If he admits the partial scale is side, I like that goes. In other words, once he admits the part of the movable object, you have to exclude him out the real estate. Because what's the point to teach me that? Like the last one, just can you teach me the concept? You have to drag your shore from movable objects out the contract. We even know that already. So this competition, like the ships and the fires, the shuttle land, they can roll in with the function ships and the fires. In other words, the real estate, much of the same parents like as one is the main source of it, I do aggregate what objects the other master. The other one is just like parent. Anything else, you have to clean out. I'm not, but right now I'll ask for people. I got kind of sharp over the set. First thing you only out, if it's goes to the sheep. Set, but I'm going to see the sharp. He says, are you on your sheep? If this goes to not. Time the sharp, because the sharp, we will set, and an ox, the husband of many of the missed one of them, tired. I'm not in the movie. Who is that? That's from the wheel. In other words, give the right from there, that's from the wheel. Wheel says there's not a few more time, that's from the wheel. If that's really the case, that's the way it should be. Even if he claims you own your sheep and you admit to an ox, that he's supposed to be tied. Who is this Admoni? It's Admon. Remember we had Admon on our Mishnah? It's Admon. Remember talking about the jugs, the wine in the jug, the jug, not the wine. Below the Klima Tingala. Now, don't think that I'm just trying to find some random parents to answer your question. No, we have this is a solid source. It is constantly said that this case of the ox and the sheep is we will have to stop here for the day. Have a wonderful day. See everyone tomorrow, Mirtasha. Alright, I was like, good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning shirt today. Our annual commentary sponsor, the Kosim Mishpacha Beretz Yisrael, for dedicating the Shirim Drashos this year. And this Kosim Yisrael is for all of Am Yisrael. Our commentary sponsors for the month of Sivan, Haba, Leni, Latova, Stephen Karizim, loving memory of Steve's mother, Doris, Zim, the Horabas of Yisrael Yol, on the occasion of our 50th yard site, and our day of learning sponsor, Ezra and Ezra Mizrahi, the Evil Nishmas Esther's father, Shlomo ben Miriam, and in gratitude to Hashem for the Torah HaKadosh. Beautiful dedication, incredible. First of all, let us begin. Of course, as always, we dedicate our learning in the space of our conscious has to begin to Shlomo from Hashem. bring them home with shalom and the Torah and discuss of the Holy Soldiers may they be successful. The whole Maaseh Yidin. We'll say we are on that on the test. I mean, we're not on that one, but is that on the test a really beautiful and incredible Gemara ahead of us? We are picking up at the Gemara on Lam Ches Amud Beis. Says the Gemara, Hechi Mashpe'inon Lei. How do we administer a shvuot? Versus, remember again, our Mishnah is talking about the topic of shvuot hadayanim, which Rashi identified as what we call the shvuot modin mitzvahs, shvuot of partial mission. So now the Gemara asks, how do we administer a shvuot? What is the process for administering a shvuot? Amar Rabbi Yehuda Amar Rav, Mashpir also the shvuot ha'amura b'Torah. We go ahead and we administer the shvuah that's mentioned in the Torah. Now, we'll say, what's the paradigmatic shvuah mentioned in the Torah? Shtichsev b'ashtiyacha b'Hashem Elokei Hashamayim Elokei Haaretz. So by Adam Avinu Parshas Chayisara, Adam Avinu goes ahead and adjures Eliezer to go ahead and find a wife for Yitzchak from Avram's family. He makes Eliezer swear not to go ahead and take a wife from the local Canaanite women. So the Gemara says. Now, the most picking up over here on is as follows. As when Adam Avinu adjures Eliezer, he uses the Shem Hashem, uses the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, the Gemara is saying that Halakha L'maisa, how do you make a shvuah? A shvuah requires the name of the Ribono Shalom. Amar Rabbeinu Rashi, Kiman, Shavit Rashi, in accordance with whose opinion are you stating this? Have you thinking about Eden? So everything about Eden, the Amar Ba'ilan Shem Hamichas. Once we already saw this Sukha, and the thing about Eden is the opinion that says that you need a Shem for good hay and bad hay. But when adjuring someone, you must use that four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Amalek. So now necessarily, I think Rabbanan. We can even read according to Rabbanan. How so? Dami the king. I remember the Rabbanan say that you don't have to use the Shem Hamichas. Right? You don't have to use the explicit name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but you can even use a kinui. And that's a kinui can mean a couple of different things. What can kinui mean? Number one, it can mean, let's say, actually a descriptive name, Rachum Mechaman, or it can mean Adon. No, a different name. But the point does not need to be the four-letter name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So therefore, again, if we're trying to understand what the Gemara says, hey, right? How do we go out and make a shvuah, right? What's the shvuah? So the Gemara says, using the example of Eliezer. Now, we assume that what was unique about Eliezer's shvuah is that b'ashtiyacha b'Hashem Elokei Hashamayim, that he's adjuring him with the name of Hashem. Now, it's saying, no. You have to use the name of God, but you need not be an explicit name of God. You can even be a descriptive name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. If that's the case, then what are we gleaning from Eliezer? So it's incredible. The that when taking a shvuah, you must be holding on to a holy object. Now, what does this mean? Take a look at Rashi. Rashi says, Ka'amar o Sefer Torah o Tefillin. And Rashi says, we're going to Sefer Torah or Tefillin. Ka'avram da'at v'seila Eliezer bris milah. Now, of course, remember again, when Adam Avinu adjures Eliezer, he says to Eliezer, Sim la yadcha ha'chasilechi. So Eliezer placed his hands on Adam Avinu's leg, on his thigh, and he saw not literally on Adam's bris milah, but again, by the bris milah. So the bris milah was the chafetz of kedusha. The bris milah was the Sefer Torah, so to speak, of Adam Avinu. So the same way that there was what we call in halacha, or call halacha, nikitas chaytatz, right? He took a ritual object and he swore over that object. For Eliezer, it was swearing over to actually the Nara and the Aryeh has a whole interesting discussion about what exactly happened. Did Eliezer literally place his hand on Adam Avinu's thigh? Is that what he did? Was that, no, he just swore over Adam Avinu's bris milah. All right, you get interesting? Since the Pasha Pshat Rashi was, and he's saying that, no, Eliezer, I actually, right, but I also points out that this was a common way of swearing an oath to someone else as well. Again, especially after bris milah. But again, Rashi said he swore, placed his hand on his thigh, and he swore over the bris milah. The idea of beginning was that he took an object. He swore over an object, and again he swore by the bris milah. Okay, the Rabbi, as Rabbi said, Hai Daina, the Ashba Ba'Shem Elokei Hashamayim, Na'asa Kimi Sheta Abu Dvar Mishnah B'Chol Zeh. Now, let's say, according to Rabbi, what does Rabbi say? So what we were suggesting here is what we learned from Eliezer, the Shul Eliezer, is that yes, you have to use the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but not more important, but just as importantly, the Shua must be made over an object. You have to take a ritual object. So the Gemara says, and if to the point that Rava says that if a person is a jerk, just with the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, but ultimately again not with an object, this is Kilu, a person has made an explicit a mistake with an explicit reading in the Mishnah, and when a dayan makes a mistake with an explicit halacha, the halacha is that the judgment is voided, and the judge himself ultimately becomes personally liable. Okay, so the Gemara is as follows. Mamra Papa. The Papa says, so rather, I'll just point out something interesting. If you take a look at that, actually, not yet. Mamra Papa. Hide that in the Ashba B'Turim, Nasa Kimishatat B'Kvar Mishina Chozar. Now, Papa, interestingly enough, says, and it's not enough to take a pair of Turim, you have to swear over a Sefer Torah. To the point that Rav Papa says that if you administer an oath and the feedback, the object that's used is a pair of Turim, ultimately, again, the oath is void. Judgment is void. The halacha sakava said Rabba. The halacha follows Rabba. The halacha sakava said Rabba. But the halacha does not follow Rabba. So what does this mean? The halacha sakava said Rabba. The halacha follows Rabba. The halacha nakid chafsa biyadeh. So again, the halacha follows Rabba in that one must take an object in their hand when going ahead and swear. And if you take an oath, if you administer an oath without the effect, without a ritual object, the oath itself is void. The Gemara says, the halacha chafsa biyadeh. Unless Sekula Papa, but the halacha does not follow that Papa in that what? The halakha chafsa biyadeh. So we'll say, interesting enough, so essentially the halacha is like this. You have to swear, right, using a ritual object, but it doesn't have to be a Sefer Torah. It can be tefillin as well. Any holy object ultimately can be used for a shua. I will say that interestingly enough, I'm going to show you this fashion now, but we're not going to do it until the end of the surah. We'll delve into it. Look at actually the Sefer Torah. So we've got Rashi. Now Rashi himself says, as much as the Gemara says that Sobo said, so you're passing like Rabba, you don't pass like Rav Papa. You pass like Rabba, you're taking a shua, you have to swear over a holy object. But unlike Rav Papa, who says it has to be a Sefer Torah, the passing can even be a pair of Torah. Even if Rashi points out, interestingly enough, that as much as we pass against Rav Papa, that even tefillin works, you would adjure someone over a Sefer Torah. Over a Sefer Torah. Then Rashi says, Baku Harishonim Shua Daraisa, Lefisha Anshat Gadol, the Tikkun Rizar Alav Alur Basara. So that's saying, then Rashi says, by the way, we don't do Shvuas anymore. We don't do oaths anymore. In fact, he says the Rishonim already went ahead and were back of the concept of Shua, because as we're going to see in the coming down, ultimately the penalty for a false Shua is so severe, and actually the end of the Sefer Sota discusses the idea that unfortunately honesty and integrity was lost in certain generations as a result of the death of certain people. So Rashi points out that we don't really do shuas anymore. Instead, he says what we do is this concept called an aror. Aror essentially is a form of almost like excommunication. In fact, when we see all of this before, when we stop doing shuas, what exactly happened to precipitate, the cessation of shuas? We'll see. We're not in that subject yet, but in that session we'll see. We're just pointing out over here that on one hand, you have Rashi saying ideally, shuas should be done with the Sefer Torah. So like not all those children will work. Of course, a shua requires the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu as well. It requires both of these things. And then Rashi telling us about halacha l'maisa, we don't really do this anymore. Okay, good. That's what I can do now. The word goes on. Shua Muna. Furthermore, again, shua has to be taken standing up. Standing up. Kamifafam, you should Kamifafam to swear, even sitting down. And that's when we have Kamifafam, you should swear the Sefer Torah, Kamifafam will have to be the truth. Shua shall not only take it with the Sefer Torah, but ultimately Kamifafam to take it even with Torah. I must say, this is very interesting. It now makes sense. Why is it that we would, even though we just passed in the point that Halacha doesn't follow Rav Papa, Therefore, you could swear using tefillin or a Sefer Torah. So, why would we ideally use the Sefer Torah for Shua? Why? Because it creates a certain sense of reverence for the Shua. And that's really what it does. A person, if you take out his favorite Sefer Torah, a person swearing over a Sefer Torah, so it certainly lends a certain sense of awe and reverence to the entire process. What the Gemara's highlighting over here is that Tam Chacham doesn't need that. And Tam Chacham would have that same awe and reverence even with tefillin. Same idea. Normally you have to take the Shua standing up. Why? Once again, the sense of awe, reverence, respect. Tam Chacham will have that same awe, reverence, and respect even sitting down. Incredible. And we're saying, now get ready. Now get ready. We are about to do just overwhelmingly incredible and beautiful Gemara for the next hour and a half. Life-changing Gemaras. Life-changing Gemaras. Tarabaran. Shvos HaDayanim. So again, it's a Shvos HaDayanim. Aki Boshona Me'anan. So ultimately, again, now we're going to see what this means a little bit. What's really translated, Shvos HaDayanim, Aki Boshona could even be made in any language. Even made in any language. You know, it's only low, you say to the guy, taking the Shvua, have you there? Top of Lamikas. Very well. Shekala Oman Kulon is Danza Bishar Shamach Kalishpar of the Sinai, but Sisa Shona Shanoka Halashai. So, no, faith in that is talking to the person about to take the Shua. And you say to them, no, that the entire world shook. The entire world shook. And the Bible gave the second of the Ten Commandments, and he said, do not take Hashem's name in vain. But they should have told us, okay, very. No, behind the okay. All the ideas in the Torah say it's okay, which means you can be friends. You can be friends from the Avera. It's come Ne'amar Yodinake. Here it says, you will not be friends. So severe is Shuas Shah. So severe is a false oath that the man said there is no atonement, there is no return, there is no tshuva. And then that is part of the right application, we'll see. We're trying any other idea. It's trying to use the other. Who's the such of the other? Who's the other? The family. When it comes to a false oath, so ultimately punishment is collected both from the perpetrator as well as from the Spanish. Neymar, keeping is Pichalachti as Bisarcha. The Bisara electoral is what they often say. Do not allow your mouth to literally again indict your flesh. Who's Bisara? Who is your flesh essentially? That's your broken, that's your family. Neymar, and the Bisarcha love is other. But the foundation of Torah, for the more all of our days in the Torah, we find the many, furthermore, all of our days, in general, when you do them, so we decide for them, the perpetrator, they hear that was shot, ultimately against false oath impacts me, and impacts the entire nation and I. Allah the keepers. The aim of the other way of the remember, and here in the one places that we must put it from the passage from Hosea. Now, the passage reads as follows: Allah, thus Allah the Kifish, the Ratzah, the Ganov, the Naaf, Hartsu, the Dalim, the Gun, Namkal. Now, he's always talking about all the different areas that cloudy starts to move. And included in there is swearing falsely, adultery, murder, theft, all different kinds of things, and talks about the impact that Cloudy's Aaron's behavior has on the world. The Lord says, hold on. Maybe only Cloudy's does all of these bad things, and it has an impact on the world. How do you know that it just applies it to just? Say Cloudy's will have this negative impact on the world if we do all these other things. What is the most of our life? What's our life with the sin? Allah have the Haaretz. It literally says, because of the Allah. Now, this says, I get Allah, because the Allah refers to Shua. In other words, we have that before Allah Shua. Because of the Allah, the earth will be punished into what it is. So, I think about Haaretz, the Allah for your Shua. Incredible. Okay, so the court, so obviously, Torah highlighting the severity of the false oath. Furthermore, all of the ideas in the Torah, and you chose this, Torah, Shnayim, you chose the Doros. Furthermore, by all of the ideas, if you have a source, some type of merit, because remember, when we're about to make an idea, the good news is I always have some type of countermeasure. Like I always have some type of positive dynamic activity, in my personal arsenal. So again, if I have a space, women will shine such a goddess that can go ahead and really suspend judgment for 2 to 3 generations. I was like, what is that for? So suspension of judgment, right? The tolerance about this, this really, we just have these cells. But if you do not do well, what should happen? What should happen? Oh no. And what all punishment, and then should always financial punishment come immediately. So you guys are happening, so the divine attribute of mercy suspends judgment. That what does that suspension of judgment do? It allows for truth. That's what this whole thing works. It gives us time to work things through. Now, amazingly enough, how much time? Because you notice that it could be up to 14 generations. That will be again a person from its Naveda, and then again, I recognize that I have mitzvahs. Ultimately, again, there's some suspension, right? There's some suspended something to allow me to work through everything. Because mitzvahim never reality. But here, ultimately, what happens? But here, the judgment is exacted immediately. Actually, a shot from our night. It's a seer, and in terms of a host, the God of this Haganah, that is a mishbar, the Shvira Shachar. The one of the sacred soul, the color was itself as Haganah versus Syria also. Listen, it's actually very interesting. So the one was coming from the passage from Zechariah. So reading the passage says, I will take you out by the Hashem's laws, and I will come to the house of the thief, to the house of the one who swears in my name falsely. Literally again, I will remain in this house and destroy the wood, the stones, and put them out immediately. This was the scene. So what is happening? That's one of that's how it is. But ultimately, again, what does it mean? I'll come to the house of the thief. It's supposed to be it's supposed to personally deceive others. So even though my it's a for example, just an example of this deception, let's say you doesn't really want everybody to share. And the same is Ricardo, who claims that he wants money to share. Who must feel, and I'll ultimately address him. Thou face Hashem, thou face and you start to see that suffer from us tonight. And I'll come into the house of the one who swears falsely. For one of the short days, so I will dwell in his house. The cold said, and destroy him. There's each of the answer on it all is wood and his voice. On the matter the one should be in mind the county also trust Shechem Allah. Even things that fire can't destroy, like stone. Like fire can't destroy stone, even things like that, trust Shechem does destroy. How will it destroy? How will it destroy? It's so profoundly overwhelming that it destroys everything. In Allah, in Yishma, if he says at the end of the day, I will not swear, how do you know something like what's this now again? So what's the difference? Obviously, is not highlighting the destructive nature of trust. If he says, if I'm not in Yishma, if he says, ultimately, again, I won't swear, how do you know something like that? Well, this is referring to the person who's being a jerk, right? Remember again, we don't bring the shimmer to do it. Shimmer, let's say again, is a negative in the test. Right? So we don't say, you don't get $1,000. So there's no way, only owe you $500. So what's the halacha? If ultimately again, if Shimon says, I won't swear, who's I won't swear? Ultimately, I was saying that. Ultimately again, so they literally, they fucking things they say, okay, obviously, represent if you use to swear, then you're reliable. Right, obviously. But the idea of it is, the moment you say I'm not swearing, Satan sends you on your way. Now, what does this mean? People are actually, that is say that they're continuing to life. We're massive also. We do not even engage in why. You know, Rashi says, cancel a gas silver. That's ultimately all that is connection to the mind. Yeah, okay, you start off when you start reading, you actually keep out on tasting. So again, once if you decide I'm not swearing, so obviously you can be reading, right? You try to get out of you don't want to change in your mind. You change your mind, but you must do Allah, having English. Now what if again, respond, no, respond it. Then the son says again, I'm ready to swear, I'm ready to swear, I'm not in this part. Oh, do some only that, soon enough, without all I'm not sure how to shove him out of it. So it's like, you just see the severity piece, the books are what controls the head and trees Shibua. It's literally again, if the guy says, right, so the Bible says, I'm going to go ahead and swear, right, so again, you get maybe you can shimmy. So he says, fine, I'll swear. So basically says, recover, clear away again from these wicked men. The rest of that, by the way, just so you understand, that's what the Bible is called. Right? So again, the Bible is very, very, very strong emotion. And what's also fascinating is both parties are considered to be the sharp. Both the claimant and the responders should actually vote into. We'll come back to that. If you experience it, you're not going to experience it, and when you observe it, you're calling shitty. Only one thing. How do you do that? So now, guys, fighting our feelings. Just understand, we are not observing you based on your understanding of this oath. And that's a muffin. That's business. Which I guess is like number four. That we're observing you on the understanding of you are not determining or defining the scope of this shibua. We are determining and defining the scope of this shibua. So if you're not seeing much out of it, this is right. Ama ben bu şuna arkadaşlar onu yapıyorlar. Hala arkadaşlar ama onu da anlatıyor. O şarkıyı yapılan şarkıyı Jordas. Belki bir Jordas bir şey var. To go and accept Torah. So I'm going to let him show you right. Just understand, I'm the jury you do from my class, and the class of the very one for the you know, right? So let's tell you about Christ. You are such a young people. And you also, you know, I see that. So I know the most of you Jordas. So I don't know if you don't think you're saying about Simon. How do I know that you might say, God, I'm worried. The very last speaking is standing in there. So much of this is too beautiful. You couldn't know that most of them were good. Like you told us, remember, we took the Shua, top whole Torah. However, that Shua applies to those who still have Sinai and those who came later on. Like even those who converted, how do I know? I remember there is a share in them. Because the Pasuk says, even those who are not here, everyone was included in God's wrath. Future generations of Jews, future generations of heathen, all included in the original Shua Akasim. Incredible. So we must wait. It's not just a interesting discussion in general about whoever or not PTR is allowed to say the Zafar Salah Sanibari. Like, what does the Jerry say? Exactly what the Jerry thinking about it. It's actually not true. It's not the big person of right, and then they decide to think that. So it's not focusing on that. There is a school of thought that says, you know, Jerry is ultimately against a lot of people that Salah and God is white based on his Gemara. Because if you understand that there is so much ability, ultimately, again, we're included in the original Shua of sin. So that means there's certain respect to the product. It's interesting. So the product is, right, maybe didn't make this person Jewish, but if they thought to make this person, I get that it might sound strange because a Jew, of course, is a Jew. But then eventually when it's talking mark that we shut up in a certain way, almost like the way of finding it in a replicable way, but the destiny is probably starts passing. Because again, a Jew is included in the Shua of Hasidim. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I'm not going to say anything about any elements of Shua of Hasidim. So I am the other side that the Shua of Moshe Rabbeinu included the mitzvahs that body so is secret Hasina. Mitzvahs Hasina is Hamish. You know, look at the Gila, you know, how to start telling you that the Shua of Moshe Rabbeinu, the Shua of Rabbeinu, included the mitzvahs that will be introduced later on in Jewish history as well. However, he moved the people.
He is one of the greatest comedians in the show's history. This is a new minute from the great Michael Blair. Live in the flesh. Filmed in Texas, literally like a one-bedroom mansion. He wanted to be near the water body.
Already accepted. You know, because when we see you know the Shua has Sinai, applied to all the mitzvahs that we do in Sinai, and also applied ultimately again to any mitzvahs, the mitzvahs that they will accept in the future. It was an all-encompassing Shua. You might have to get sharing, right? So let's say we might just jump back in just a second. And you want to introduce this sugya on the last thing of one, that's how it is. So the Gemara used Russian after the Shona, and it sounds like ridiculous. But Shvos had a lemon, so the way you can eat in Russian even in any language. Russian like even Shvos knows to be in any language. So what does this mean? My Aki Shona, Aki is not in them on the Holosh, these are things that we say in any language. Parsha Sota, like the Parsha Sota, Bigul Meister, which means the confession, which is the statement that says I dispersed the tribes. Kriya Shema, Shema, Tzvi Shema Yasser, Bechas Hamazon, Shvua Saïdus, Shvua Sapikadon, the Homa Unani, the Kamana Shvua Sadayon, Aki Doshonema, and therefore the Gemara the Brisa is adding that this is by the way also Shvua Sadayon also could also be said in any language. Homerman, so what's the Gemara says, Homerman, only when we say to the responder, have you there? שכל העולם כולו נשתנה ונשאר שם אנחנו בפרט ובסיסה שלו שלו כחלשה שלא סימפטום ומכל כפשוט בסדר אנשים סימפטום המנהלת השם ולתת לה הפרס שתייה זה יכול לשמור את זה בסיפור סיסה שתייה שתמר מגעים the entire world shook. So why is that? Because in my time, why did the world shake? And if we put up and do that of Caesar, even we should describe the Sinai, if it's because it was given away by Sinai, well, that's the case. That's what was not in this life. Remember, again, all 10 commandments were given away by Sinai. So why is that true? The evolution of the Hamila, unless it because Shua Shah, the false oath, is so severe. What is it so severe about today? Abraham colors, a single of Sasay, it's with us Sisa. Right, one example is a girl that's like of colors, like they'll call it more lenient, which is others, and I say of Sasay. Right, positive commandments and prohibitions, those fall into the category of kalos, except for those sisa. Now, when you have Christians naming, they technically speaking is a low sasa. You might say, okay, we know it's a low sasa, it doesn't fall into the category of kalos. I take that category, kamilos, more severe ideas, what does that refer to? These are krisos, and misos, please. This refers to kalos, like things that carry kalos and misos, things. But those sisa imani. And the CISA is included in the category of CISOs in these locations. So it looks like that's pretty amazing. That's pretty amazing. Taking a false oath, taking a change in the is included in the category of capital cases. The colleagues in these ideas. It's still, okay, so if it's in that category, then the whole world should shift anytime someone does something that's carried colors from this as based in. Why should Shabi? And if you become time off, the Valavis should have told them and Nema behind the cave, the kind of Nema lady. You know the reason why it says here? By all of you have been listening to it. The Pasuk says we're not cave. You can be friends. Should is possible. Should is possible. And Shvuas, Shah, lady, no Shuva. No Shuva, Shvuas, Shah. You want to know that the holiday should return them on the hand money again. Is that should by all the sorry, the holiday should come no name by money again. That should by other owners, it doesn't say the word of thing that you're not cleansed, but the Pasuk says, we're not okay, no, you're not okay. You know, he's like, the Pasuk itself says there are some things for which you are cleansed and some things for which you are not cleansed. How do you know which one is which? How do you value with the Debiology? The Sabbath of the Russia over the incredible. You actually might do not care. Shepard Nema Lodinake. It's impossible to say that there's absolution from the Travelers. Because 11 and it says, Lodinake, not absolved. You have to Loma Lodinake, and when you can't say Lodinake, why? Shepard Nema Lodinake, but you can't be absolved. So how do you reconcile this? How do you say, Menachem is a shoving, the Ina Menachem is a shoving. And that's what you see from there. How can responsibility absolve those who do Tshuva and does not absolve those who don't do Tshuva? There's a lot of the people that run do that. And at the end of the day, the power of Tshuva, life is a choice. Like we all commit mistakes. We all engage in others. The shadow is what you do after you. If you do Tshuva, then ultimately I don't okay. And if I don't do Tshuva, later I can ask you.
What's the motherfucker?
You have to do the shoving. וכאן אף בשבים לא ינקד רוחיות. So that's Shua Shad. So that's Shua Shad. Again, is it Shua by Shua Shad? So it's Shua for everything.
Wait, so
It's interesting that by Shua Shad, even if you do Shua, and if you do Shua, is make Shua the right result. Ultimately, is a punishment. It's a punishment. By other forms of Shua, the Shua can be so powerful to right the state clean. By Shua Shad, ultimately, again, the Avila is so tremendous that even with Shua, there still can be realm, there still has to be honest. They will say, this is actually fascinating in the soul, because which it is, it's also true in Adon Chabera. Like in Adon Chabera, this happens all the time as well, which is I run like a person. I run like a person. Even if you run like a person, and you do Shua, there's still fallout from that. Like, in other words, the relationship is still damaged. And you see this all the time. Yeah, I can say the sorry. The apology, even like a heartfelt apology. When you hurt someone, that hurt remains. If you think about it, Shvuas Shad is a personal trespass against HaKadosh Baruch Hu. So the saying over here is, you can do Shvuas for Shvuas Shad? Of course you can. Of course you can. But at the end of the day, there's residual trauma to the relationship that often cannot be undone. It remains. It remains. You hurt another person, you can say you're sorry, they can accept your apology. The relationship is probably, under certain circumstances, is forever changed. Cannot be put back to what it was before. Shvuas Shad, you can do tshuva, but even with the tshuva, there's kiram, there's still going to be fallout from that. Incredible. You know, like the Father of Shema Torah, they find that the time that it means conduct, the name, the time that only has stopped up. So now we are analyzing the Brisa. We just said before. So, for example, so if I do an Avila, I'm punished for it. Here, I'm punished and so is my Mishpacha. So, my Mishpacha, make sure it does. Punishment is not from your family, that's it. The son family is kind of like your Mishpacha. Time Mishpacha. The Ruchata, Mishpacha, Machata. So, what's this? It sounds like the Mishpacha. He says, I'm exact punishment from this individual, from his family. Why should I be exact punishment from my family? If I created the Avila, so the punishment should be exactly the same. What my family actually is, what's it? This is why I'm Gemara. No, only from Mishpacha to Mishpacha Mufas should be Kulamotsi. Any family where one member is a tax collector, ultimately, again, they're all tax collectors. Issues of this thing, and if one family member is a crook, should we call this thing? Ultimately, they're all crooks. Why? Should we do our exaggeration that happens a lot? Ultimately, again, because they happen for it. Rabbi said, this is a very difficult thematic for you to wrap up. Rabbi said, on one hand, right, you think about this, my parents go through this very conversations. My child does something bad. My child does something bad. So it's easy, of course, to say, it's parents. Well, what kind of kid was at home? Right, the child does something like that. So it's so young, really unlike. So parents can do all the right things. Children have this really interesting thing called free choice. Right? And they can take all of the beautiful things their parents have given them and really throw it out the window and do their own thing. And do their own thing. So on one hand, definitely sometimes children do things that are not reflective of their parents' upbringing. But the innocent telling us to is, however, when our children behave in a certain way, it is incumbent upon us as parents to respect and to look at how we are living, and to look at the home that we are building, and to look at the floor that we are building. Why? Because when our children do certain things, we are not guilt-free. We are not blameless. And I act for, that's too strong right away, because my child, especially as they get older, has free will. But if my kids are behaving in a certain way, in a consistent fashion, if my children is exhibiting certain character traits in the ongoing fashion, I have to respect. And I have to ask myself, Is it possibly coming from you? Is there something in my heart? Is there something in my life? Is there something in the way that I want to end this fine line? Is it my fault? No. No, it's very important to understand. Ourselves as different like adult children. They have the ability to make their own decisions. But at the same time, this child grew up in my home. This child grew up under my tutelage. This child grew up with my will. So as such, am I totally uninvolved in this result? No. No, and that's because I was saying. So again, there's a family that gives us a tax collector, and it's considered to be very conspicuous profession. So as soon as the tax collector, you have to rule what happened in that house. Or my child is a grammar, or if my child exhibits any kind of, my child just did something really bad. And again, do I have to accept full responsibility for what my kids do? No. But do I have to reflect as a parent wondering what am I doing in my life? What am I doing in my home? Absolutely, yes. Incredible, incredible. So as his husband, they do not do that, how come they do not do that? So the Gemara says that, yeah. So the Gemara says, I'm sorry. So therefore the Gemara says at the end of the day, what do you see? I'm sorry. So the Gemara says, you see from there that ultimately, again, there is responsibility even by unhappiness. So the Gemara says, right, also the Gemara, so let's say, my family could always have responsibility for the number of things that I do, but the shine is how are they ultimately held accountable? Are they held accountable to the same standard that I am? Or are they held accountable to a different standard? To the standard, this is really fascinating. Let me know that. The classy also. So let's check out a couple more. So my family, the meditation, and the something was when I got all home stuff like the little colors. I'm not accountable for sharing these dollars. Like when I commit to my life, that my family is held to some level of accountability as well. I'm not a person that my family is held to the very same level of accountability that I am. The Gemara says, I saw because don't punish for accountability because I might be trying to touch some place. My family is not held to that same standard. In other words, that when I sin, there's absolutely some level of familial responsibility. But my family is never held to the same level that I am. The color they should be color. That when I sin, that everything carries with it some level of familial responsibility. So that's what it gets you put in place about committing another. You know, because often when you sin, the reason I sin is because I assume that the fallout of my actions are limited to me. Now that I understand that every single thing that I do does have an impact on my family as well, it just makes you think twice. Like, I don't want to do something to my wife. I don't want to do something to my kids. I don't want to do something to my parents. I don't want to do something to my extended family. So suddenly now it makes us measure our actions just a little bit more incredible. So the Lord was like, how they could have done that, everything they carry on to that. So like all of that is, again, usually retribution is exacted from me and not from the world. Yet by Shviras Shad, the retribution is exacted from everyone. Is that true? But the other ideas, retribution is not exacted from the world, but בקיש לאיש באביב, איש באבון אביב, מלמד שכל ישראל היהודי ידעו. There is a reflection, everything is right. There's mutual responsibility. I'm responsible for your actions, you're responsible for my actions. So at the end of the day, it's not just by Shviras Shad, it's by everything. It's by everything. Oh my goodness, it's like Awesome is incredible. She used the younger moon comes from the week. So let's say some ultimately I get younger. In other cases, when we keep their collective responsibility, when I have the ability to stop someone else to object to someone other and I fail to do so, then there is collective responsibility. But at the end of the day, if I don't have the ability to object, then there's no collective responsibility. By Shviras Shad, ultimately again is collective responsibility, even if I can't object to someone else's behavior, which is tremendous. You know, see how that is. When you write like, okay, let's analyze this. My people were shut in the stock, they were shut in the hour. Now let's say, and we know use the following lesson. The way to difference between is shut in the world and is shut in of my stuff. Now what is the way you can get this phrase is shut in. The shut in the way is if you have the ability to object, it's going to object. My behavior. So again, once you finish between, it's going to Dışarıda olmasaydı olmuyor. They said we should be stuck with thinking that. So we can be the first people who have your purpose of life. So whether that's a weekend in my family or a weekend in your life. See that we want to do dışarıda to do this. So tell me how you can do that. How you can do that. How you can be comfortable for the punishment for the two of that idea. When you try to be shocked though, to be covered. So some of my family, very first family members, who have the ability to go out and object to my parents' behavior. And felt to be so. They don't get the same punishment I get, but they still get more to the country. Listen, you know this? Yes, you are a family member, a member of your family, your children, your spouse, someone else is doing something wrong. And you don't do anything about it. You let the kids continue down in their account and you don't stop it. You're held responsible. You're held responsible. Even for adult children, you're held responsible. And again, not the same level of responsibility as the person doing themselves, but again, a self-routine responsibility. When you turn down love, if you're not out, and again, you turn down the first people for what outside of the struggle, but still be busy to adjust and don't do so, still a lower level of adjustment. And it's a again. So you level this. The perpetrator is the highest level of punishment. Family members who can't object but don't do so, second tier punishment. Outsiders who can't object and don't do so, third tier. Okay? Second tier, you might say, second tier is not up to you. Second tier, you want to go inside your outside your family, you want to get what you're going to do. So you can have people who are unaware of what's going on, can't tell you about what's going on, are not held culpable at all. Okay, so it's like, that's the normal general level. That was Shua. What about again about Shua? That was Shua. 30% of the structure that you know. So when it comes to Shua, so what's that about? So the perpetrator, when you're trying to stop them, the general structure is the best I mean what? Family members who have the ability to stop this type of behavior, and those who do so are held similarly accountable. What's the this? So again, the person who takes the Shua shot and its family members who have allowed for the cultivation of this type of personality are all held accountable to the same level. They're shown down low, they're being common. Ultimately, again, they're shown outside of the family are held liable to one tier below. It's a weekly, the hot between hot cow. Ultimately, again, it's a weekly. So weekly in the family, so weekly on the outside of us, what's a weekly? So it's a weekly, so weekly, ultimately, again, people who are not going to say, you see, have like no involvement in this yet, are still held responsible. Are still held responsible. Now let's say, now, it looks like this. Hold on for 1 second, maybe we just do this for 2 more lines. Remember, English, but function also, ultimately, again, if, so now, let's say again, the respondent.
Good joke.
Responding says, if he says, I'm not swearing, so you know what? He came to that feeling, he's like, I'm not the case of money, right? I'm out. But he gets together for me, so what happened? Remember, in the proposal, so we are good. You see, I thought that, remember how we use, we suppose that the 20 down. What's the beauty of this tomorrow? The beauty of this tomorrow is it allows the respondent to save face. Why? So let's say, you know, the best way to conduct a negotiation is out, where no one has to admit that they're wrong, right? Everybody can walk away from the negotiation feeling that they're right. That's the best way. What's the beauty of this tomorrow? Someone could say, you know what? I'm not going to listen to him. And it can hold his head high. Right? Because I'm not going to listen to him. Where if a guy says, I'm not screwing up, hey, what is that essentially? What is that? What is that? What is the shift doing? Not suddenly, what is it? What is it? An expression of profound power. I treat Shua so carefully that I'd rather pay money and not put the Lord's name into it. It's so godless. But it allows a person to do is save things without having to admit guilt. So but if however, Shimon says, no, I'm still going to say, I'm not having this part. Only Shon only Zevazah, soon only have all that I'm sure. Shimon says, I understand. Yeah, what's that? But it sounds like this. That's what Shimon says. So what does the baby say? I can't cut off. make way. Like you might want to get out of here because the guy who got the overlap is not really good. And also, in the first of both of them, the claimant and the respondent, just what I was saying, this song is a constaba kalbi sura. Allah abudu constabile aman. So what I'm saying by referring to shilling, the swear, as a bad guy. But why really? But you don't reclaim it. Even if the guy is really shilling money, I was thinking, why is he included in this statement of the shite? To which you might say, I'll tell you. You might say, so anybody if you sign your shilling on top of it, Shua Hashem Tia Ben Shmir. Okay, so listen, when a person takes a Shua, that Shua is between two people. Between the claimant and the respondent. There are two people involved in that Shua. And Rami, Shekala Shua Ashner, it teaches us that the Shua ultimately again devolves upon both of them, and it is liability ultimately against the both of them. Now, why? So that's a take a look at Rashi. Top Rashi knows that this is actually why. Rashi says, Kala Ashner, Shekala Nashubah. Both parties are punished for Shua. How so? So, Dikte Lusa Mamono Biyad Yaman, Equal Legal Russia. This is why. So, the swear, I understand why he's going to be liable. What about the getting acquainted? What about the race? Why are you running in money? Why are you engaging in business with dishonest people? So it's fascinating. So both are liable. One for swearing and one for engaging with people who are not of good credibility. Don't hang around and don't do business and don't lend money to people who lack credibility. What's the matter? There's one of these laws. One of these laws that it is, the halacha is, halacha is, you are not allowed to lend money without witnesses. And you're not allowed to pay back loan without witnessing it back. The kids are being done business. If you do so, you are in violation of Little Iran or Sinking in Little. So you see from here, the only way you run into a situation like this is how if you're not conducting business in the right way. Because otherwise, it makes it common sense. You stop being witnesses, otherwise you will get stuck. So therefore, the only way you get into this is with people who are not following the halacha. So if you're not following the halacha, and it's only like that you are, ultimately you're going to avoid broken capabilities. So let's say, so now, after this time, we're now going to get into the heritage of Hagen trust. Whereas if I want to get to that, so what we just like, you don't just spend a whole hour in the car. Focusing so intently on the severity of Shua's child. So what is this severity? So for example, there's a weekend man Shah. The man Shah says over here, he says, because things is humble life, so Shmuel Shah is what I had brother, he Shah Olam, he is Seder Shadda, Torah HaOlamos. The name of the Shmuel is the very engine of creation. The name of the Shmuel is the very thing which refuses Bara Elohim, as Hashemayim, as says the Hashem means, then what did Hashem initially create the universe with? He created it. His name. Bereshis Bara Elohim. Elohim, the essence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the meaning of the Ribono Shel Olam is what created the very great box in the form of creation. When you misuse that name, ultimately again, what you are doing is undermining the diversity and foundation of creation itself. And to take a step one step further, we'll say, what is a Shmuel shot? What is a Shmuel shot? The Shmuel shot essentially collects two things. Number one, it collects evil. Like when you swear falsely, you're thinking that God has reward like that God of speech, which is the very thing that defines us as people. It's what makes us us. What distinguishes man ultimately against an animal? It's not the ability to walk. Animals can walk also. It's not the ability to reproduce. Animals can reproduce also. Not even the ability to think. Animals can think also. What sets aside man ultimately again from animal is Rahman monologue, what Gates calls it. Speech. A false oath is the fundamental corruption of speech. Fundamentally undermines all speech. And what the halacha says, the Gemara says that when this culture has occurs, at the end of the thing, what is that doing? It's fundamentally undermining the very self. So you're undermining the world. You're undermining races. You're undermining yourself. And then what else? What else is Shua Shah doing? Shua Shah also directly trespass. in Arjuna Kavira. If you swear falsely, that is nothing stupid. Like you can't do anyone at their word. You can't do anything. So what's the funny thing that happens? When you take a false oath, you're undermining creation, you're undermining the muscle, but ultimately again, you're undermining human relationships and integrity, you're undermining the Kavira, and you're undermining the very essence of power of your speech. You're undermining action. So when you take this false oath, you've eroded every single pillar upon which the word stands. Would you mind if we do something like that? And beautiful attacks are fundamentally undermining anything and everything that holds the world up. I was just telling you today, scrap tremendous tomorrow. Hope you guys have a great day, everyone. Thank you, guys. See, you can actually play your guns. You can work on the thing. Good morning, good morning, and good for help. Hopefully, everyone had a beautiful, uplifting Sabbath. I'm grateful for this much fasting to begin. The meeting together begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's trip to thank our annual Monetary Fund for putting this stuff on yourself. We dedicate our Sunday breakfast this year as we discuss for the summer travels for all of our Israel. I'm very conscious for the month of Stephen Abadi and Father Stephen Karizim, and letting them know to Brother Dennis to do it, the honor about the gospel of the soul of the health, and the people of the flesh, like the American about how we go up, and show having a lot of family in the local basketball, and of course, we always be dedicated by meaning the switch, but Pastor Pastor is in front of the nurses and being home, the summer and the color and the nurse about the resources and profit and protect them. Eventually, Sarah Lovell to be successful in all of their endeavors and do connect their families to someone and the college. Those with that, let us begin. Thank you for what we did share yesterday. Today we are starting on Lam Test with our 38A on the top of the job. Hopefully you did your homework. And your session from last night, as I put out on the chat. We are starting at the two dots. And your session, we gotta check the chat. Thank you, Chad. Also, if I don't do it, there's no way you're going to be able to keep up in that notification this week. A lot of you might be ahead of us. So let's touch the two dots on top. The short happy cover sheet on. Hitting the cover sheet should be up there. Okay, so let's remember again. We're not going to get into a really fascinating topic regarding deciding this by two different types of cases, where sometimes a person would be going ahead and entering up claims from multiple people, or would also be going ahead and making multiple oaths towards one person. So there was a tension in the Mishnah as to when halacha lemaisa, again, when it's a person, and obviously it's because of people in their life, right, because they are, when will be a situation where they will be tied once, versus when will be a situation where they will be tied multiple times. So that's what we're going to analyze this in the dissect the way. So turn off on. Well, how can you tie Allah? So for example, if a person goes ahead and let's say buzz or bundles multiple oaths into one statement, and they say yes, the only type once, but if you specify, ultimately again you are fighting on every single individual shvua. Again, the specifics of that we're going to see before. We'll get to that in the leader says the leader, right? The leader says like this: shvua below your car, so the leader says, the person, let's say again, I go, right, let's say 5 people come over to me, and each of them original claim that I owe them, but I owe them some item, like some cuddle. And what I say, no, I swear, I don't owe to you, below the car, and not to you, and below the car, and not to you. And then it turns out that I'm lying. I'm going to be lying to ultimately again for every single shibor. That's what he does. But the other says, below the car, below the car, below the car, shibor, kava parakas damas. And the idea is built on a Yuga. And he says, the Naga, what you just what point is, you have to say, below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. So when you have to build on it,
so when you retire, that's right. That's the tiniest present.
but you also have to add in the word shivua afterwards. That putting shivua at the end makes it individualized. Shivua, and therefore again create individual liability. We got the Rishon says when Rishon says Hachshua Shivua, the Rishon comes on and he says no. In order to create individual liability, you have to say Shivua lo lekah, Shivua lo lekah, Shivua lo lekah. So it says, so this is the tension. This is the tension. What needs to be said in order to create individual liability? And obviously, individual liability is only going to be what we call collective liability. That's 12 versus the 12. And then you're going to swear. So you can say you're going to swear. Essentially, what is a clown case, like the inclusive case, that only creates one level of liability. The first idea is the fact that the individual case of Rabbi Again, I want to misunderstand what he meant. But clown in fact means in this context. So clown ultimately again refers to the idea that there's only going to be hired once, right? Because everybody's grouped essentially, all the claimants are grouped into one shura. This is flat, which is going to mean again all the claimants are broken out or individualized, and therefore there's going to be liability for each individual shura. If the shura comes going to the shura, how many that's going to valid? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 lines down from the top. The shura says like this. The crown of Rabbi Meir, also is equivalent to the crown of Rabbi Yehuda, and crown of Rabbi Yehuda, crown of Rabbi Meir. Okay, that's what we're going to see this correct a little bit more specifically in the Gemara. And the Yochanan says, HaKol is a lower cost, Shehut Prat. So listen, the Yochanan comes along and says, no. Everyone agrees that if you say below Lacha, never said that you have to be very specific with our wording of the law. And the Yochanan agrees focusing on is the God. The God. That's real low. It's not low Lacha, but real low Lacha. That is resting up to the will ultimately create individual liability. But when resting to Allah, the low Lacha. This is very interesting. That Yochanan understands over here. He says that anyone agrees in the low Lacha, so that if I say Shua, that I don't have Yeti Kadon, right? Willow Lacha. And everyone would agree that Halacha L'Ma'aseh that I'm lying. So it's all these cases of chiefs suppose that I'm lying. So Halacha L'Ma'aseh everyone agrees that these highest for each individual claim, each individual Shua. Where's the not yes? When I say Lo Lacha. Without the bug, is the individual liability in that case. Shemir over here says, but here it says, even Lo Lacha without the bug, it's still a fact, it's still individual Shua. But even if it's flag, even says, no, it's a flag. Okay, let's say that's that hard. Raise your course over there. So what's in the Ramirez world? What's this class? And what's the limit again? Interesting enough, we recorded one of the particulars that we call it Ramirez, and we can talk about it. But interesting enough, we have a verse quote, and we have the Ramirez of the Shimons, quoted specific cases. The Ramirez did not quote specific cases. All the Ramirez said is like a general rule. This is cloud, but if you include all of the claimants in one general denial, you only file once. If you specify the claim, or you specify the denial code with respect to the claimant, then you file the same one. But the Ramirez said, articulate what is a cloud and what is a crowd. So there needs to be called, so what is your nearest crowd? Shua She'ilachem Biyaki. So let's say that the mayor's trial would be like this. So imagine again, there are five people playing against you. Like each of them are playing, they have something of theirs in my possession. And I just say, swear I have nothing that belongs to any of you in my possession. And there it says, that's a cloud. Now, keep it to the notice things, please find out anything that would be more specific, and so let it be a cloud. So it doesn't really make sense that seems not to be punished between Lolacha and Jim-Lolacha. Both of those would be cut pieces. Obviously, that's nothing to do. So what are you arguing about? Now, there's an interesting remember, so when God let Shmuel and Rabbi are arguing in Rabbi Meir. So Rabbi Meir says, what is the point of Rabbi Meir? What are they arguing about? So Meir says, we're not going to tell you. Shmuel died in Rabbi Yisrael. Rabbi Yochanan died in Rabbi Yisrael. Shmuel is in diet from Rabbi Yisrael, and Rabbi Yochanan is in diet from the Mishnah. Shmuel died in Rabbi Yisrael. Shmuel was first Rabbi Yisrael. What's the issue? Rabbi Yehuda, below the cup, what's the hobby? So again, Shmuel said like this. And the fact that we read says that the piece of trash is Vilolakha. Vilolakha, which of us, the cloud is showing you like words on the Swalahabi. So it sounds like trash. So again, if we read says that's the trash, and that we read that is disputing that we mayor, and let's see that we mayor heard, that using Vilolakha, ultimately is for the cloud. But we read that Patabi, and we read this speaking, he says that it's a trash. Because your friend says, I thought it was like mayor Patabi, and your friend says no. Your friend says differently. He says, according to the mayor, what we just said before, both of those cases are traps. Now, which is what both of those cases? Lolacha, and Vilolakha. Really, mayor's when both of those are trap cases. Not really that we got, because the Lolacha or Vilolakha. Now, you can look at this. In the case of Vilolakha, I would agree that the Lolacha ultimately is going to be a trap case. You know, it says, Vilolakha, Kalina Alakha. But in the case of Lolacha, I'm going to disagree. And Lolacha, I'm going to say is not a trap. Lolacha is a trap case. The Shmuel already told that the case. And the only way I do it, you told already to get. Doesn't make any sense. Because there's no point in doing this thing. There's no point in talking and discussing the stuff we agree on. Rather, we should discuss the stuff we don't agree on. So I say, so I just want to point out there's no direct on the statement. Right? So that's truly Gemara. That's truly Gemara. Right? Sometimes in Gemara, we're trying to go ahead and get to a quite principle. There's no point in talking about the stuff we agree on to where we agree on. Rather, again, the point of view is to discuss the kind of stuff we don't agree on. That might be true Gemara, but when continuing practice and progress, sometimes we reverse this thing. The goal is to focus on the things we do agree on, recognize how a large swath of items that really is, and recognize that some of these can't reconcile the stuff we used to agree on, because that's okay. Because as you see, the whole point of Gemara is to try to reconcile the stuff we disagree about. Okay, so therefore, I don't want to cover something with you, because that's already been done. That's already done. Let's focus on what's actually going to be on so you can resolve it. And what is helping you kids resolve the stuff we disagree on. So the goal is to highlight the idea that you agree on it so much more, and even though there may be irreconcilable differences, it's okay, because you're clearly appealing by the things you do agree on the life. Such as when you open up, when you open up enough reason, when you open up the life in this one, what is it? When you become a mayor, you are saying that from the Wallahabi, you thought that the Lord of Fatah, you're not going to die like this. But you say, since I know it's like this, but Shmuel showing up on the Wallahabi, like the Lord says, that's the case in this one. Where again, 5 people are arguing against me. I go ahead and I say, you are showing up on the Wallahabi. I have nothing of yours in my possession. So what can you say? If it turns out that I'm lying, how many times am I liable? Once, why that's a 12. So what is it in there? If it's really that's the case of the cloud, if the low the car, plus the hobby, you can be interested in that, but if it's the low the car, ultimately it's going to be a trap. Beside that car, below the car, because if you think that even below the car is still cloud, as a much more can be lucky, you should not Shmuel below the car. Ultimately, Shmuel can be lucky, because if the below really holds, then even below the car is a cloud, and that's the mission is a back case. Because if you say 5 people free, you know, so you know, and I say, below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. And so we call it one, the Maracas come in the corner, if I say what, Shmuel Sheila can be ready, of course it's only going to be one level of liability as well. Shmuel says, on the owner, below the car, the owner Shmuel Sheila can be ready. Shmuel says, I guess from the year, no. When you say below the car, below the car, below the car, it's as if that still applies, and as if you said Shmuel Sheila can be ready. Okay, so this is like, so again, so think what we have over here is, the sheep are getting there, every week, every day has an addition. The exact those places now, we have some of this as Shmuel and Rabbi Yochanan in the position of Rabbi Meir. Okay, so now we have a great deal, a couple of different questions. So talk to us. Daily becoming, which Shmuel says, which guys are Baha'eva. Let's remember again, which have been quoted the base. Like, I have a feeling, I say, you're right. Because give me my becoming that you have, my loan, my trade item, and my lost item. Okay, all of these things are needed. And I was saying, again, if Ruben says, Shmuel She'en Yavi, in the Yavi, then he's only five once. But if he says, Shmuel She'en Yavi, because of Shama Siyah, there's no God, and then what? He's carried 4 times. They both say, now what do you notice about the syntax over here? It's a bar. There's a bar. What do you see from there? That's clearly again, below the car is going to be trapped. And it sounds like that out of the car will ultimately again be the cloud, right? That below the car will be cloud. So now it says, no, no, Tony, Shemesiah, yes, I'll do that. Take out the bar. One gear says, rather again, the gear should be out of the bar. Okay, that's the first white line. Line discussing about it. Kashma, is always the listening. So I say, once again, in this case, it's a sound as well. That is below the bar. But remember again, if the bar is there, the bar seems to get to a liability. No bar is considered a bar. So those are lots of cash on your hand. The Gemara says, so it's only increasing. Once again, open back and then remove the bar. Remove the bar, one syntax. So everything that brings everything is change the gear set. Change the gear set. Just either everything is wrong. I love once it says fasting. Yeah, she wants to this whole time to try to get this thing the whole thing to work on it or it's and it's really reality or the instant. Why would you try to prolong this spirit for 7 years? Because again, remember we have a principle in the story explaining that what? Stand up 12 minutes. Right? But establish the one that you do every day. Like, that's why we're assuming over here that without attribution, it's going to be every day. And that's what fitness is. If you want to be like, stop doing that. Money is ready. No, they're not doing that. Right? That's I said, I remember that. We get through with respect to the Mishnah.
The jello.
The Amar, most of the Zayis, throughout the hobby. If the ladies knew is that halacha l'meisa, again, it doesn't make a difference whether you use the bug or not. Either way, as long as you specifically articulate, as long as you articulate specific items, right? Specific items, ultimately that is going to create this case and therefore create individual liability. So therefore, it's interesting enough this whole time, we've been trying to distinguish between a low law, the low law, and the low law. And so maybe that's what this is. And you know, which reflects the view of levies, and then no distinction between low law and the low law, or the low law, or levies. Desires, what desires is the desires. Okay, incredible. Last year, yeah, by the way, let me see, because you have question Texas, follow us from the let me the American second slogan, change low smoke shocking, and Sanzella Canon left for desires to not have desires to hold, low smoke desires to not have, desires to hold. Okay, so you have to be talking about the video, a case of people. And a case of Pittsburgh Cargo. Again, the specifics for us in Scotland are not necessarily right now. But suffice it to say, there's another position of levies, and levies like any case can be item specific. Whether whether it's with the box or without the box, doesn't make a difference. It creates individual liability. Incredible. That's numbers again. The mayor says as follows: "Aquilo Rita e Sola de Piscinas, Caia Bacalacas, so let's say again, the mayor says, again, let's say I go ahead, we wait for the road. I go to the so we wait. You owe me Rita e Sola de Piscinas, you owe me wheat, barley and stout. And Ruben says, I don't owe you wheat, barley and stout. Caia Bacalacas, ultimately, it's going to be carried for each individual false hope. Individual false hope. So let's say, now again, what you need to see from here is stop going with the ball. Because once again, size it up. Yes, and change the gear, so tiny, keep up, all up the service. What is that about? That about, so this is my activity, so what's the condition in this case? On the left, I read that you thought, I see you keep up the flower, keeping, is the only class, so only because there is the class, so only, the Christian side. So let's say, in this new left activity, this is just a different lesson. What's the lesson? The lesson is you might start like this. When I go to lesson, you only keep up, or you only so young, or you only proceed. Maybe what I'm saying is what? Maybe what if I'm doing is, what does it mean? You only in one stall. To which the man says, no, you're just going to teach me is keep up, so young, Christmas, or this month. Even in what you send us, even in the singular, means what? A greater number. Right? So each singular still means each plural. Right? And so all that singular still means plural. So everybody knows that that's what that says means that right ultimately comes to peace. So that's the okay, so bottom line, what comes out of it is as follows. You know, things teaching you that you have two different ways to make it short. So again, I'm clearly a number of things you don't see them. And you didn't deny the claim. The only way how to speak deny the claim is between the extent of the liability. If you just make one that is called flower denial from all the different claims, then what in halacha is only higher once. If you need to flat denial, specific denial, then it's going to be higher multiple times. That's the machlokes. The machlokes is what constitutes a general denial versus a specific denial. When you distill it down all the way, it seems to be that the point of contention is as follows. In order to make a specific fact denial, do you need the God? Do you need the God? Or to say, so obviously, I would agree that in order to make a specific denial, but I'm perhaps over here is what's that explaining? I'm the claimant. I'm going to claim against you, but what is he? The kind of respondent? Respondent. I'm taking advice from you, but I don't ask this again. Usually only on Zoom and with the backside of the countries. We wanted to see how the other half works. Right? It's I don't know that's how we wanted to do. So again, so the responding, everyone agrees, right? So again, so just to understand how this works, right? I'm doing what I'm saying, you only, let's just keep this case. You only wheat, barley, and spelt. Right? So obviously everyone agrees that we're going to say I owe you nothing, and you then rise. How many what's the liability? One, right? Type 1 carbon, like that could be so here's the shaila. Then he responds to this, obviously, in order to go ahead and create individual liability, he's going to have to say wheat and barley spelt. The shaila is, then you just have to say, I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt, or is it wheat and barley or spelt? Pita, also on the Christmas. So life doesn't seem to, so that makes it the type of compassion. Let's listen to the Rambam. So the Rambam says over here, in Hilchos Shavuos, Perek Zayin, Halacha Yud. Here it is. Henry Kanisha told us, right? So there are five. Bless you. So there are 5 people praying against you. Roman love. Tell you if you come into the record. So the Rambam's case, the Rambam's case is not as clean making, or I should say, someone claiming against me 5 different things, but rather again, it's 5 different people claiming against me. It's the same case, right? So 5 people come to me and say, each of them claiming you owe me because of. You owe me right back. And I say, Shua, Shema Kamiyati, and I swear and say, Hebra, I don't have anything that belongs to any of you, because I'm not going to mind. Any type of a covenant. Is one of my baby, right? It says that's a class, including everyone. Shua, Shein Chaviyabi, Yom Chag, Dilo Lachal, Velo Lachal, Chai Vato Achal Zachas. As I said, listen to the wording of the Rambam. The Rambam says, but if I swear, Shua, She'in Lachal B'yadi, Lo Lachal, Lo Lachal, Dilo Lachal, Dilo Lachal, Chai Vato Achal. What did the Rambam do? The Rambam combined both. That is fascinating. So the Rambam brother says, Lo Lachal, Lo Lachal, and the Lo Lachal, Lo Lachal. Hence the Lechem Mishnah says, Zimina the Koshe Rabbi Yochanan, the Chama Yidomer, the Lo Shani, the Nechad the Amar Lo Lachal, the God, Open Leva, the Tardayu Prati Hada, since what is therefore again, Amar Hamas, the Rambam back to essentially the innocent word to raise. Either like Rabbi Yochanan's version of Rabbi Meir, or like who? Like Rebbe, who made no distinction between Kezias and Kezias. Either way, interestingly enough, Halach L'Maisa, in order to go ahead and make a fact case, all you need is to specify the claim, whether you use the but or not is inconsequential, and you decide ultimately against each denial. So that's such one of these incredible examples. In some terms, the Rambam explicitly articulates how he's constituting. The sentence is such is going such a nuance that it's fascinating, right? So if you read this too quickly, you're not going to pick up on it. It's only if you say, Shmot She'in L'Chad B'yadi, Lo L'Chad, Lo L'Chad, V'Lo L'Chad, V'Lo L'Chad, Chad V'Chad V'Chad. So that's the question. So what I say, as long as they're responding, go ahead and specify each one, whether he's saying the above or not. I'm not promoting that create individual liability for each thing that he is doing. Think that I was connected. Next, then you can cut on the chin and set Gengel Aveda Shishim Yadacha. So it's like this. Then you keep it solid. So it's like, I don't even get it. So the range, right, you have my heat in the front, my heat in my body, right? So go ahead and do it back to me. I'm going to go for it. Please don't feel this by others. So by the remember, in order for the liability, obviously, I have to be concerned. That's what that needs to flip up. The Yochanan says that a combined pizza for the items being claimed works as well. As long as there's a combined pizza, we're good to go. So let's say these actually quite fascinating. Chaz Amar Achoti Mechayit, Acholi Lo Mechayit. So Chaz Amar Acholi Nami Mechayit. So let's say this is Chayit. Let me play this outside and then we'll see, and I'll show it internationally. So imagine the following scenario. I go over to you and say, you owe me wheat, barley, and spelt. Ruben says, I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. So let's say, so here's the title. In general, when Ruben says that, and now let's say he's lying. Who many oaths has he violated? So on one hand, you could say, like wheat, barley, and spelt. But the truth is, implicit in denying wheat, barley, and spelt is also that what? He owes me nothing. Right? Which is another severe fraud. So the interesting question I was doing with over here is when someone denies a total claim and they specify the items they don't deny, are required just for the number of items they deny, and maybe it's the items they deny plus one. What's the plus one? The plus one represents the general denial that I owe you nothing. Maybe it actually just a moment. As is Chad Amar Apati Mechai Bachel Mechai, Chai Bachel Achas Ba'achal to claim a person, Chai to Shalosh Kama, Chad that people, the Chad Bachel Mechai that people. I want to do it. So you only wheat, barley, and spelt. And Ruben denies the claim. Ruben says, I don't owe you anything. I don't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. So on one hand, everyone thinks will be that it's going to be tied that he's rightfully sure because he falsely denied that he denied, he falsely said that he doesn't owe you wheat, barley, and spelt. כל המחייבים האלה מן השלש אלה חבייתי חייב בחדר שלוט העדינה שלי שכל הבא אין לך בידי כלום וכזו כל הדלוקיתים ולכתבים לא סערים על הפרטה פיוש of the shua של חבייתי. So it's really the case of like this, right? The case I'm going over to and I say to Ruben, you are right, and let me just see what your Russian has to do. Right, so really what's happening over here is as follows, right? I go to a Ruben, you owe me, you call me stuff. Ruben says, Shua, she'in l'chadiyah b'krum, no eating, no sa'orim, the electricity. That's really the case over here. So what's happening over here, if you look at what we're going to say is, really, you're going to give this first a general denial, and then ultimately, again, he's denying belief the Bible is the sky. The shine is, how do we do that? How do we do that? So now, do we do that? Essentially, what's happening over here is, we do that first, short and copyright as a general oath, and then three specific points, and then when we think about that, we're going to drop a melody, so that we learn about four things. We made a general false oath, and then three specific false oaths, or maybe not. Maybe we made general oath. Short and copyright, and then what does that mean? And eating, and listening, and insult, and general listening. Please really fire food. So that's the shine. In fact, shocking, so that's what we do. So now, I'm going to go for that. So, you can go about that for a video. How about now? I fucking the fight, I play with the fight. So, what we said, the only fight that's eating, sewing, and listening, not going to be fighting for a general oath of any of the yucky. How about now? I'm probably not in the fight. The other thing is, no, you're going to be fighting for, right? Three ultimately again for eating, sewing, and listening. And then there's one general oath for in the short in the copyright clothes. That's only the fear. How many times can we actually cartels? So what's the other issue? But the fear said there are 15 cartels. Now remember again. What was the fear? What was the fear referring to? And the fear ultimately referring to the case of where that she says over here, if you know anything about it, you took the actually see how they sorry, no, not yet. Sorry, tell some cut off. Sorry, second one on that. How you can you show total of something that's this, right? It's things national. Of which 5 people are making a claim against me. The whole effort probably eating is so ridiculous. As let's remember again, 5 people came against me. Each person claiming, eating, sewing, and cooking. I swear to each of them, I don't owe you eating, sewing, and cooking. If it turns out that I'm lying, let's tell you, I will tell you 15 hashams. Right? We'll try 15 kabbalas. 15 kabbalas. Now, what does that show? What does that show? That shows that in these cases, all there is individual liability, but for the truck, but there's no cloud liability. If there's the cloud liability, then what? How about some cartels? So should really go ahead and be 20 cartels, not 15. Which the Gemara says, because of the Shemasi, I'm sorry. Maybe you say, I assume I've done. So I told the party called Fashion to carry no fashion. Maybe the parents only talking about the individual liability, not talking about the cloud liability. But here, how they can estimate cartels. As I said, the Hill says elsewhere that you actually carry 20 factors off, which makes it sound like you carry not only for the individual facts, but also carry for the general shua in the Kabbalah Club. Hari, the Kabbalah, it's in a siat, Ghetto Valley. So it's really not quite interesting. Number of people so I got 5 people coming in from each claiming that all them eat solemn and Christmas. I go and I say to them, Shua, She'en Yashem B'Yavikum, you're eating your solemn or preparing the Shua to all of them. So the Shiloh is, and everyone will agree, and they have individual identity for eating solemn Christmas. The Shiloh is there also general identity for the first Shua of She'en Yashem B'Yavikum. So that's my focus. That's my focus. You know, like the body weight on there, nothing. Body weight, good. Body weight, nothing. Some is a kind of short nothing. How you finish your problem yourself? 5 people are making a claim against me. But I'm wrong. Saying that I'm looking for the insurance. Can't show that in the show to be a backup. Doesn't have watchmen. So 5 people are coming against me, and they're all coming with the same claim. And what do they say? Give us, if you come out, right? Because of the deposit. Show us in the loan. Yeah, that's something you stole from us. And I think that was the object that you found. Right? And what happened? I say for one of the claimants, she was in the body of the Chicago Shunasiyad, Gezel Va'aveda. So I respond to one of them. So let's say again, it's Ruben, Shimon, Levi, Yehuda, and Safar. They're all coming to Green Bay. I seek for one of them. Ruben, I seek you, but I don't have a Picado, the Shunasiyad, Gezel Va'aveda. And then what do I say? Below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. That's what I do. And again, I do the below the car to each of the rest of it. So no. So I want to say, what we got. אחד למחיים, אבל אנחנו יכולים להיכנס, תגידו עכשיו של זה, אחד למחיים המדרה, אחד למחיים, אחד ואחד נכונה, בהשוואה גבולות, אחד מכמה לאט, אחד ובכמה של השם חיים, ואיכן על החס, חטא אותנו של מישון, ואחד לכל אנחנו, זה לא כשיילה, right? So you know exactly what you're, 5 guys in the community, and those 5 guys are playing against me, Chicago, and Chicago, Shunasiyad alone, Gezel stolen object, and they the lost object. I schedule as a unit, Schwartz in the Clubby Yagi, Chicago, Shunasiyad, Gezel, Va'aveda. And then I say, below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. Take that down more. Take that down more. So now, everyone agrees that we got the unit, I'm going to be tired for it. So they were never married. So they had a son. The second is, what does the Lola Club do for the rest of us? So what they say, and I maybe only carry it once for the rest of the claimants on the days, or do not after how do they carry it on the days? Maybe it should be carried also with the again, so individual liability for each of the claimants that are the other claimants as well. So it's a nice, let's analyze the customer, the penalty I rate an S3 factors. Or, okay, in this case, I'm carrying 20 factors. Now what's the case? If we've done it, is it parish? So again, if I specify, now everything I specify, I went to each of the guys where it said, I swore to in the Kabiyaki, right? Not because I'm sure Siat, Gezel Va'aveda, right? Again, you mentioned that's obvious. So much that became not suffering, that if you just have to decide, that's obvious. And Allah, the no parish, and there must be a case that do not specify by the rest of them, which when you know, what to have you, and it turns out that's what, then indeed, ultimately, again, it is the fact. So that's it's different, again, there are 2 important pieces of Allah for myself, so maybe combine into one of the others. Number 1, in this case, with 5 people are petitioning you, right? And all of these things, what the thing will be, is a silver. You have in your possession our Chicago, our loan, right? Our loan, a lost stolen object, and the lost object. I chose to reverse the Sure, so in the copy of it, I swear, I do not have it yet in my possession. You are Chicago, you are loan, you are a stolen object, and the lost object. And then I say, below the car, below the car, below the car, below the car. That is the equivalent. I recognize the U.S. of making an individualized sure for each of those guys. And that's like it turns out that a lot of the money that I lie, what's halachot, what's halach, I'm paying 20 shekels. 20 shekels. Something they're not worth it, right? You're telling you, right? You're not going to give it a hundred very happy. And that's the stuff that makes a tremendous amount of liability. And that's like, so again, so two things, this has around about this. So two things to imagine. Number 1, is that the individual liability is below the cover, below the cover, below the cover, below the cover. And that's what else we see from here is that Allah Ta'ala, we always hide on the fact, not hide on the cloud. So going back to our original question, when I say Shwar She'in L'Chas B'Yadi, right? No, it's covered. Below Shunasiyad, below Gezel, below Aveda. I'm not tied in additional shwar for a general flower shwar. I'm only tied ultimately again for what? For the individual shwar, which is our previous question. Okay, incredible. So let's say finish up the title. Unless there is a secret key, let's say which of them ended up in an interesting case where someone claims ultimately again a flex. So you didn't go over the show, right? And you didn't say the show. You seduced my daughter, or you violated my daughter, and what's the halacha? And the other half of your Shimon claimed, and then he did not. And if I would think that Russia and Mishnah, Shimon claimed that he did not. So what's the halacha? someone says this was a McCall guest, but I'm not going to see that we run after that we must be out over on the other side. Also, from that Shimon, the Shimon is lying, the Shimon is high, Shimon is high, and the Shimon told you the Shimon is going to start the line, Shimon shall cleanse out the asthma. The Shimon is again, it's the cleanse. I think it's more to the cleanse potter, and also when you can't make yourself kind of cleanse. Therefore, again, if the skills force you down, if you go to the potter, you respond back to the Shimon, after the Shimon shall cleanse out the asthma, the shutting process, it can help the asthma. But you make any sense because if you again, even when you can't take ground, in all these cases, even aside from ground, still going to be other forms of financial restitution, namely, Moshe's Gam, right to relation, depreciation, income of medical bills that are involved in the same life. So now it's like you know, so, you know, as if I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. My time to the What's your Shimmy logic? Where the Shimmy says that if you swear falsely about a pronounced case, you will not carry it. So you know, what's the Shimmy logic? How is it if it's not together? So the Shimmy logic is, you can put to you, you can claim is on us. That's right, and you should be able to claim on us. And therefore, because you claim on us, and if you make us, you have it. And therefore, again, what elements is we still forced to about this, there's not going to be school around there. The school around is much more than school around there. What can change these people there? The other shower the Cadero, can you eating is already the transmission of the Cadero? Because that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know, even if you need to read about this stuff in the hands, I don't know, it's what's in the Cadero eating. So I have this really strange because I still don't have your meat. Which then comes to the people that say that we have no people, are selling the question is right. But it does have selling the question. They say this is the what's how the fuck. The pocket, right? He's probably right. If you stop, I think if you stop, if you stop, so we say that we didn't swear about the week, he wasn't that swear correctly. He didn't want to. So that was in this piece of the year, no other mission for the city. Ultimately, again, many swears about the church, not to be swearing correctly, but there's no liability regarding the class, right? Because if you only do look at the class, you look at the class, you are going to be covered. So if it doesn't take to say that you high value, you're going to be high. Even though you might be high on bunches of them and other things, and you put your item is going to be covered. And we are buying back to have you together, okay? So you can hustle if you can cut up, and they'll be trying to take you over cover. In that case, but we went ahead and you can say you didn't have the week, and indeed he swore correctly about the week, but ultimately he did not reduce and he did not deny the sale of his food. In this case, Haka, the Kula Mercy, which is a compliment. You know, in this case, that's the reason that she was to do the photo, she was denying everything. And when Johnny and the only Kabe was doing people in the Christmas, she was Kabe, she was really like that. Now, this case is like, yeah, this case is because of how it is. Even though it's chilly, and Shimon give me the wheat and bottom the stuff that you have. And Shimon says, Shlosh, and look, I'm going to be proud. Right? So what happens? And Shimon says, I have nothing of yours in my possession. The fact that you bring the rest of it, as I was with this way. And it turns out that although you bring that you have any Shimon side, Shimon doesn't have any wheat and wheat, but he does have Shimon's body and stuff. In a way, but ultimately Shimon is going to be common because even if Shimon did not have everything that we've been playing, he still has some of the stuff that we've been playing. And that should not ultimately to generate liability. Even if you want to claim, right, that Shimon should be covered from the class payment. But seduction of a violation is all of the other associated damage penalties which you should be fired for. You know, it's like you have Eric Yeltsin out there on the Yeltsin, the good guy is Shimon, lawsuit over there, and the Belchas with the gun. The good guy, the honey, at Belchas and the gun over there. So it's like, but really comes out of the interesting idea. Really, the fundamental approach is ultimately is in the following case. But I'm not going to myself. What is the other claim? What is the other claim? According to the Shimon, the claim is on the contract. That's the claim. The first bloody damages, that's secondary. And when you don't mix the thing against Shin, really what he's claiming is the yes. But Rabbanon, on the other hand, says Rabbanon dispute. And Rabbanon ultimately holds that Allah for himself, the claim is the first claim. The claim is for the class, but the claim, of course, includes damages as well. We're not going to see. So let's say, what if you at the root of the matter? This is actually very true. We're not talking about the Shin Savar, what Shabbat in the Shmidi, the kids, it's Havanidi, the kids. You should have said this. So let's say, what's the good thing about Knas? The good thing about Knas, that Knas penalty is fixed. Damages are valuable. So the Shia says, in this claim we have fixed amounts and valuable amounts. In general, when a person goes after someone else, they're always going to focus on fixed amounts and not worry about the valuable amounts. Because the valuable amounts, you don't know what they're going to do. Right? So therefore, the Shia says, in this case over here, the focus of the Kodeah, the focus of the claimant, in this case ruling, is I want the penalty amount for this reduction for the violation. Damages, I'm not really thinking about right now, because I don't know how much that is. Rabbanon, on the other hand, holds, like, so I'm saying something like Shabbat, you finish reading the case of having the Zidoroki. Rabbanon Sabri, no Shabbat needy. If you know the day, and know the Mitzvah, if you have a needy, if you know the Mitzvah, Rabbanon Sabri, no, just the opposite. It's the opposite. What you think is fixed is not really fixed. Why? Because let's say what happens if at any point in this process, Shimon admits that he violated at least the Mitzvah, what happens? What happens? He's tougher. So that Rabbanon say it doesn't make any sense to focus your claim on something, on a claim that could easily evaporate, to the exclusion of damages, or even if Shimon admits what he did, he still wasn't entitled. So something when a focus is just a mechanism of the claim, like what is the claim focusing on? And the Shimon says the claim is going to focus on the part of the claim that is fixed. What's fixed? The penalty payment. But Rabbanon would say it doesn't make any sense, because that fixed amount can easily evaporate in the moment of the mission. So therefore, it makes sense to going to be focusing on ultimately on the damages, which remains to be increasing. That's not focus. And also, how do you pass it? How do you pass it? And how much do I say? How do you pass it? But ultimately, again, in this case, you didn't say twice Shimon, it says to Shimon you violated or you violated or you seduced my daughter, and Shimon claims that he didn't, and he swears to that effect. And however, when I say there, and it turns out that he's a liar, he will be liable. When he lies on it, his liability both for the penalty payment, because then again, he didn't even make anything, so because he didn't know it, and therefore again, he will be liable. And there's also going to be liability vis-a-vis damages. Incredible. Okay, how can Allah? What's happy covering? Okay, let's go back to sweat. So it is. Yes, fine. Now it's good. Right. Sweat on the other. Let's say again now. There's really nice to put it to the end of the second. 10 days left. 10 days left. So sweat on the other. So it's now up to our next shua. So what's sweat on the other? We'll say now again. Last he says over here, he's actually a very interesting shua. You're going to get the first time seeing this house. Sweat on the other. שהדיון משפיע על ידי הודעות ומקצס אחר. מאוד במקצס. So let's say in classic is all the rich to love to live and say, wait, when we got $1,000, we're going to say, no, I only owe you 500. That is what's called the case of modal mixed partial admission, which triggers a shua. That shua, if you're going to make a shua, that's the mitzvah called the shua hadayon. That's because, again, it is administered in days. Incredible. So short hadayon, so what's an example of that? I pay you state cassette. So I'll go because of people. And they said, by the way, most of the mixed study doesn't have to be it's interesting. Whenever we illustrate the case of most of the mixed, we always illustrate it in the case of a 50% admission. But that's not actually what it means. But it just means partial admission. Partial admission, for example, Polish gets it. I've been there, he owes me $1,000, and he owes me $10. That's also my mixed, right? So I'm shifting, I kind of take that. So I'll go to the people. And also the idea is the admission obviously has to be a Shabbat Puka. So because if an admission is less than a Puka, then obviously you're nothing doing. You're getting by some you're not kind of. Okay. So let's say there's another piece. So supposed to have number one, the admission has to be a piece of Puka. That's number one. Number two, the admission has to mirror the code. Like, in other words, if I claim against you in one thing and you think it's something different that has nothing to do with the claim, That's not most of the mix. That's K-pop. Let me give you examples. K-pop, straight cancer, when you have that phone, so what happens? I just need a new game. You only 2 pieces of silver. How what happened? You only something from the yellow fruta. This is good. That's why these contacts fruta means you need to lost copper. I don't know you silver, but yeah, copper. What's that look like? Copper. Right? Why? Because again, the mission does not match the code. Straight cancer, if you think it's fruta, look up like fuck. If I say live in, you have 2 silver pieces and you're taking the possession. And you look up the other fruta, and living in it, and there's the fruta. Then that case, it's going to be liability. Right? Why? Because parts of the mission, like you the fruta, because you denied the silver. Money would be at that part. I say, you only a money. In the cup, you have even said, I have nothing in your possession, but only a lot of money. You deny one called culture, but called, you deny the entire thing. What's that called? So let's say, again, we're going to see what this means. Right? So let's read this means. This means culture, that is so easy. Culture, but called, it is a complete denial. Complete denial, ultimately, again, results in a cure. Next. Money di Odeko, a seguire and the Fabiadi, and the solution you have. It says, I don't owe you $1,000, but I do owe you $500. Most of it makes sense. However, next case. Don't say if I get a story, we're going to each of these cases in depth. He's passing. One of the other Odeko. Ultimately, again, what happens, I go because I say, you owe my father $1,000. And even says, so in the cup, I don't do know, even says, ultimately, I don't owe you $500, I owe you $300. Okay, so those are thoughts. Interesting. It sounds like I'm over the mixed case. So why is it in public and any additional law? It makes you to make sure I believe that. Because it is specifically like it's in the law process. So I will say, listen to this. The idea of the city is the assumption is the child is not well versed in the affairs of his father. It's not well versed in the affairs of his father. And therefore, I'm not going to mention again, the assumption over here is I'm going over to you after my father passed away. So now what happens? So now I told you that you own this money, you then can easily say what? What can you easily say? What can you say? I don't owe you anything. And the thing is, I'm not even going to have this response.
Yo, what up, Desmond? How you living? Desmond. What?
So once I see these high fantasy, so therefore again, I don't need it. My father has deposited $1,000 with me. He lives in the deposit with $200 with me. That's not the way it does. Because we assume that I'm not versed. And therefore, everything we return is essentially like returning about $5. And therefore, we don't know what to swear on the remaining amount. Yes, that's correct. Yes, that's tremendous misunderstood, right? But again, if you watch the Rashi over here, is that Rashi, that's what they say, right? In the Gemara, we'll see that a child that Rashi has burst in the source of his father. So let's say, most of the other Mechaber and the other Mamacha, yes. So first of all, when we are young, we think our parents are like the most foolish people in the world. Like, our parents have no idea what they're like, I'm whatever, 7, 17, 27, right? And I know better than my parents. Like, they're totally out to lunch. I know everything. But then what happens, we get older, and we recognize that actually we're stupid and they're smart. Right? Because children often do not understand parents and understand themselves. Because when my parents are parenting me, their parenting me is a lot more life experience than I had when I was young. And the things that didn't make it snap, it doesn't affect parents make mistakes. Like that's the nature of life. But what I say is incredible to see how so much of the quote-unquote foolishness that we have been doing is because children don't understand the ways of their parents. So that's the market. And so for most of you go through life and things happen, sometimes we don't understand that things happen. and we whether we verbally or cognitively indict faculty scholarship for not running his world in the right way. It is important to understand that children do not understand the ways of parents. And also Japanese scholarship runs a complex universe with multiple moving pieces. And the ultimate part of this book, he knows exactly what it is that we need, even if it makes no sense to us. Sometimes it is important to reinforce this idea. Children are not versed in the affairs of the parents. Both from a human parent and certainly a young and ideal Shabbat. Incredible. Not only do I get up, and I was going to say, hey, you listen to this, you owe me $1,000. I'm like, hey, what is it? Yeah. You're not like this one, because something you're gearing up for a fight. You're gearing up for a fight. You see something like, here's $1,000. Okay, so now what happens? I'm going to leave. Well, not from the community. So what's this? Now what happens next that month? So we're going to lose $7,000. And we're going to say, let's talk in the car. The baby feel alone. What's the what's the talk to open the field when you're in this country. Let's say, why is it in country? There's no resources with that, right? Remember, again, now, what does this effectively become? This becomes a multi-cover of allowance. It's not because I knew that I owned it already. But even the outcome that I paid already, even claiming that you are outside, even things you paid it, I claim that I haven't paid it. The burden of proof is upon the extractor. So I look when I spend now, I have to go ahead and try to extract it. And even if I do that, what happens if again, I never do it on Sunday, so you only $1,000. Because it says, yes, I do. I go to my Monday, so you're going to pay my $5. You're going to I don't owe you anything, you pay tired. Then you're going to pay me tired. I want to, even though normally on a case of purchase of home, like they're really examining against the respondent denies the claim in totality. Also, this case is different. Why is this case different? Because you are already admitted on Sunday, right? So if you're admitted on Sunday and deny it on Monday, you're going to be carried a shield. What do we get that from? Right, so you $1,000. I'm going to go, hey, Ruben says yes. Yes, I agree. And I said, Ruben, I'll put maybe error the 80. Okay, I want to pay me. Do not put me without interest. On Monday, what was I say? Snail, you want proper when this is doing that, I said, the socket of the part, and this is our paper already. But I look at how you, and that is to this in the kind of show line, if you decide to make no because he's sticking with the ultimate again, so you have to send you this. Because you try to solve these stuff up in the OCS. And you know, look at what the mixture is a measurement. I mean, but you have a mixture of gold, inside mixture of gold, that's the ultimate. So in the copy, you have a mixture of that. So what happens? Even things, you say, no, I only want to drop the amount of gold with silver, copper. So you want to do this copper, I want to do a white copper. You know, this is what it is us. You know, there's a certain point in the dream of this, ultimately, it's what happens. Now, God has to be renewed at hunger. Ultimately, again, the emission has to reflect the claim. In this case, there is one thing there. In this case, I'm bringing gold. It is admitting silver. And you better tell me what's the issue here. You better tell that because we're talking the same measurements. Right? Literal. Therefore, again, maybe that's going to make us much more no. In order for this to be a multi-limit test, again, the claims or that the response has to mirror the claim. On the other hand, you know, John used to be on the heart. Only a couple of the other, you know, that's a thesis, which when this will put out higher, shall call you like the that's an interesting real. If I go ahead and I say to you, you only a dinar zar. And you're going to say, now, what's it? A dinar is a type of coin. If you're going to say, I don't owe you a dinar zar, I owe you a dinar cash or some other form of currency, that's how we're doing it. That's why. Because since the claim was currency, it's going to be the emission is some form of currency. Yes, the claim, that's not doing it. That's incredible. Coin this come up. You should have I don't care. So you can quote, you want me to quote that a tour is a drawing measure. Right? So you owe me a drawing measure of meat. And you look to what I do, I'm going to less of thickness. It is like, no. I don't owe you a meat, but I owe you a lesser, which is another measure of thickness of legumes. But I'm a potter. I'm going to say, why is it potter? Why is it potter? Because at the end of the day, again, the emission does not look like the claim. I'm paying you the ring. You will be the legumes. Two different things that are not more limits us. Who are payers in the outcome? Kasi mudah-mudahan kami nagpo-appeals. Kaya kami ang nasa fitness, even sa only on the lesson of fitness, that's how it was. Fitness is not appeals. So this is the left again why, because the kind of fitness leggings are under the umbrella of chaos. Therefore, no limits us. Because of how much you can hold on side partner, or we have a type. So let's say I can leave it, you only reach, and even says, I only use volume, the kind of time is possible. Right? Because again, the response is not much today. And when you says it's very tight, so then we'll see why that is. Has told me how many of the coverage women, the whole group of the 10 times. Let's see what it's because I will get the remain. You only slump the oil. The game says, I only slump. I don't only oil. Don't feel like I'm a hobby. I don't oil. Hold the hydro and especially when I'm going to eat. I'm not going to look at it. That's more than it does. That's more than it does. You know, some onions, any onion, something that I'm all doing this stuff. Right? And that's the whole circus. But one more thing, one more thing. Oil. Right? It's just that, again, oil is suspended in mid-air. The thing is not going to charge. The thing is on the oil, and therefore, you know, not only so the common sense not no one makes us. Remember, the Neil says, well, I need to be under. And the Neil says, I think I'm going to right. I think I'm going to very much no one makes us. Next, kind of things I thought, what is this? I came against killing and alcohol. So I'm going to say, hey, you only utensils and real estate. The whole thing is going to look at the cartels, and then it says, we admit that it was with the utensils, but denies the cartel, or the cartel, the top of the cleaning, or ultimately again it goes as elements. He admits the cartel, but he denies the cleaning, Potter. Ultimately, what's in these cases, he's going to be Potter again. We're going to see, by the way, that there is no more than a mid-test on cartel. Let me start that. So you were holding mid-test on cartels, Potter, saying again, partition by cartel, Potter, the mid-test on cleaning, if he admits partition to the cleaning, ultimately again, he's going to be shine the clutch, what's a word? Shine the clutch is similar to price. Specifically, shine the clutch is similar to price, which which is also you're going to see. As much as there is no more to the mix-us on haircut, but you see something very interesting, which is that when you have a combined haircut, cleaning, brain, a more to the mix-us on the cleaning, which are again, which are the category, and the Shua on the characters there. You can see obviously, you know, any final kind of scale shot in the time, also you don't see it based on the kind of scale shot in the time too. If a scale shot in the time makes it clean against you, you're not trigger Shua in it, which makes sense, because they're kind of all the high ability, they must clean as a pattern, and I'm responding to the pattern with a fish. Ultimately, you know, ça va commencer. Furthermore, you cannot adjure a pattern like you can with a pattern as well. And on the spot, the new pattern will have this. You see, if you know that you can make it sure, ultimately, I have two hands to practice. So it's and then this. So now you one again. Straight up, everyone. Now you understand the need for homework. So now you understand I don't do the reason. Check run, what a run at the beginning of the week. Welcome tomorrow, the beginning of the week tomorrow. Just try out. Alright, so say good morning. Good morning. I apologize. I thought I cut and pasted the 545, 555. That's what I was saying. But definitely, you know what I told you yesterday when we were walking live? Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for doing this. Again, cut and paste. Write new messages. Sorry, but it's so wonderful. I mean, what's going on? Okay, anyway, I apologize for the 5 minute old site. Begin by thank you all of our sponsors for this morning. Here, today I know I'm going to so dedicating all the student investors this year as a host for the sales fellows for all of our new from the 20 sponsors for the note of Stephen Albardi, the report of Stephen Kennedy, the loving memory of Steve's mother and daughters, the Zoom and the about the Bishop Roy, and the inclusion of the website. And also today we dedicate the sheer and system of pushing for Breakfast Chamber. Black Bounce Banker, the mother of Shayna Tone, Daddy Tone's mother-in-law, who was undergoing a serious medical procedure today. We are getting married called our home where she have a complete and global tour together with the whole family. Strong personal holy. We dedicate our name to social precious houses and medicine bring them home. We follow on the power and the special Holy Spirit will be successful, but will not say anything. Plus, we'd like to let us be in the laptop. A lot to be paid today. That is Ramen Buck 36. We have to give up our Ramen Days 35B, and we left off with coaching us on new below. Between the white lines is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11. But remember again, 11 on the day. Remember again, in yesterday's class, we quickly ended up yesterday with the demand that said, let's say that Thursday, I'm going to be a quick lead of the Rebonner Shalom to go with the lead to the Malachim. Well, with the angels, well, he didn't know the angels, he thought they were men. So this lead the Gemara to the incredible statement of General HaKnesses, Articulation and Hakbalah to the Shkina. Yeah. One of you again having guessed, hospitality is even greater than receiving the divine requests. Okay, because after all, again, what we do like said yesterday, conclusion, I will be left at the powerful in order to go ahead and meet these people. Remember, he did not see me in my life, he thought they were real people. So Hashem Kodesh says, like, what does that mean? What is the conscious? What does that mean? That really have a choice between Haknesses Arthur and speaking to the Shekhinah, that should go Haknesses Arthur, is that literally what the Gemara is trying to say? So Hashem says something so beautiful.
So what do you think? This is a good looking guy. I'm genuinely disgusted. Why are you disgusted? By the way, take it from me.
Because sometimes when a person performs Nisa Haknesses Arthur, Haknesses Arthur sometimes could distract from your own lookingness. What are you doing? So again, sometimes there are people over, and what happens, the conversation at the table is not the kind of conversation you would like to have at the table. Right? And the topics, like the subject matter, and maybe there's a whole bunch of things that if it was just you, or maybe you and your family, or you things in a different way, and saying that when you get my people, talking about stuff that I'm not so crazy about, it's where you have enough to do, it's not enough this, so you may say, you know what, this is just worth it. I think every other day to do like this is also at a cost to my own witness. It is not a good idea. Much the man said, you do not have to make this open, you'll send out and polish the extra. But if it's the case, between opening your home and your own spiritual growth, I'll say what Christ says, open your home. If you know it says, open your home. Because the power of blessing can never do. The power ultimately again of providing a baseball energy, the power ultimately of that sense of connection is even greater and more important than your own spiritual development. Incredible development. Something like that. Question was on the below. This is remember again, the beginning to see what, remember why is doing this? Because it's beautiful, it's fantastic, right? Remember, it is because in Mishnah spoke about the different names of our Kedishah. Again, originally the context was this to be used in Shua Sa'idas, right? Then afterwards, the Gemara spoke about using the name of Kedishah in different contexts as well. So the Gemara says, Hashem is something in the Lord call. Anytime you find what appears to be like the name of Hashem, specifically, wherever you find the word Adel Nai, by note, it doesn't mean God. It doesn't mean God. Rather, what does it mean? It means my master and its ways of speaking to and about the human being. So it means that, except for your children, it's the same program. So right now, I love, I love, I love, I love, I love, So again, except for that one cost of fly, because what was we're showing, you feel the Lahamis and the Hakilos, exactly is referring to that tower, which has been built into the again, world, give life and death, and of course that is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay, but there was a little bit of us, so that all the names, anytime you find the word again, Ado, no, or for that matter, Elohim. So when you find out by levels, it's all the reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, with the exception of God. That's it. Okay, everyone's not supposed to. So these levels, when they actually reference the story of levels, number of times, in our capsule journey, when they go levels is a guy doing the times of in Alpha. When they get Alpha married to Zero, not a good shit. Not a good shit on many different levels. So Alpha wanted a particular thing with that levels home. Levels did not want to sell. So Alpha said, look at me, he doesn't want to sell. So he comes home, tells his dad, he's like, no time, he doesn't want to sell. Because the solution, let's bring him up on false charges that he cursed Hashem. That will be executed. When you execute for a person that's on your property, it comes to the king. And you get to the even better, you'll get it in free. You don't pay free because you have to pay false witnesses. It's kind of like the sun cost. Yeah, just possibilities. And it's anytime you find a name by levels, it's a reference to a place particle. When you call, and we can also look when you call pessimist. Remember again, that's when it's set up the ultimate based on the dust, all our sin, ultimate in the strength. So the rest of the levels Kodesh, when you say you can Kodesh. So the Lord says, by levels you agree, by levels is Kodesh. If I need sometimes the name that sounds like it's referring to God, sometimes it's called, sometimes it's Kodesh. Aleph Lam Kol. If you find Aleph Lam means Elohim or Elohim, that's a reference not to God, it's a reference to a person. But if you use a Kodesh, this means Aleph Lam is Kodesh. There's one exception with the Aleph Lam, but it isn't Elohim, which is Kodesh. Oh, you may Hayot, Beis Elohim Yeshiva. There, again, the context making a comparison between the base language of Yudah and the Mishkan. So in this context, again, Elohim actually is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Okay? So let's say, what about all of the things we have right now? Let's give us the name. Give us the name is the story of two levels to give us. Right? The story of the again, remember that the Gila was a concubine. She was brutalized by the men of the money. And as a result, this was such an atrocity. It was a physical atrocity, a moral atrocity. The other tribes came up against the one war. Against the enemy. So in general, whenever you see the name, right, in that context, ultimately again, the Baruch Omer Kol, and the Baruch says that it's a reference to people, it's not an expression. Yeshua Omer Kodesh, so Yeshua says, no, it's Kodesh. Omer loves that. So it's a real problem. Now, the way it was interestingly enough in the war against Yemen, it was a war of tribe against tribe, is, what's that? If people think this war was so, remember the couple of things that shaped up, just like before students. So it's interesting, this is one of the last missionaries in the Shuach Muhammad. In Sefer, the Kohen government, the Kohen Shuach Muhammad. His job was to ready the army spiritually for the war. And the first part of the last war, he was in Petra. He went out to face an external enemy. This is not like a war of brother against brother. What war was there, brother against brother? He was first for the brothers to give up. And the Kohen says, when you're in a war against brother, here's the good news. If you lose, what's going to happen if you lose? What's going to happen? The brother's going to give you food. He's going to give you water. He's going to give you clothes. He's going to give you quarter, right? That's not this war. That's not this war, right? This is a different kind of war. So anyway, so the Gemara says, now he's very interesting. And what happened was, before the tribe went out to the women, they consulted about, this is my focus, they consulted, and when you just speaking, sounds like they consulted after the tribe. That's what it sounds like. Now remember, they lost the first two battles, decisively won the third. So the Lord says, the Lord says it is can't be that the references to Elohim are references to God. Because that would then mean that they asked God, God said go, and they lost, which sucks great. So it was, I'm gonna look at team after the Rosa, there's a paper to find this and that's the goal. I'm gonna do a show, not sure, yeah, also, no, this is such a good kind of thing. And the Rosa says, no, it's not true. What if this part of the partners, again, who did? In other words, if you look at the way they ask the question, they actually go to battle. As well as says, go to battle. What didn't they ask? What didn't they ask? Will we win? They didn't ask will we win. So you must get in, you'll get in, so up in yourself. What they never asked was, will we defeat or will we be defeated? It's all back. You're not shipping through, it's still on your right. The third time when they ask, will we be successful? It was well, we judge that. Yeah, you'll be successful. Shanana, we couldn't touch for a lot of the iron at home. Only the fun of the other at home, the more hard sink, hold my face on the hammer. Should we go out to win out a third time? In the Indiana here, I didn't act now. Right? Should we go or should we stop? So you are doing much more defined in your question. So this is really horrible. Just as an aside, you need to write that. That's the other thing. Because if you ask if we're going to be successful, go to the end of the other, we're going to be successful. That's why they want the first time be successful. Last times, there was like a fuck over thing like this. They told us that everyone cannot want your success. You want to want your success. It's what was going on in anything and everything. But every time we will put in anything and everything to be successful. But since you say, I'm going to do those things like this. When the audience really asks, they ask, should we go, shouldn't we go? That's the wrong question. What you need to ask, where you have to go. What you need to ask is, will we be successful in this endeavor? Because when you're asking that question, that is what you get your eyes on the prize. The question is, should we go to war? The question is, should we go to war and know that we are going to be successful? I've been trying to use them to ask the question that way, because ultimately, again, that's an army, that's a nation, those are people who are hyper-focused on success. And I will say, we're tremendously saved right.
I don't know. How do I say not interested? Not interested.
Chances are you're going to fail. Just the way the English, right? So that's why I will try. Because again, at the end of the day, there's so many obstacles to anything in life. And the more beautiful it is, and the better it is, and the holier it is, the more roadblocks and obstacles are thrown up right in front of us. That's the way that life works. It really works. And if that's how you solve your life is, if you want to be successful,
Sing a song. Is that so much?
Your success. You're sure to be like, hey, you feel you got this? I'll help you. But if you're kind of like having your life on it, I think it's good. I think it's good because let's look at you're not confident in you. So don't expect me to be more confident in you when you're confident in you. Such a tremendous insight. That's what I do. Coach Shlomo, I'm more because this is actually very interesting. Anytime Shlomo, the word Shlomo, the name Shlomo appears in Shia Shira, Kodesh. Okay, you're not wild. You're not wild. I'm looking so happy at you this morning. Finally, right? That's it. So let's say you do that this is college, where you think that when it says Shlomo and Shia Shira, that's connected to Shlomo Hamada. You might say, no. In fact, in general, when Shlomo appears in Shia Shira, it's actually reference to like the Shbarach. Of the Shlomo Nina for the Shbarach. Shira Unisha Shalom Shalom. It is a song to whom peace belongs. Right? That was the way this week. Remember, the Gemara says, there's so much fun for the Shbarach himself, MS. Right? Ultimately, you have to respond to three brachas. Those certain four attributes. One of them is Shalom, one of them is MS. Yesterday we saw Lachum B'chanim. So Shlomo means Shia to the one to whom Shalom Shalom. Peace belongs to him. You said that quickly, now there's no exception to this. Hanei Shali L'Fanai Alef L'Chashalom, which literally means by giving it the point, 1,000 to you, Shlomo. You might say, Shlomo would be great. And we're saying an ocean of Kula Labana. But the thought was in Shlomo was that Shlomo is 1,000 souls soldiers, like 1,000 soldiers for you. But for every 1,000 soldiers, make sure that there's some segment of the population that is sitting and learning as well. That are dedicated to you. And then literally again, 200 dedicated to you. There's only an outset. Others say this also is not a Kodesh name, but this is also called Kini Mikasa Shoshanah. Kini Mikasa Shoshanah. Shishin Yudan Sarada. There's an interesting we have to remember again, this is a reference that Roshana went to speak, he surrounded his God. Again, with 60 soldiers. What is this about? So think about this happened because there was action about it. Like we're again, Shlomo was deposed, and second Judah, Shlomo was deposed from the throne. First of all, you know, and after that, he was never settled and never conquered. So he slept with a small militia around his bed. After that, everybody makes. And so you're right, this one, and certainly the other one as well. Or I could never think of this one. I'll have a sure. Now, she said the Katla family, she said the Alma. Yom Ansha, I read what the Shura said that a government that kills up to 1/6 of its population is not held culpable. Now, for the restoration. Now, what is that? So if I need to do that, so is up to 1/6 of the population in the standing army. Like, obviously, if you look to the army, there's a heightened risk of losing one's life. You could consider up to 1/6 of your population in the standing army. Now, how do you show me the fire? I'll let the first go away. ومحبوس بالعافية ومحسن الموت يستريع ومحبوس بالدعاية. This is a very interesting Hazara and Semi Samir, 30% ultimately again that can be conscripted into the army. And yes, it's really important to understand that in the model of Jewish society, you always have a segment that is fighting on the battlefield, and you have a segment that is learning Torah. The key is to figure out those appropriate percentages, and also to understand that at the end of the day, everybody's got to be singularly devoted to their task, right? Again, these are also just understand, you sort of understand what it's called. The beautiful part is, Shabbos are always understood. Sifra and Saifa. You need both to be successful. You need Torah and you need army. If you don't have an army, the Torah is beautiful, but it's not very hard. Like, if you only have an army but you don't have a spiritual underpinning, also not very hard. There has to be both. There has to be both. The understanding is, how do you do both in a way? Number one, that one fuels the other. Not two parallel lanes. They fuel each other. They work together. There's a synergistic partnership. And obviously, you also can't have blanket exemptions, but just again, any swap of the society that in regards to how those exemptions impact the legal club as well. So again, it's pointing out the concept as a model, not the government is temporarily, but the concept as a model is a model that actually, if people would collaborate, and people would work together, and people would stop making it about individual factional interests to actually promote the greater welfare of society. So we talked about this concept before. That has to be a tremendous amount of talk. Where all the news are not in a way that serves the greater good, not that serves factional good, but that serves the greater good. Okay, but another topic for good. Sure, look at the common recreation. It's a really good thing, because once you say for sure, just because they can kind of come up, maybe it's not what you say. I love what you say.
You ready for tomorrow, big dog? Excellent. 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 They're going to be games all day long. So get ready. And usually we'll just go to Stream East and we'll check them out. What'd you say, big man? Well, NBA is different. That's on Stream East too. But this is college, obviously. Yeah, tomorrow's the start of the full slate of games for the tournament. You know, we filled out a bracket. All right, well, the games that we filled out start tomorrow. Excellent, man. Sounds good. College basketball, that's right. I'll tell you what time they start, your time. Tomorrow they start at
like whatever you use is going to work. So you must now again remember that those particles essentially to put names really into two buckets. There's a Shem Hashem, which is an actual name of those particles, and a keynote. What's a keynote? A descriptive name of that. So for example, like you're going to tell that is Rachel Mechanim. Rachel Mechanim is not a name of Hashem, it's a descriptor.
They start at like
at least is for sure purposes. A descriptor works as well. So
I think like noon your time.
So it's like the classic says.
So be ready. Starting about 12, they're going to have games all day long, and then the next day as well. And we'll see how your picks did. Your goal, I want you to, since you went with your heart, we want you to be more than, let's say, 10% of all people. If you beat more than 10% of all people, then that's great because you went with your heart. Not everybody does that. So that means we want you to be in the top 90%. Right, but you never know. They may surprise everybody, and then you'll be like in the top 1%. It's going to be. Yeah, so let's see when Kentucky plays. Just a moment. Kentucky plays. They play on Friday at about noon, your time. So that's cool. There'll be a big build-up for that game. But you also picked Louisville to go far. And Louisville, I mean, you picked a lot of teams. You've got North Carolina. Louisville plays tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. your time. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I'll let you get to the. No need to apologize. You're fine. I was just gonna say I'll let you get to the Cubs game. But if you need me, I'm here for you. Okay. Yeah, that'll be on Stream East. Do you know how to find? Do you know how to find it? If you need, so you go to streameast.sk. There you go. Excellent. And then it's under MLB. Or under baseball. Yes, sir. Do you know when opening day is? No. Okay, well, we'll find out right now. Opening day, Brandon, is okay, so one thing at a time. MLB opening day is on Wednesday. Next, 1 week from today.
is
Yeah. Okay, so just one moment. And let's get you figured out with whatever it is. Okay, so is it just a white screen?
Yes, it's just a white screen. I went to stream it.
Yeah.
It's showing the white screen.
Okay, just a moment. We'll find something. We'll find a. Okay, stream is. Yeah, okay, so it should be working. So you type in streameast.sk. Yeah, streameast.sk. STR EAM EAST .sk. And then press enter. Okay, let's type it in again. STR No, EAST. T.sk. Yep. And then press enter. There you go. There are all your games. The Wait, yeah, it's on. Okay, so do you see baseball?
Yeah.
Click baseball. Yeah. Okay. And I look down, and it's on there. If you can't find it, press Control F, like find, Control F, and type in CUBS. So on your computer, press the Control button and the F button, and type in CUBS. And then press enter. How many results are there? Did you find it? There you go. You got it, right? There you go. There's your game. Excellent, man. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? You're good.
Just different ways in which different words mean different things. Love, shvua, hey shvua. So it's interesting. The love is this love, really against no. Hey, Yeshua. It's interesting. If no to be Yeshua, then yes to be Yeshua. Yes and no. Yes and no are two sides of the same coin. So therefore, again, if no to be Yeshua, yes to be Yeshua. Very interesting. Allah said, Lav prison. When is Lav Yeshua? Only to say no, no twice. Hey, prison. When praise Kobasa only have that one, when they're here on my matter. So once they see that novel, then the first person faces it in the negative twice. That's the negative twice. Therefore, again, love will be a lesson to us. And you go love, choosing, hate, and choosing. Ultimately, again, and it's love. Like this, it's love, twice. It's love, ultimately, hate, double positive, plus the next one. So it's also absolutely to see how yes and no are two sides of the same coin. So closely related to one another. I want a tremendous message. Things we tell ourselves that we cannot accomplish in life, right? Things that I say to myself, love. It's just as easily become the sister concept. If whatever works for one, by definition works for the other. So if you're telling yourself, you can't fix this, yes I can, if that's what I do, right? I can't do this, blah, yes you can, if you put your mind to it. Why? Because svara. If it works to say no, it works to say yes. Tremendous missile. That's what I tell them, just for what kind of that. The man says that, goes to the Bible says, a man like a man, if he will curse, I will probably he will go and bear his sin. I'm not telling you, what do you need to say? I'm not listening, I'm not the knuckle shit, that's what he said, because of the heart, you will die. So what is the process for you? What is the second energy? Maybe higher collection or you can do that. You gotta put when it comes to person that comes powerfully, the only side is ultimately again for the specific thing that comes powerfully. Interestingly enough, what's in general, Shinhami Yukai, usually means UK birthday. That's how Asha understands what it was. Then I've also the UK. So I'm going to talk about only Kaya for the person in Hashem, only Kaya for person specifically in Hashem, UK birthday. You know, it says, Talmud ish color cut, you come up in the vendor. So the next mayor says, the person of ish color cut, if you curse your God, what is the God refers to? Any name that I can start with, you know, when you come say no, I'll show you what you said, talking about that. Come and see, they say no. If you curse before the name of Hashem, you hate and you involve hey.
Today for the first time in 5 years, everybody. This is a man who's been doing the job, getting better, and absolutely killing. Now that spot's opening before opening the Joe Rogan run. So this is
For anything else, it's a lot. You'll get nothing. So that's what I tell you, I'm not asking actually. But for the death sentence for person that they call the only punished for the 4 million of the reformation. So everything else, ultimately again, Allah. I'm a color of the remote. But it's ultimately again. So the Mishnah is saying also, because your father and mother, using any one of the names of others powerful, is liability for that. Man come whoever coming, so the next coming to the decided enough on else you know, the not for shame you must. Not come along out, shame, why is that position? You need to have a cover of you know, so that I actually coming to shame. Don't fight the person your parents, if you do so, with the name that comes back. So that's very important. So placing one's parents by themselves, ultimately again, is not enough. One has to place them with the shame on the rooftop. Which again, the hospice needs to get their buffalo. I'm a car after the time, right? If you curse yourself or your friend, your blind or anything else, right? I don't know how to do that, but I'm going to use this. You must also get sick. You can listen, what does it mean to curse yourself? What do you mean? How do you know how to curse yourself? So you know, to sit up, you shut it up, it's not enough shit on the old. So let's say this is actually fascinating. How do I know that I'm not allowed to curse myself? Because the Pasuk says, be careful with yourself. Swear not to no. Be very careful ultimately again with your soul. In other words, don't do things that are detrimental to you. Isn't that incredible? what's detrimental to you, you're pushing yourself. Therefore, if you really typically want to get around to push themselves, incredible. So the Gemara says, whenever you see the expressions of Shamer and Al, ultimately, again, that refers to love. Therefore, it says, that's a lie. What's the lie? Don't trust yourself. You're probably right. How do I know that I can't trust my friend? This is what's the power page. What it literally means, do not go ahead and person that person. What it means is someone who's unaware as to what it is that you're doing. So don't trust your friend. Incredible. Yakut Bashar thinking, Yakut thinking, Yogi Allah Sibla Torah. Yosi Love Kana Kamiga Muda. What's this? In Gemara, you look at it, we're trying to explain that, for example, if you borrow expressions of a person that's in the protocol, and you use that to adjure someone, that works. That works because that is the charismatic curse that's written in the Torah. So mercy goes very easy. Let's start kind of coming down Yehuda. The rest of the common us listen to this now. So it says what happened? We've kind of received the Torah of Yehuda, and we've kind of said over this Mishnah as it's written. Remember, the way the Mishnah is written is, it's written, Yakifa Hashem Elokim. Hashem should strike you down. Straf Kahana is saying over this Mishnah to Rabbi Yehuda. Now, what ends up happening? The Gemara says, Amalei Kaneh. Rabbi Yehuda says, use a euphemism. Now, what does that mean, use a euphemism? What does that mean? So let's say, Rabbi Yehuda is saying, well, he's saying it's kind of like this. Don't say the pasuk like that. Because why? It makes it sound like what? It makes it sound like what? That you're cursing me. So instead, say, like, just reframe the pasuk a little bit, reframe the Mishnah a little bit their way. It makes it sound like it's directed towards someone else and not towards you. It's not, euphemize it. I don't know if that's a word. Right? But euphemize it. Like, don't go ahead and make it directed towards you. So you notice
29th of the dollar, 5786. Dude, this fucking update, Tim Cook sucks. I just want everybody to fucking know. You could put me in the streets of fucking Ho Chi Minh City, and I will fucking blast this motherfucker with this fucking knife before they put a bullet through my fucking medulla oblongata.
Said to this guy, Amalei Kaneh. He said, euphemize the pasuk. In other words, don't get, I understand you're telling over a pasuk, but don't say it over to me almost like.
All right, what are we watching today?
Euphemize it and have it talking about some other entity, not me. So the answer was, this almost seems like an Al-Tifkach Pen or Satan type of idea.
Watch about Crash Course yesterday. When you, yeah, Rabbit to when you start teaching again, calm down, woman. I'm working on shit, and I've got these music videos that I'm making. I don't know what else to call them, but you'll be happy in the end. It's like, I don't know. What would it be like? It's just like, I mean, yeah, you're just looking at fucking news and sitting here with your feet in the fucking air. Calm down, woman. I know you want it. All right. Part 1 of 14. Let's see what this is. Dog, I had to find good browsers because all these browsers suck. Ho Chi Minh City, kids.
It's such a beautiful sensation. Also, by the way, this is talking about a pasuk, right? This is talking about Mishnah.
Hold on. But before we do this shit, we've got to, there's something that we do have to do. So what's that? 3760, negative 3760, 1, creation of the world, birth of Adam and Eve. That's what we have to do. One to source and all that other shit. Some other time. Like, to be honest with you, when you read this shit every fucking day, publicly, it's just, I did it for like 82 days.
So the mayor says that works.
And I really should be promoting myself. I've noticed like the correlation of my class and promotion statistics. Well, we are learning. Are we? Esoterica. Bitch, I've heard of this.
Positions as they are espoused in our Mishnah, which then leads us to a little bit of a contradiction. So now this is when it says Hashkar B'Tznan Hafi, if you also Yitzchak Tan Hafi. So now that we have one version.
As we know, all this shit is basically Moshe doesn't know, but don't tell anybody that. That's the biggest fucking secret about it, baby.
No, he lets me remember. When does Rabbi Meir hold? Right? When does, I should say, when doesn't Rabbi Meir hold that you could infer? You could infer the positive from the negative. When is that the mamona in monetary matters? About the isura isle, when it comes to isur, he holds you can, and therefore again, by shvuas he holds that you can. How is sota the isura? What about sota? Sota is an issue of isur. Banali can from Barkakinoi. He not iksiv, by sota. It says he not that if she's innocent, ultimately again. If you are guilty, so what ultimately again would be your very death sentence. Now, interesting enough, the reason you can interpret it both ways is because the word could be read both ways. Were it not that case, you will not go ahead and intuit the positive from the negative on the days, right? The Gemara says, Apple, Ella, April. April, I feel the Yisur last day. That is also what you have to say at the end of the day, even by Yisur, Rabbi Meir does not subscribe to the Fa'ala Kashalei. Maskif Rabbi Meir, the Yisur last day is not true. You have to steal right into a roach. With the Nisa, how can now be blessed with Rabbi Meir? Also, what about the prohibitions in Shakahanim? Of doing Avodah after having the consumed one, Avodah under the influence, or doing roach, or allowing their hair to grow long. And I will say that halacha is, these are Piyut Nisa. Now, how do I know the Piyut Nisa? Interestingly enough, the Torah says you're not allowed to drink wine, or you're not allowed to allow your hair to grow out, and don't enter into the oil morning. This phrase, right? In fact, this is merely to extrapolate that I'm not allowed to do this. So which the most popular, the less they do it, is that you does not hold the Kala, but man, Haley Shibini Sa, yet we learn again, these are Bible. What do you see from that? But he does go ahead and learn out the positive and the negative. So the older people, switch on the people in Shtok, he lets them do that. What does Rabbi Meir say? What does Rabbi Meir not say? That's ultimately again in cases of monetary cases. The Surah is like, in case the Surah does subscribe to it, the shiny silk that the Surah is in the morning. Silk is different, right? But what's as much as silk is a piece of Israel, at the end of the day, silk is a piece of Israel that also has a monetary ramification. What's the monetary ramification by silk? Ultimately, eventually uses for Surah. So it looks like, therefore, again, just to kind of tie this out, at the end of the day, halacha and I say again, the focus over here is if you go ahead and you praise the shvuah, here's really what it comes down to. If you praise the shvuah in the context, so for example, just to tell you very simply, I go to Shmuel, I believe that using your testimony, I go to Shmuel Levi, no testimony to make a case against you. So again, the classic case would be, Shmuel Levi, I hereby adjure you, right? I adjure you by the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, give testimony to me, right? Or the other way you could do it is, Hashem should strike you down if you result in little more crazy. Hashem should strike you down if you know testimony to me you don't give it. What happens if you praise you in this positive? Hashem should bench you, give you bracha if you give testimony to me. Rabbi Meir says that is a proper shua sa'idus. Why? Because Mifral la atashameh hain and Mifral hain atashameh la. In other words, you could infer the positive from the negative or the negative from the positive. So therefore, again, if I go to Shimon and say, Shimon Levi, Hashem should bench you if you give testimony to me. What could I infer from that? If you don't give testimony to me, then what? You should be cursed. And then it says, that's a proper shua sa'idus. But the Chachamim say that does not work. It has to be phrased either as a shua, right? Swear to me if you don't have testimony, or as the Allah, or as a curse. But not in a positive way. How do you skip that on husband's wife? The Chachamim. If you phrase the shua sa'idus in a positive, it is not a proper shua. It has to either be phrased as the form of a curse. If you do not give testimony, the Hashem will shut you down, or ultimately, again, just the form of a regular shua. But as I say, it's quite beautiful, this idea of Allah, from the negative, you could infer the positive. So it could be that we don't constantly like way Allah for a nice and a shua sa'idus, but we definitely constantly that way hashkach on us. Life is all about Yisrael, love, Ata Shomea, Him. It is all about the ability to intuit the positive from the negative. Life is filled with adverse circumstances. Life is filled with adverse situations and difficulties. And a lot of difficulties. What's the ability of the youth? The ability of the youth is to try to pull out the positive, to try to pull out the beauty, to try to pull out the bracha, to try to pull out the opportunity even from the most difficult of circumstances. So you're not constant, I'm not for myself, but we should be constant hashkach on myself. Even from the most negative and difficult of circumstances, ultimately find something positive, find something beautiful, find something good. How do you know that? Shua sa'idus, nazikov. Okay, I will say, let's go. Shua sa'idus. I will say, see now we've referenced it many times, but now we actually get to Shua sa'idus, which is the shua that one takes for the cover. How do I say, in a classic sense, because it means I deposit something with you. So we watch my lawnmower. Like that is now, again, I'm giving them that cover. So the conscious, when the receipt is no, when the dress of the cover takes place, I go back to get my lawnmower. And what does it say? What does it say? What lawnmower, right? Or I gave you back the lawnmower, or whatever it is. Trust that because it means an oath that we are going to take back the deposit that I gave to the son of the Gemara. Trust that because that means trust that because I gave the Russian appropriate. So trust that because it applies to men and women, relatives, non-relatives, doesn't make a difference. The children, the sibling, again, it doesn't make a difference whether we're the man or woman, whether we're not a relative. We're going to touch our apostle. The 3 days in the Shabbat, the 3 days. Now again, trust that because it can be ministered, the function of the reason, and the function of the reason, with the atzma. Now listen, now what is actually a shua that because it can be administered, the function of the reason, that's when you're going to take in the shua himself. When you can when if you're going to do a juror, remember again what this is, please take a shua.
I'm both, baby.
If he's doing a journal like someone else is in the shua, and it's high, actually, keep regular. And there it says, if it's clearly being observed by others, there's only liability for that if that's finally comes to base, and that's what we know. The Hamdu comes to know, daily the other may be appearing, even Shakata Bar Kati. So Hachamim say, whether you think this for yourself, or ultimately again, you're observed by others, if you go ahead and it turns out that you're lying, you are Chayis. Okay, we're going to see the development of that Shita a little bit more ultimately again in your life. Chayis are better than Shua, not Shigidasa. You are Chayis ultimately again for intentionally taking that Shua. Right, fall asleep.
Yeah, that shit sucks.
So whether now
Boring.
So whether he intentionally swears falsely or accidentally swears falsely,
Oh, yeah.
these things you don't have to cover. Okay, but she doesn't know. Or he's a shogun, right? The shogun. We'll see exactly what this means as well. A shogun on the shua with his shogun have to cover. In other words, he knows full well that he has the deposit, but he's a shogun on the shua. So we saw this before. See, obviously, Gemara, what's the thing on the shua and Zalman on the Bikavon? Even knows full well that he has not Bikavon. And what is he showing? Now, he doesn't have this Kavanic liability for the shua. Okay, again, this case is, then you're Chayiv al Shigir Basa Gir Basa. Let's say the one thing you're not Chayiv ultimately again is pure showgate. Now, what is pure showgate? Pure showgate is like this. I go to eBay, right? I rent from you, and I deposited my lawnmower with eBay. I come back to get my lawnmower. eBay says, I gave it back to you. eBay really thinks he gave it back to me. He really thinks he gave it back to me. Or he really doesn't. Or even he doesn't remember that I gave him the lawnmower. That is the real case of showgate. In that kind of case, ultimately eBay is proper. In my type, right? I'm not going to go. I'm not saying that eBay intentionally takes a false trust every cover. What is he type? Asham. Alright, so Asham. Up until now, the news cover on the bio rate. Now this is an Asham, which has a skull that is worth 2 silver pieces. Trust every cover case. Okay, so now we get into it. So what is exactly the trust every cover? What is it? Oh no, here we could finish the record. I go to them and say, well, I gave you my lawnmower. I deposit my lawnmower with you. Give it back to me. And eBay says, I don't have it. And I say, okay, she wants to in a copy of these, right? EBay says, eBay swears, I do not have your deposit. Oh, Shamano. Or I say to him, all right, Shamano, in a copy of these. Or eBay claims, I don't have your lawnmower. And I say, must be a hand. What's the number again? First case is Miki Atzmo. eBay says, I swear I don't have your deposit. Case number 2 is I say, eBay, you have a lawnmower. eBay says, I don't have it. I don't have it. I say, okay, swear you don't have it. And eBay says, Amen? Yes. He doesn't do it. He's trying to cut this up. One of the definitions of Amen is what? Affirmation, sure. So if eBay says Amen, you can sure that I said, ultimately the answer is that you're sure. So that's all over, and then it turns out that eBay is lying. Right? You have my lawnmower. Ultimately, everything is going to be high. Again, what is it going to be high? So it's going to be high. Okay, the happening Asham, which piece of which is incredible. We should be on the Khalish Pamin in the foundation, the short foundation, the Kafar, Khayba, for Akas, the Akas, let's say higher jail even 5 times. Right? And careful with 5 different times. Yeah, my lawnmower swear on that, and he swears 5 different times. You know, say what happens. And it's not right, you should get whether he did it. In front of days, not for the bacon, it is liability for each independent trust have become a benefit. So also, the opportunity is, even though Hamas al-Maisa, he's swearing falsely about the safety covering, nevertheless, there's going to be individual liability for each shore that's made. Shimon says, not Hamas things are like, why is there individual liability? Then you should have a laxer with a whole dose. Because it also since after each shura, he has the ability to admit his wrongdoing. He seems to have the ability to admit that he swore falsely. Therefore, again, to admit that he has to cover. Therefore, each shura is looked at as an independent unit of liability. Incredible. How you can use children also. So listen to this. Let's say again, we're going to be claimed by 5 different people, right? About only your 10 other people, Shishwar will be at that. So in this case, 5 different people deposited 5 things this weekend. And they all come and they want their stuff back, right? And they say, you know, give us the deposit that you have in your hand. And he then says, Shua, Sheila can be Yadi Allah. And he then says, Kabra, I swear to all of you that I do not have your stuff. There's nothing in my hands. So essentially what he did over here is he made one Shua to 5 people. He's only paid once. He's only paid once. However, he says, Shua, Sheila can be Yadi. Along the car. And he says, Kabra, I swear that I do not have anything that belongs to my hand. I get not to you, not to you, not to you, not to you. And he specifies me. So then Allah says, going to be fight for each individual part. The Lord says, no, actually, you're a shua back. So again, the Lord says, yes, the people with shua after the end. Shimon says, actually, shua, the part after that. He has to actually say the word shua. I swear to you, I swear to you, I swear to you, in order to create individual liability. That's what I said. We'll have to stop over here today. That was again, right? Considering my targeting and stuff. And not imagine, you must imagine how I started on time where I could have accomplished. I was going to say, stop, everyone, and then this week, you know, for the rest of the tomorrow. Alright, guys, you know, good chat. This is a version of the priestly benediction. So the earliest
faction. The earliest text we have of the Torah is actually an amulet, a magical device put into a tomb, very likely to protect the dead, perhaps from malevolent supernatural forces. So in many ways, we might even say that the first appearance of the Torah in history is a supernatural, mystical appearance. It's an amulet. It's an amulet there to protect the dead. If you've ever been to the Israel Museum, you may have seen this. And it's actually on both sides, and it's tiny. The whole amulet's probably about that big, and the Hebrew letters here, as you can see, are not modern Hebrew letters. They were very old Paleo-Hebrew letters. The last case in which we can talk about
That's just total.
mysticism has to do with two different concepts. One concept is theophany, which means God appearing at this moment. And the other, which I'm sure most folks know, is prophecy, which is a case in which God, the Israelite God, Yahweh, is said to speak to people, and those people that Yahweh speaks to, in turn, speak on behalf of Yahweh. And in fact, that's where the word prophecy comes from. The word prophet just means to speak for in ancient Greek. So, core to ancient Israelite religion, like many ancient religions, was the idea that their God, their tribal God, Yahweh, spoke to people, communicated to people. Now, typically, when gods speak to people, that is not rational, right? That's not rational. It's not rational, right? It's not like you make a logical, deductive argument that God's speaking to you. And yet, prophets have been taken seriously. Some have killed in history. But it's very clear from ancient Israelite society and the larger ancient Near East society that prophecy was a widely attested and important social vocation. So Yahweh told people, and those people said what Yahweh told them. And this is really important in two distinct ways. One way that's really important is that Yahweh does something very interesting with the ancient Israelites that we don't really see attested in many other ancient Near East cultures. And that is, Yahweh establishes a vassal contract with the Israelite nation. A vassal contract is just what it sounds like. A vassal contract is where a lesser power agrees to be ruled over by a stronger power, basically for protection. This is, if you want to think about this in terms of like how mafia, it's like paying protection money, right? So local mob boss comes down and says, you know, you can get hurt out here, you might want to pay us a little money, we'll protect you. Well, Yahweh comes along and says, it's dangerous out there, you Israelites. Maybe you should worship me alone, and I'll protect you, right? And so, in many ways, the Torah is actually structured along like a vassal contract. In fact, if you read ancient Near East vassal contracts written in the Akkadian language, it's very clear that the writer of the Torah, in certain sections of the Torah, are emulating that contract language. They're diplomats. Diplomats have to be literate, and one of the things diplomats would have known Israel was always a vassal state for the Egyptians or the Babylonians or the Syrians. Vassal contracts would have been part of their life, and making a vassal contract with their God would have made a lot of sense. This is also revolutionary because you're making a vassal contract with a God and not with a country, which means that you're subservient from an entity to something other being and not the king of Babylon or whatever. Now, this doesn't go well for the ancient Israelites, but it does establish what we call the Deuteronomic theology. And this is just a complicated way of saying, if you have a contract, contracts always involve you getting things out of the deal. The Israelites vowed that they would serve only one God, Yahweh, and Yahweh vowed that if they do that, they will get the land. Right? They will have the land. The land flowing with milk and honey and all the rest. Right? The idea is they keep their side of the deal, the Israelites, then Yahweh will keep their side of the deal and protect them. Now, if you know anything about Jewish history, that relationship was rocky. Let's call it rocky. And this doesn't happen for lots of reasons. There are lots of things that broke down in that process. Further, right, in addition to this whole vassal contract business between Yahweh and the Israelites, it also seems like there was a tradition within the Israelites, a community, where Yahweh spoke is almost always the different kind of prophet took on the word what any party you would like to, because it mostly spends all their time condemning everything you have your whole life. So prophets are the joy kill of all times. So prophets, as we know from ancient Israelite and other ancient Near East literature, are quite a testament. Prophet was his job, right? You could be an independent freelance prophet. You could be an institutional prophet. We'll talk more about prophecy in a minute. What you're seeing on the screen here on the right-hand side is actually a divinatory device. I don't know if you can recognize what organ that is, but that is a liver. That is a liver. And what you see here is the liver is divided into several sections, and there is cuneiform script on that liver. This is from the old Babylonian period. Then what you would do, in order to figure out the will of the gods, is that you kill an animal, typically a sheep, and you would take out their liver, obviously, and you would inspect it. And what this is a Babylonian liver inspection guide. And so if there are blemishes or deformities or other kinds of markings on the liver, livers are typically very smooth organs. If you've ever seen a liver, they're typically very smooth, but they sometimes have all kinds of markings and things on them. And what happens is that you would locate the markings, and you can see here there's a guide in old Akkadian, and it would tell you what the markings meant. So this might mean that bad things are going to happen, the king's going to die. Right. And so there's been probably hundreds of these from ancient Mesopotamia, and divination was part of the intestines. I should also notice just up here that we separate divination and prophecy when it comes to talking about the ancient world, because the vast majority of prophets, contrary to what idea might come to your mind about what a prophet is, very few prophets predict the future. That was a different job. Those were diviners. Diviners predicted the future. Prophets communicated via the God. The God would tell the prophet stuff, and then they would tell other people. That's a different job. Now, sometimes prophets did predict the future. In fact, in the Hebrew Bible, there's only a couple of occasions where prophets attempt to predict the future, and they're almost always wrong. One time Ezekiel attempts to predict the future, and he's wrong, and he has to go back later and be like, well, I meant that metaphorically or something. And so, very few prophets attempt to predict the future. In the ancient world, that's a different job. We now think of prophets as predicting the future, but that's a modern idea, much more than an ancient Israelite idea, or ancient Near Eastern idea. So let's talk about theophany first, right? So theophany just means God appearing. It just means that God appears to people. Right? This was an idea in ancient Greek religion, but also in ancient Israelite religion. God appearing to you currently on the screen. I don't know how many people have ever seen an image on the left. This is very likely an early depiction of the Israelite God Yahweh. We think that was Yahweh for a couple of reasons. One, it says Yahweh there in Hebrew, which was an abbreviation of Yahweh's name. And this word is minted as part of the satrap of Yahweh during the Persian period. And also we have a winged throne chariot that this is being sitting in, and that image is very tightly associated with Yahweh in Ezekiel. You're probably looking at a depiction of Yahweh. That's probably the Israelite God. We're really confident that is how ancient Judahites conceived of how their God looked. People have seen this image before. And things like this, folks have seen it. Listen, I think it's very interesting that most folks, when they see an image like this, they don't God appears to the Israelites always. And so, one of the main depictions of Exodus is God's hidden in which means something like the gloom, the darkness, and there's all kinds of light and lightning all around where the God is, but the God himself is actually hidden somehow in the darkness. So God appears, but God is also hidden at the same time. So the Israelites are always trying to navigate and they go to the same. Now that God appeared to us on Mount Sinai and gave us a when this is our contract, we have a contract with God. That's what makes us special. Chosen people. On the other hand, our God is built. You can't see our God. Our God doesn't have thoughts. He doesn't live. And it's like God's the God of everything. It's a God that also appears quasi invisible. The main accounts we have of theophanies in the Hebrew Bible are the main three. We have the theophany of Abraham, or Abram at that time, his name had changed yet. Where Abraham, if God appears to Abram and says, hey, you need to follow me, and I said, right, it's not a was I moved to Canaan and set up shop there. We don't find a lot about God in that instance. The other three theophanies that are important are Moses' theophany, that is to say, the one in which God appears to Moses both in the burning bush. So notice again, God is there and not there at the same time. It always comes out of the bush, but it's not like there's a person there that Moses sees. Again, there's a relationship to God that they want to keep separate from what other nearby religions. I will say the two most theophanies that we have in the literature are the ones to the prophet Isaiah and the one to the prophet Ezekiel. But I don't know if you had the chance to read the theophanies to Isaiah and Ezekiel. They're very strange, especially Ezekiel one. It's notoriously weird. But one thing that we do know about those theophanies is that in both cases, they are terrifying. You do not want Yahweh showing up. Right? This being is not your friend. This being is not your buddy. It's not your drinking partner. This being is a terrifying being that when they do show up, the people that seem to see this being, then the Israelites can restore that relationship with Yahweh, and therefore Yahweh will continue to protect them and allow their prosperity on the land. So the prophets don't hear individual people. You can think about them much more like shamans, but they're shamans for the entire nation. So again, using some of these terms can be a little bit misleading and a little bit unclear, but I think the term does try to place it in a general way. We think that the experiences of the prophets Isaiah, the prophets Ezekiel, the literary record that we have in the Hebrew Bible, actually represents the experience. I was just to say that the persons of Ezekiel and Isaiah did experience some kind of mystical event. And they report that, that reporting of it is found in the Hebrew Bible. Now, Ezekiel is especially interesting in this regard. I think you've read other texts of Ezekiel, you know that he is really unusual as a person. He seems to get really extreme things like lying straight naked for days at a time. So he may have been suffering from some kind of underlying mental health condition, right? If no, and again, so apologize, Ezekiel, or diagnosed him. I have not articulated either, but from those records, it seems like Ezekiel may have had some other kinds of mental health concerns. We would say now, which is also interesting because it shows that his insanity in one culture is prophecies in another, right? That a shaman functioning in one culture, right, is completely normal. You take them out from that, look at capitalism, right? He's perfect, and now they're insane, they're crazy. And so it's just interesting to see how what counts as insanity can really change from culture to culture. Ezekiel is clearly a respected member of society, whereas I think now he might be institutionalized. So again, it's just interesting because how these things can shift enormously over time. It's also worth noting that Ezekiel and Isaiah are theophanies of Ezekiel and Isaiah. Isaiah was also very terrifying, right? God appears to Isaiah, and Isaiah says, I'm going to die. He says, I'm finished. Like, I'm going to die. And he doesn't die when he's basically anointed by God to tell the message of Yahweh. What's really important about both of these visions is that they will become the foundations for an entire school of Jewish mysticism called America Literature, Sharia literature. This form of Jewish mysticism, which we'll get to not next time, after that. This was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for 800 years. So if you want to think about the Kabbalah as existing now for about 800 years, American mysticism was the dominant form of Jewish mysticism for the 800 years prior to that. So this is Sharia mysticism, and again, when I say Sharia mysticism, you know, in mind, right? This is how Yahweh is literally riding on a kind of winged chariot. Unsurprisingly, this form of mysticism is going to be very important. Just as a preview, American mysticism is a form of mysticism in which governmental themes would descend into the palaces of Yahweh, and they would meet the various angels, and they would show angels these various passwords, and eventually they would be able to climb through the various heavens. And again, maybe not getting up, but they're not going up, they're going down, and the mystical Lord say that's down to the chariot. And they eventually are given a glimpse of the throne of God. Sometimes they're not to see the body of God. We know that Jews are not supposed to believe that God has a body. They did. They're allowed to measure the body of God, look at that literature, and in some cases they were even allowed to sit on the throne of God and be transformed into angels. So you're going to be transformed into an angel. All you have to do is bypass the scary angels and sit on the throne of God. So that's a very cool form of mysticism, and we'll get to it in a couple of weeks. So again, American mysticism is not different kinds of Jewish mysticism, but anchored in the theophany of Ezekiel and Isaiah. As I mentioned earlier, ancient Near East prophecy is very well attested. The only major exception is Egypt. Egypt is the outlier. For whatever reason, there's not much in the way of Egyptian prophetic literature literature. Now, there's a lot of debates about why that is. They do have the, on the prophetic documents, a prophecy of Nefertiti that does exist in the ancient Egyptian world. But it seems like the ancient Egyptians, for some reason, I'm not going to talk more about that later if you're interested, for whatever reason, institutional prophecy just didn't exist. It has to do with the fact that Egyptian religion was very highly centralized in its structure, and therefore the gods just didn't interact with human beings in the same way that they did in the modern Near East. But the ancient Egyptians just don't have much in the way of prophecy. We have a lot of ancient religious literature, just not prophetic literature. I will say that outside of ancient Israel, that has a taste of meditation of prophecy in the ancient Near East world generally is from the Neo-Assyrian period. Now, this may be a little deceptive because it just so happens that the Assyrian Empire was destroyed and they managed to burn down the main library of Ashur. And when they burned that library down, the entire library was burned. Basically, the entire ancient Neo-Assyrian library, it's like the library of ancient Alexandria, was torn off. It has tens of thousands of beautiful tablets in plain shape because unlike the burning library down now, right? That's bad. If you burn down an ancient beautiful library, right? Those texts are preserved on clay tablets. In burning clay tablets makes them more likely to survive. So, thank God they burned them, right? Because had they not burned down, they probably would have survived. So, we have the entire library of Ashur in a British library with a great stealing base. And so what we have is an enormous amount of literature from this time period, including prophetic literature. In Egypt's Assyrian context, what we would do is an individual prophetic utterances would be requested by a leader, typically the king. Those utterances would be written down, and a digest of those ecstatic utterances would be collected together on large clay tablets, and then those clay tablets would be stored in the library of Ashur. So, yeah, individual utterances stored together on bigger tablets and then archived. The exact same thing happened in the ancient Israelite context too. Many of the documents that we have, for instance, the book of Isaiah, is not written by authors. Isaiah is written by three people, right? At three different times for three different agendas. All of the various Isaiah texts got knitted together into one digest, and that Isaiah's prophecy became the book that we now know as Isaiah. So the exact same literary and material culture in ancient Syria is also attested in ancient Israel, which we shouldn't be surprised about because ancient Israel has its special. Now, that some of us were raised with this just big stuff, but the ancient Israelites were ancient Near Eastern people, and they typically have their ancient Near Eastern people in. Sorry. So we know a lot about ancient Neo-Assyrian we know a little bit about their prophetic techniques. We know, for instance, that they engaged in dancing. Dancing was one of the mechanisms by which both Israelite and Neo-Assyrian prophets managed to work themselves into a kind of ecstatic state. We don't know what the dancing looked like. Maybe it was a Dutch performance. But whatever the dancing was, it seemed to have get them into, they got them into an ecstatic state, and in those ecstatic states, they would shout to God at the temple, and their sky would write those ecstatic utterances down. They also engaged in self-laceration. So, as you may or may not know, self-harm is a pretty common motif in many mystical practices, most famously, for instance, in the Maya people. The Maya would they would pierce their tongue or their genitals, and they would pull a string of blood coming through their tongue or genitals in order to make themselves really great pain. That blood would be gathered into the blood, and then the paper with the blood cells would burn in the burning smoke of Maya ancient visions. Self-harm is a very common thing that happens in many prophetic cultures. The self-harm also occurred in ancient Mesopotamian culture, it seems like they engaged in something like flagellation. So I think there was a goal to use the axes to get them into acidic states. There's some medical debate about whether getting into acidic states. I don't intend so anyway, also notice that in the ancient Israelites, there are several conditions of self-harm, especially in terms of religious self-harm, with things like tattooing and harming yourself, purification, and it seems like the Israelites knew about these practices, and they were things about not allowed to get tattoos if you're Jewish or whatever. They actually come from those kinds of also, there's a persistent myth that if you have tattoo, you can't be married in the Jewish graveyard. I don't know where these weird things get started, but that's the thing people say. And we also know, interestingly enough, that ancient Near Eastern prophets could be both women and men. We have attestations of both women and men prophets. And also, what's I think really important that doesn't get so far enough is that we have a third gender prophet specifically connected to ancient Near Eastern prophets. Specifically the goddess Ishtar, who you may know from the name Esther. The name Esther is just the version of the name Ishtar. We know that the goddess Ishtar could convert your gender from typically male gender, man gender, to another gender, Athena. And these Athena prophets would have their gender converted by Ishtar, and they could convert it back from the man to the goddess. And if while you are converted to this Athena gender, this third gender, you will be serving the goddess Ishtar in a ritual sexual ritual in the temple precincts. And so we don't know a lot about this exactly because the literature scant. But I think that's interesting again from a material history and gender studies study of this is that the attestation we have of a certain gender kind of prayer. The very heritage of a person would be masculine gender indicating some belief is associated with female people, whereas the word here is Athena, really making it about the gender bending category. And you have your gender typically male, in the case of women being assigned to the Athena, men can often be shifted to the Athena. So I'm curious about that. There's a great study about by the SEO, Smith, the chat later, that is the most extensive study of this whole gender and the Athena gender in ancient Greek prophecy. We only know one Canaanite non-Israelite, and that is who you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, and he's mentioned the plaster, and he's mentioned in a non-Israelite place. And so he's existed in something that he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough, the Bible has to include him. When he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Canaanite world. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite place. We only know one Canaanite non-Israelite, and that is the one you may know from the Torah. He's also attested in another place outside of the Bible. He's attested in a shrine that there's a plaster, and he's mentioned the plaster of the wall. And he's mentioned in a non-Israelite place. And so he must have existed in something. In fact, he's the only prophet from the ancient Canaanite world attested outside of the Bible. So he was famous enough that the Bible had to include him. And he was so famous that he was also attested outside of the Bible as well. However,
This is phenomenal. I gotta take a look at this.
speaking accounts of the gods speaking twice. In both cases, this may indicate, again, we have two pieces of evidence here. This may indicate that women serve a key role in very, very archaic Israelite prophecy. It may have been the case that because they were accepted for battle, they were allowed to talk to God about the battle. Or it may be the case that they had, for whatever reason, developed some particular connection to Yahweh. We just don't know. We have no idea. It just is conspicuous that this does these pieces of literature both attest to. We also have independent prophets, like freelance prophets, that are able to basically go around and give cases directly. Those prophets that you probably know are famous people like Thomas Stamos, who is very famous for condemning the social practices of the ancient Israelites. These are excesses and very wealthy animals, probably most social justice warrior guy of the Bible. He really dislikes the fact that they are the Israelites are so wealthy and the Israelites are poor people. If you've never read that great section of Restream says this is about a woman and watching fasting where he's fasting from social justice. That's famous. Right, and so those theses that are really big in our nation, I think that's the more progressive people more president follows. So he was an independent social theoretic. We also know that the Israelite state employed hundreds of prophets. Hundreds. We have at least two different cases where ancient Israelite kings would have hundreds of prophets in their employ, and those hundreds of prophets would go into ecstatic states. They would often act out their prophecy. So, for instance, if you know that the king would be born by Emmy, it's not just that the prophets actually have horns made of iron, and they could dance around with the horns of iron, the very theatrical dancing, these theatrical shows where prophecy, ecstatic states, and theater really meshed together in ancient Israelite society. So I do know that the Israelite state, like ancient Assyrian state, employed a huge number of prophets. It also is important, by the way, that unlike other ancient Near Eastern peoples, the Israelites did not rely on astrology. The ancient Assyrian, ancient Babylonians had developed very, very sophisticated form of astrology. The ancient Israelites rejected it for reasons that weren't clear, and they rejected it not because they knew better, but the ancient Israelites viewed astrology as wrong. Probably just that they were jealous. They didn't have a sophisticated math. But the ancient Israelites did not like the idea of astrology. Rather, they liked direct contact with their God. All things told, none of them were terrible. I want to give you predict the future. You know, I'm trying to someone. None of us are. We also know that there were prophetic bands. These are sort of prophets that sort of roamed around the countryside. We know they had leaders, one of the leaders of such an band of roaming prophets. But we also know that they would roam around and they would play music and they would dance. Again, this is dancing and music were a representation of Israel. One of my things I really miss is that I have no idea what any of this music was sounded like. My idea is that it's somewhere like somewhere in metal or something. But we have no idea what their music sounded like. We have some vague ideas what the instruments were, and we do know that, for instance, the king Saul, the first Israelite king, came in contact with one of the Babylonian bands of ancient Israelite prophets, and he also immediately fell into an ecstatic state. So it seems like going into ecstatic states was a thing that was, I don't want to say normal, but normal. It was a thing that could be expected of that these bands would come to your town, and you might go into an ecstatic state and continue with your life. We do know of several women who were engaged in prophecy, and they had, in some cases, very high rankings in society. One thing that I want to test is hold on is primarily not King Josiah, King Josiah, had it written down to justify his political agenda. And which is what we still have, by the way, basically the basic political propaganda. Some books
Good morning, let us begin. We back thanking all of our sponsors for this morning church of faith. Our commentary sponsors for your question today, our annual commentary sponsor, Coaching Squawk himself. The dedicated all the senior coaches is here as is the coach for the service co-host for all of Annie's show. Now, from the good coaches to the one from Stephen Avalino for the Stephen Galizin, loving memory of Steve's mother, Glorious, to see Girola back in Swayard, and the fusion of Patrick Jackson, Joe Merck, of our commentary. In some Sabian, the families in the power. All of those who report Stefan Gordon called it for the use for the professional and the Homer has to be the channel and the color. Now, will be so to be successful, we will not see it. This week, that first we have a lot to be great. The back on some incredible, really incredible, beautiful people ahead of us. Spring cleaning of our doctor. The next session today, so today, back in Line Week 35. We are putting up the next session on Line down on the page at the two dots. Point in the middle of the page. You should only fight from the 550 couple. This is the number again. The giver of the year is still referencing the 40 opinions that we've had on the long giver on the page. And as we pointed out, all of these very nice networks, what I mean by very nice networks, that at the end of the day, everyone is agreeing on the result. The The result is that by Shmuel Sa'edos, one is not tied unless, of course, you could. Otherwise, what the king is quite a monetary one. Right? There has to be a monetary form involved. And that's what I'm going to dispute exactly how to go ahead and arrive at that conclusion. So the Shimon Omer, how you kind of have to be covered. So the Shimon chooses to learn it out from Shmuel Sa'edos. So that's what I'm going to we laugh about the Shimon Omer to start. We laugh about this. The Gemara says, "Mindful talk." So what's that mean? What is it? What exactly is that? Now, the time Malachus Kaddish Shekhinah also about which part to which part means it's the Shekhin. So because it is different than Shmuel saying this, how is the Kaddish different? Number one, that's true. First, the Kaddish also remember again. This is one of these scenarios where we have a little bit of a deficit only because we have not actually learned the subject of the Kaddish just yet. But we'll have enough information to operate properly. So the Gemara says, you know, also about Mishpah for Mishpah, it says that because of Mishpah means something that takes somebody is judged by someone else, like someone who takes the shield themselves. And everyone is in Kushayim, so in terms of because in both of these cases are different from one another, Masha including by Shua Sa'idus, with the easy distinction. So with the Mishpah, the Asana Elos, the Shin and the others, so what is the Shin and the that Mishpah means to be adjured by someone else, and simply is liability. So where does the Shin and the right? The government Picado, the government Picado, not only Mishpah, the Ahiram with minor Elos. The Picado itself, ultimately, that you can be adjured by others, is when not the Elos. And my fault, I understand, so what's the laughing about? What's the knocking? And like the Torah of the Shimon Kavakoma Naisila, the Fiat Pearson, the Dilla, and Michael, the Torah of the Shimon Kavakoma Naisila. Maybe we can learn this off in the Kavakoma, the Fiat Pearson, the Atzmo, the Koshkin, if there's liability when it's judged by others, so you're not automatically be liability when one takes the oath for themselves. I will call it a music to show you. Rather than looking at the laugh about the position of the Shimon because of the issue of the creating music and shaggy. Funny, not that the cover Shakira also about Mishpah to Mishpah, music to shaggy. So the cover is different than Shmuel Sa'idus. Why? Because number one, Mishpah is not like Mishpah, being adjured by others is not like being adjured yourself. And furthermore, again, music is not like shaggy. It's not like if the music that it is another, completely knows that there is liability, even for the racial violation of Shmuel Sa'idus. So look, simply the Nala, the very simple idea, because the Shmuel Sa'idus is no longer the Nala. The Nala means not a music. And when you see Nala means it's only going to be about liability for Shogig. And not for music. And that word is missing by Shmuel Sa'idus. How can I look say the Nala? But we also didn't say the Nala. And we look here, the mindful part. So I was going to say, what's the market? What's the area again? The word that even over here trying to think to the level of the Shimon, because the truth is it's kind of self-explanatory, but the truth is how it's distinctive, but they laugh about the sheep and everything. What are they laughing about? Was the Duma amazing the laugh to show you the Chicago? The Me'ila that is showing them a lot. So maybe what they're laughing about is as follows, that the idea of amazing is not like showing by Chicago, was learned out from Me'ila. That's where the Shimon derives in this position from. And this is what they were laughing at. So they were laughing about the fact that, again, when it comes to Chicago, that ultimately, the Shimon holds that music is not like showbiz, and we're just going to end up learning that out from. We learned it out from Me'ila by creating stress of Chicago with Me'ila by any profile. And that's what they're laughing about. As the government in Me'ila, why did you learn out stress of Chicago from Me'ila when you could just as easily go ahead and learn out from Idris? Which makes a bit more sense. Which the Gemara says, so you start on the Me'ila Habayim, but it makes more sense to go ahead and learn out from Me'ila. The Gemara says, Shekin Me'ila, because both of these cases are misappropriation. So in other words, there is a very strong denominator between the simple literally both are misappropriation. I would have to say just the opposite. Me'idus Habayim enough. Why not learn out from Idris? Shekin Takta, Mutakta. The start of the Me'ila Habayim, Shekin Me'ila, okay, so no, it makes more sense to learn out Schwarzenegger's from the Iraq. Why? Because of the following similarities. Bakol, Nana, Bikavia, Homesh, Asham. What's the thing you could get Rashi? Rashi's told the actually a little bit higher up in the back. Tell me about 12 runs down into the short runs. Shipping the Ila Bakol, Nana, Bikavia, Homesh, the Shneem, Nana, Ila. So that's what my dad says we use a lot of Mila. This is what is. The Shneem, Nana, Bakol, they both apply to everyone. This is Bikavia and Ila. About Ibis, generally elderly life. Against Schwarzenegger's family, the only applies to those justice for testimony. The Shneem Nardu Ba'adeh Shepiyadam, Zen in a Hekdesh, is a Kavanah. Furthermore, both units have become both of them are benefiting from that which is in their head. So again, the guy from the Yula is English property, and the guy from Chicago from the Germany is property. Like we get English loan on us, but there's no real Hana now. Restream Chicago Kavua, both Chicago and Yula have a fixed carbon. However, Schwarzenegger is already awake. With the name of Restream Bechomesh, Ba'asham, the English Chicago's the English for the American Bookkeeping in Chicago are subject to an additional penalty fee, as well as an Asham offering. And Schwarzenegger's ultimately again is subject to a pathos and not Polish. So the idea here makes more sense to compare New York to Chicago than Chicago to Schwarzenegger's. Okay, so the much is Agrava, such as the opposite. The Aegis eliminated, so again, we have a few comparisons between Chicago and Aegis. What are those comparisons? So there's Shikei, Fate, Hedyot, Mishua, Tavika Cafe, the Owen. So again, because of that doesn't just one week, but the same actually Shikei, which name them are Kafka, so both know again. Both are Aegis, both are Chicago. Both have Russian of Kafka, the Dino in Hedyot, and then again, Schwarz Aegis, Schwarz Chicago. Both feel regular people, as opposed to Milo, which feels package. The change swap, both deal with stress, but I engage via the capital event, both Schwarz Aegis has become a claim and a denial. And Schwarz then have Owen, nothing in you, and both have Owen, like which you both have by Milo. So the kind of comparison between Schwarz Aegis and Chicago as well. First, the most lower honorification. There are more comparisons between Chicago and Milo than Chicago ultimately again to Schwarz Aegis. I elevate over. So again, so what are we laughing about? We're shooting this guy with his position. What are we laughing about? Yes, we have a very sure. We do that. I mean, I do for fun. She is talking about. That's what we're talking about. Literally, we're shooting the zero shuttle summit. We're shooting ultimately again to learn out for the zero shuttle. And that just has a lifted. Shooting the zero shuttle. And sleep up to no say. I'm going to attack the zero shuttle. So there we go. And turn that zero shuttle attack. That's from. Sure, say this. This works out because of. So you know it says, the change of the part. So why does he end up with the part of my between awesome Mishpat means it to show me. Afterward again. Isn't there on this Shabbat? But like the Kadam, you don't need Mishpat, being observed by others is not like showing yourself. And these is not like showing. And don't think of the school watching laugh at that. Will not keep part of you can make it take on the Zero Shabbat. Maybe in this question, if you're not thinking before the Zero Shabbat was established, thus of the color of Zero Shabbat. And after the Zero Shabbat was there, and the Zero Shabbat overrides with all those particular questions. So the Gemara says, below is actually, not only the other, but you see that on none Shua Sapikado. No meter is done with the Kapara. So who is the thing that says the Shua Sapikado? Intentional violation of Shua Sapikado is not subject to Kapara. Then Shini, the patient is not a dimmer and needs it to show the product to go to the media, not a position. So every patient only brings up that ultimately the issue if that means it's not going to show the why, because he learns how at the end of the day, Shua Sapikado from media. Or sorry, because of the media. The Hana position, Mushpat part. But it doesn't get up Mishra, Mushpak, Mishpak. Okay? As the Gemara says, if the other angels, we take my way to Kazan, so why not go ahead and learn out? Shwas Eidos, from Picadon, excuse me. Right, Shwas from Picadon, maybe the last Shogeg. So it is not Picadon Shogeg in music, just like Picadon. That local is one is tied Shogeg, one is not tied to music. That's what it's called. If you teach you Akidus, Shogeg in music law. Ultimately, so Shwas Eidos, the one that I wrote it, Shogeg, that's music. Create the other Picadon music law. You know, the top of my head. Right? Because we have more in this Gadi Shras deeply. The Gadi Shras will go to Kadasha. That's why the Torah purposely like Shras Eidos in the context of Shras deeply, as well as in the context ultimately again of Shras Mikdash to Kadasha. The Kula Nara and the Nara. Because in all of those instances, both Shras deeply, as well as Tumas Mikdash to Kadasha, by course, and that's entering into the Sarikishan Spirit of Torah, or consuming Kodesh instead of Torah. The Kulam Na'amar Bahan, the Na'alam. In all of those cases, the word the Na'alam is used. Now, what does the Na'alam teach me? Again, there's one takeaway. What does the Na'alam teach me? That Halakha is only Chai to Shogeg, not Chai to music. Right? Because the Na'alam means I was unaware. I was unaware. The time low Na'amar Bahan Na'alam. And yet, Shlosa Eidos, it does not say the Na'alam. What does that teach me? The Chai Halawizi is Shogeg. Ultimately, again, to go ahead and teach me Shogeg like music. So it's like Shogeg. So, what's the bottom line already, right? The bottom is the question, right? Well, over there, they laughed and they're chilling, ultimately, you know, it's strong. Now, so you see the root of the laughter, what is the idea that we were seeking to learn out Shras Eidos, Shras Picadon, from, you know, as opposed to a more linear view of learning out Shras Picadon from Shras Eidos. The bottom line halakha l'maisa for us, which is very important, is that, and this is halakha l'maisa, so one of the unique qualities of Shras Eidos is the reliability, carbonic liability, when you take that false Shras Eidos, whether it was the Shogeg or the Mason. This is an important point, because remember again that other types of Shras, for example, Shras details or Shras Picadon, ultimately again, if you accidentally take a false Shura, there is liability. Intentionally take the false Shura, there is no liability. Same thing again, by Tumas Mikdash to Kadasha. Now that's not a Shura case, that's not a Shura case, but that does take effect to the beginning of the Messiah, because you do have that again in the first Mishnah, of either entering in the English instead of Torah, or consuming Kodesh instead of Torah. If you do those things intentionally, there is no carbonic liability, but if you did it unintentionally, there is carbonic liability. So again, why the distinction? Very simple. Because by all of those other cases, the Torah, when it talks about liability, uses the Lashon of the Na'alam. The person did not know. By Shua Sa'idus, there is no mention of the word the Na'alam. He did not know. And therefore, again, it leads the Gemara to say that there is liability, carbonic liability, whether you violate intentionally or unintentionally. Beautiful. Beautiful. Let's say now, let's go Mishnah. So it's a great translation. Let's be on the other hand. And not Tavon the team gives. Shower each pony meeting in Masan gives it below Nasan. And so I say this is an interesting case. I go between the city. I see the very soon. I am enjoying you. Right? So
that was fucking phenomenal. Make this motherfucker billionaire with that snow. That was phenomenal. I can kill Tony Lord, son. You fired. Go fuck yourself.
I'm upset because Ruben promised to give me $1,000. Now what happens? As often happens with promises to give $1,000, right? The people, Ruben decided, no. So now Ruben made this promise in front of Shimon. So I want to impose the Shmuel Sa'idus upon Shimon. You know that Ruben promised to give me. So today's going to testify on my behalf. If they refuse to do so, I will give it to them. Ultimately, again, they're potter. And listen, why they potter? Very simple. Remember again, let's say, Shmuel Sa'idus is only liability what if there's a monetary claim. There is no monetary claim when someone promises to give you something. Like, if the promises to give you a gift of $1,000, that does not mean forfeit a claim. I have no monetary claim against him. Because there's no monetary claim, therefore again there's no Shmuel Sa'idus. So I will say, this is the beautiful linkage between the last Mishnah and this Mishnah. Because remember, again, if there's one takeaway, halakha 느낌 주어서 이래서 주어서 하거든. has me, it's just that trust that the other. There's any liability if I'm making a monetary claim against you, okay? So again, trust there's no monetary claim. So what this is teaching me is if someone promised to give you something, failure to do so is not an actionable monetary claim. I guess what it should be, right? It should be 50 if that's the case, where if you're promised to give me $1,000 and I took action based on the assurance to get $1,000, maybe I can do something like that. Alright, there you go. So let's go back there. See where it says, I didn't get it here. No one wants to say anything. Yeah, I see that's a teacher, right? Anyway, so you want to say let's be on the other then. You should think of it in this, check about the people. Don't you know what you're thinking? I said, you're going to shit it. I hereby adjure you that when you note this for me, you will come and testify. You are once again, it was true. There's no stress like this in that case, right? Russian up the means that the end of the day, there's no stress like this. Now, what I'm saying is, if they swear we don't know testimony, again, you know what I'm saying? I mentioned something yesterday that even in cases where technically speaking, you're not liable for stress aiders, you may be liable for a stress shot, for a stress sheker. That is possible. But the idea here is, I assure you that when you know testimony for me, you will come and testify to me. There's no stress aider for a while. It makes a partner shrill the aiders. So you must remember that in that case, the shrill actually precedes the testimony. Remember, there's no testimony yet. There's no testimony yet. So unlike the basic process, also the exchanges that are stand up and share, Mama, משפיע על הרקע, שאתה יודעים איתו שאתה לא בקריטים. I stand up and share. That's a camera. Something I'm saying is, if anyone will know testimony on my behalf, come today and all testify to me. Again, how they able to continue. Ultimately, again, there is no stress out of this why. Actually, in this cabin line, this is the way to see this my most physically. Stress out is only applies when you single out a group of witnesses. If you just speak to a group of people and essentially say, you know, I'm confident that someone here knows the English story. Can you do the English story? Ultimately, there is such as English. I was saying, my friend, I was going to tell you, so much on the English. Check out all the things, I go to people. I say, Abra, we're going to ship it. We're going to do it. I assure you, right? That if you know English story, that you will come and testify, and they say, Shvur Sha'id Ani Yogi of English. And this year, we do not know the English story. But it turns out that they do know English. They do know English story. Oh, and how do they know English? What's the source of their information? First, it's very interesting. It doesn't have first-hand knowledge, but it gives second-hand knowledge. They know English story. If they heard it from a friend who has a friend, how you should how you up on their how you hustle. Or for example, one of these two guys, you're going to kill him, was the car, was the article, or his hustle, how you able to do it. In all of these cases, ultimately, again, they're puzzled. So let me see here. The only kind of sure say was it was. If you prove that a good testimony, provable means you have information that is testimony worthy, and you are a person who is capable of giving testimony. But if you do not go ahead and comply with those details, then I look for it. So you next, show up the idea, or show up the mikvah, משפיע אני עליכם, שאתם יודעים או איזו שחרר ותיתו. This is an interesting case. Let's say I send my edit, right? I have an edit. I send my edit to you, and I say, I tell my edit to a jury. You and Shimon, they need to be testimony on my behalf. How about you listen to this? It's actually interesting. So let's say a question maybe. Let's say my claim is against you, right? My claim is that we're going to give $1,000. Right? And so, case number one is I send my edit to Shimon and Levi to a jury. Right? Still, interestingly enough, for Ruben, said to Shimon and Levi, you know, if you were in testimony and we are asking you to go and testify, that's me, right? Because normally, it's the plaintiff. the guy making the claim, I guess we call it the claim, right? The guy making the claim, who is the jury, is in this specific case, it's the defendant who's doing it. So in this specific case, this is toured at Shishon Piatas, working very by qualification. There's only fear is yes until they hear from the person making the claim. Only if the person making the claim, again, that for the plaintiff, who either adjures the guy himself, or the ultimate hearers have to come from this. If it comes from the right level, or if it comes from the defendant, that is not true. I say this. We talk about this. This is the kitchen of the social media. Must be a reality to cover all the CV. Shalish, Polly, can understand this one also. So it's this little, so it's our first case in the show. I go to the show, because it is in sorry, keeping that. She lady. So, you know, it is the little promise to give you $1,000, but he failed to comply with his promise. Ultimately, again, so you might have felt your fault. You might have felt that ultimately, again, you would be liable. I was wrong, I packed up with zero Shabbat. Ultimately, again, the concept says packed up with zero Shabbat. Ultimately, also, when I packed up, whenever I have packed up, so this is the packed up from the color. So it says packed up, that's what I'm saying. It says packed up by the color. Now, I learned it to be a small one, After the first one we installed, the way that first had become the right of the police of the jury is there. The defendant, right, the defendant, also say there is a claim, actual monetary claim, and there is an accusation of someone is in possession of the money. So for the actual monetary claim.
Living the dream. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Do you mind if I tell you about what I'm building?
A claim of a gift. Very important, right? Even though, again,
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Yo, guys, what kind of chill is this? If you're going to interrupt me, I'm not going to come here and chill. If you're going to let me tell you about my project, then I will. All right, I'll slow it down just for you, big dog. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase "content is king" was coined, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here is why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer that you will ever meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream, nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. If you want to view my YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, you'll find in my profile a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. Nobody dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, thank you. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our community. We have over 3,000 people who, in addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate, including in Nigeria. Additionally, you should know I'm an advocate for desalination technology. And most importantly, I want to ensure that we build wells in developing nations. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate you making me aware that I needed to speak slower so that I could tell you about what I'm doing, and thank you again for the opportunity.
There's nothing wrong with that. But what do you need? You need specificity as to what to do when you are summoning to short sightedness. So if you're talking to two people within a group and you get to dress the group like the group, that will not work to do liability to the two witnesses to testify. On the other hand, if you address a group and you refer to them as the group and you're summoning the group, it doesn't matter exactly what. The idea is that short sightedness requires a defined population that is being observed. That defined population could be 2 people, it could be 20 people, it could be 1,000 people, that doesn't make a difference. But there has to be a defined group that you're summoning for this short. That's good, I think. I'm going to do something else, right? I'm going to try and understand the other. So ultimately, again, I'm saying to people, I think to people, like, yeah, other time. Right? Like if you know any ages. Sorry. Like, this is the case of
You're such a dick. Yo, I'm coming here. They're like, dog, we cannot fucking hear you. We understand that words are coming out of your mouth, but dog, you're speaking too quick, man. I'm like, life extension technology. That's legit. And then I'm a dick about it. I'm like, fuck you. Like, you're speaking quick. Really? Yeah. Why? No, because I got shit to do, baby. One of them is a carbon hustle. I'm strict to be customer. That's what you might for ultimately again be reliable. And the young man can run young people not stop happening. So we're going to have that question about it. Therefore, again, the Bible says, if you come out short, if you do not give over your testimony, you will bear your sin. So I'm saying, right? Anytime you're trying to bear your sins, right? Is if you're fit to give testimony. When you fit to give testimony, so there's two parts. To witness fitness. Number one, categorically, right? You have to be the kind of person that fits into a category who is able to give testimony. And number two, you have to know the information personal. Okay, show up the adapter. Similarly, again, we'll say if you observe, if I observe the witnesses, if I observe the witnesses, but I don't do it myself. I said that everybody who's with your party, that doesn't work. From an exegetical perspective, when you go
Really what it means is like this. In low, the low yardage, they're not solid at all. It's to him, they don't give the testimony. Who's the him? Who's the him? The him is the person making the claim, the plaintiff. Right? If they don't go ahead and give him the testimony, then ultimately they're going to liability. In the hospital of Yadi Potter, they used to give the testimony to someone else. Who is someone else? Peter, for example. Like Peter, for example, is certain of the person making the claim, or for that matter, again, the defendant, there is no liability. So there's a lot of really fun halachas regarding Shua Sa'idos over here. Right? So number one halacha is that you can only there's only trust in this liability in case of a monetary claim. Therefore, again, if someone finds me to give me a gift, and then we yank on the gift, there's no claim because there's no claim, there's no Shua Sa'idos. That's number one. Number two, halacha when it's against Shua Sa'idos, if the testimony preceded the oath. If the oath comes before the testimony, ultimately no liability. Number three, Shua Sa'idos only works when you are adjuring a defined population. Your large population or small population, and so anything that you are adjuring must be defined. And ultimately, again, number four is Shua Sa'idos only works for people who are testimonially fit. And how you testimonially fit? Number one, categorically, you want to call up an apostle. And number two, you only know information firsthand. And number five, it only works if the actual person making the claim, the plaintiff, is the one adjoining the witnesses. But if either the plaintiff represented or the defendant adjoins the witnesses, because there is no Shua Sa'idos. We got about 5 minutes left to push that. It was a really, really good video.
Welcome. How are you?
So, for example, must be on like literally again, I observe you. That's a classic case. Or mitzvah on or a command upon you. We see that we were showing us out. And sometimes, or I give out for the Jew, I mean, if I let them say what the Gemara says, these are all from the showers of Shua. And with that, they're not complete expressions, the same complete expression we do that. Right? But Shalom is all that's what happens if you say to someone, right? I observe you by the heaven and earth to you. So apparently, again, heaven and earth is not a proclamation of Shua. The Aleph Dalet, and also now here we're going to get into different names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Right? If you name Hashem Aleph Dalet, so Aleph Dalet is like the name of Adonai, right? Or the Yud Hey, right? That's again going to be Yud Hey and then Vav Hey, or Yishakai, or Yitzvaos, or the Emor of the Latin, the Erech HaChayim, the Chesed, or I say, by the way, tremendous Hashgacha. You can see the Shem's life, and then the Shavuos is behind us. It's managed almost from no way. Incredible passage on YouTube that's a bit that's already in the answer to no way. So again, you as this board, we're coming to you over all of the other descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, so again, interesting enough, if you use any of these descriptive names of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, there is in fact liability, small liability. Okay, I'm going to tell you that just as an aside, you know, Sa'idos. Same way that there's true liability to use any of these descriptive names, either names or descriptive names of God. So again, I'm talking about the kind of general, it means if you curse someone, these names, or ultimately again curse any of these names of Hashem, ultimately again there's going to be liability. It actually says in the Talmud, the Baruch has said that already, Yaakov Kohen is going to Zek Yivot Shua Television, fine. But so it comes to come close to the country of the Potter, then we'll define them as focus in the America, and the color of the America. So again, it's that anyone uses descriptors of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and curses his mother or his father, which is the ultimate, again, is fire. We were right there, but first of all, the Chachamim function, the Chachamim say, ultimately, again, that you are Potter. Again, we'll see the root of that Hakadosh person in you are. Hamakala Atzmo V'Kavod, only the Lord Sasser, if you curse yourself and your friend, with anyone who's able to see all of these pieces, right? You put yourself on your guys any of these news. And then also in that bucket, in that giving of this community, these are the two things that we get. There are actual names of Hashem, like Israel and then Bagai, like Abel, Noi, right? And then there are descriptors, Cameron, Yaakov, Shivakos. So the Lord says, if you go ahead and replace yourself, or your friends, any of these ways, you're in violation of the Lord's side. Violation of the Lord's side. Yaakov Hashem Elohim, Yaakov Elohim. If you see Hashem, your God strike you, or Yaakov Elohim, or God strike you. So the Allah is the Torah. This is the curse, ultimately again, that it says in the Torah. And that's just what we're what is this talking about? So the Allah, and Allah will even Hashem on the flesh of the flowers, Yaakov Hashem the Shachatas, most of you do, and we'll say, interestingly enough, these are the children from the Torah. So the Lord says like this: if I go to a Shema lady, and I say, Shema lady, Hashem should strike you with Shachatas, Hadakas, all the stuff we're talking about. If you don't do Iblis in my behalf, if you don't share the Iblis in well, that actually works as a school of Iblis. That works as well as Iblis. Why? Because it also that's the example of a paradigmatic curse. It's a paradigmatic problem in the Torah. So if I use that essentially to affect Shmuel Iblis, ultimately again, that works. If I say, I'll back yourself. What happens if I go over to Shema lady? Right? If you know testimony from me, and you don't do it, Hashem should not pursue. As the son of Rahman, ultimately, again, says this is a purpose for us. And that comes to the church. Okay, so let's analyze it. So that's on back on it. Must be any other than my comments. So here's the issue. The issue is in the first part of the mission, in which there must be any other than I observe you. What is that? How is that a shua saibus? So you must not come or maybe you don't agree to say must be any other than the shua ha'amura b'torah. Okay, there's more to this phrase. I adjure you with the shua that is mentioned in the Torah. Mitzvah ha'amura or I command you mitzvah ha'amura b'torah. Regarding ultimately again the commanders in the Torah, again, what are you talking about over here? We're talking about the commander in the Torah, but if you want testimony, please share it. If something I'm going to say Amar Torah, I prohibit you. So all of these is showing what you're doing is when you're doing that and you're using the back, you're flipping this thing with publish. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to here. I'm about to stand on you. I'm going to highlight it. So ultimately, when it comes out when the person is in the prayer, says to the witness, Kaval Kaval. And let's just go back on you. I bind you. I bind you. That's all I restrict you. What is that referring to? To which he measures Koval ball. Koval ball, I say mix it. The Torah is less of Koval. And the Torah is less of Koval. I'm not back on his means to say, Mashpi Ani Ale from the Shua. The Sav Ani Ale from the Shua. The Sav from Ani the Shua. Koval from Ani the Shua. The Torah by is good. You can use any of these in the shoulders. In conjunction with Shua. So when Shua is actually what is like this, I could say to witnesses, I hereby adjure you with the Shua that is written in the Torah. I command you with the Shua. I prohibit you with the Shua. I bind you, I restrict you with the Shua. That's how you would make a Shua. Especially on the other side, this is kind of like the introductory phrase to the Shua itself. And then also, again, there's a lot of it's sort of combined with a lot of Shua, and then of course you need the rest of it. What's the rest of it? If you do not know testimony on my behalf, or just a different group. If you know testimony on my behalf and don't provide it, okay, now you started to be heard. This shall I be slow to come back from that kind of testimony. So that says, you make the window. The final block of Shimon, or the example, it's on this year. the sound that comes with the last one, I consider to be rings that have been started. It's very interesting. Wowzers. The other creation section, cognition, and fucking, on a totally different subject. What about erasing this guy? Now, generally, you're not allowed to erase with any of our friends' stuff. The government says there are names that can be erased, and they can't be erased. For example, alien should be fucking these names that can't be erased. We go, Cat, hello Kappa, hello Cheese, hello Caitlin, shit, Alex Diamond, which is Alex Diamond Million, UA, which is UA, and then Buffet, Shakai, Svakos, Hurricane Junior Fucking. These are all examples of names of Hashem, which really cannot be erased. On the other hand, about Hagogo, Hagiba, Hanoya, Ha'adir, Hachaza, Ha'anis, Ha'aziz, Hanu, Galactus, Hayakatayim, Rakasem, let's say all of these words, which are not names, what are they? They're descriptors, those can be words. They're contradictions. The one things to sound like Hanan Barachim are names of Hashem. So you're clear when it comes to the halachos of the reason that Hashem Barachim are not names, they're descriptors. On a Bayavai says, Basni, Masnisim, take the next space. What's the real is? I'll go into the thing that we get and say, I adjure you, the need should be covered. On the days, the need should be rocking. Like, I don't say I adjure you by rocking the cover. I say, I adjure you by who is rocking, by who is smelling. Okay, so in that case, what am I doing? I am directly linking the descriptive to the name of our first. Very interesting. Because all the other, we have to that is a shine of our testimony. You shall mind the other, you shall mind the other. So, again, that's the case, then it should be liability. When I give people that shall mind the other. Why? So, like I say, what does it mean to come out? So, the heavens and the earth, is to do not say more than us. We want this talking like that. Hassan, people direct from you, the actual of the equal channel of our home. That guy, the new street channel, that guy, the new street laughing from us. So, this is really incredible. When it comes to that coming channel, and I also think this is laughing channel, this is incredible. There is only one entity in this world that is called laughing and channel. And that is a good fact. So, supercharged. There's nothing else in this world that is called laughing and channel. On the other hand, Papa, even the equal Shemayim Ba'aretz, or Shemayim Ba'aretz come up, also you see heaven and earth. So again, yes, the heaven and earth refer to who created heaven and earth. It's possible, but there's also something else that's called heaven and earth. What else is called heaven and earth? Heaven and earth. Right? Heaven and earth itself is ultimate, and again, is referred to as heaven and earth. So it's like the different specimens that we want to just over here. That when you see that in the comment, there's nothing else in this world that is called rock in the comment except that Kaddish party. So therefore, by definition, when you read that message in Ashira, it is spiritual during the name of Hashem. So like Ba'aretz, again, you could just read by Shora, as for that, remember, he was in the first right of this, even though Shravir, like, as you know, Shravir, like the Shma'ar, and they do. Those Shravir does swear by heaven and earth. And again, there's not a reference to Hashem. There's actually a reference to heaven and earth. So it's a very good one. Therefore, again, when I say our Mishnah, in our Mishnah, when you read, so it's not a contradiction. In our Mishnah, when you read such a rock in the comment, it is today, which you're referring to Yishu Yaakov, Yishu Chanan. So you're interesting enough when you write the words, because that constitutes the name of Hashem. By implication, I know that it's referring to Hashem, and yet writing those words, but that constitutes the writing of the name of Hashem, and therefore, Halakha Maisa can be erased. People will say, it's also right to contemplate that the only thing in this world that's called rock in the sun is up in the heart. And let's say, you see yourself, it's just free, like love, rock in the heart just means compassionate, merciful, can't people do that as well? Like, aren't people capable of that quality? So perhaps the distinction is like this. People are absolutely capable of compassion and mercy. But in general, when are people capable of compassion and mercy? When it suits their needs. When I could be compassionate and merciful, when essentially it benefits me in some way. In some way. And by the way, sometimes the benefit just is that I know there's a compassionate and merciful God. Like, that I think when I say Rishparahu is the only entity that is horrible outcome, which means Rishparahu is capable of selfless compassion and mercy. Rishparahu will forgive and will be compassionate and merciful even to rejections. Even rejections, this is the whole so the shit of Rishparahu is willing to forgive even when it doesn't make sense to forgive. He's willing to be compassionate and merciful even when I don't deserve it. Man is not even capable of that.
Damn,
Man
bitch.
is capable of self-serving compassion and mercy. When there's something in it for me in some way, I am capable of those qualities. But selfless compassion and mercy, that is unique to this quality. Which of us is one of the most incredible, beautiful, and amazing things that every vulnerable over. But that knocking the time comes, whether it's earned, whether it's not earned, whether it's deserved or not deserved. That is the unique quality of Avinu Shalom Shalom. We thought about it. Let's go back to Hana Barat, where is it? It's Barat. Chazar Aleph Lam, Melakim. Is very interesting. If you write Aleph Lam, right? So you start writing Elakim. And all you wrote ultimately again is the Aleph Lam, right? So what's the halacha?
What up, dude?
Hey, you type of, right? Or you begin to go ahead, you write a Yule, right? So you might say as follows. I will get on your top. Ultimately, again, this is not to be erased. Not to be erased. Right? You might say on your top. So you might say, now, by the way, what's the logic? Why can't you erase the highest line of Elohim or the Yule of Yule, right? Why not? Because those are names of Hashem by themselves. Right? So even though, again, the finish of it is, my intention was to write the formula of Hashem. I got stuck while something happened. I didn't end up finishing it. Two of my intention was to write a longer name of the Bible. The point is, I still wrote something. So because I still wrote something meaningful, therefore I wrote the library. On the other hand, Shin Dalit Mishakai, or Aleph Plus, but if I write, let's say Shin Dalit of Shakai, or Aleph Dalit Me'adar Nai, or Sagi Days Mitzvahos. Let's say that if I began to write these other history of Hashem, again, I wrote the first two letters. I can't erase them, right? Because even though, again, they are part of a larger name, and what can I say again, by themselves, they do not constitute a meaning of the start. And therefore, Allah there is no library. And therefore, Yoshi says, Svakos killing touch. Yoshi says, even the whole word, Svakos, you can erase. Why? So when we say Svakos, Allah Hashem Yisrael. The reason for the Muslim is fascinating. Yoshi says that Svakos is not a name of Hashem. It's a name ultimately against Pakistan. So now, let's see, so ultimately, Yoshi says, Svakos doesn't refer to Pakistan at all, but it's Svakos refers to Pakistan. As evidenced by his possible regulation. And it's more says, in the Yossi, Svakos is a name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and therefore again, Svakos cannot be erased. First of all, Chabad Chacham, the same name of the Father, name of Abraham, is a new Chach, that's very interesting. Any prefix or suffix you have, the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, can be erased. Can be erased. You might give an example of this. For example, the Father of Ketzad, La Hashem, La Mincha, Ya Hashem, Beis Mincha, Ma Hashem, Bad Mincha, Ne Hashem, Ne Mincha, Sha Hashem, Shem Mincha, Ha Hashem, He Mincha, Ha Hashem, Ha Mincha. So again, which makes sense because all of these prefixes are not part of the actual name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Therefore, this will be erased. That's the example of on the front end. This is what the Akras Pizza. Elokeinu min Gog Mincha. Right? So, for example, Elokeinu is a mood. The mood is a possessive about the we can be erased. Elokehem, Hem, Kehem. Right? Their God, the name can be erased. Elokehem, Chacham can be erased. And as you see, Hakim and Hakim is really saying, the prefix can be erased. However, the suffix cannot. The suffix can never be erased. Why? Because the suffix word. This suffix, this N during the Sharhu is added before the Rasha. So from like that, from a new perspective, the suffix doesn't become part of your Sharhu like the suffix does. Since the suffix was appended already to the formal Shema Shem, therefore it is endowed with tradition. Incredible. Incredible. Rabuna, the Buddha says, Allah HaKafiris. Allah HaKafiris. Therefore, Allah HaKafiris, you are allowed to erase the suffix. You cannot go ahead and erase the suffix. Incredible. It's not like that. This is some beautiful words. Called Shemos Hamdu in the Torah, the Adram, Kodesh, Chutz Mizeh Shulchan. This is in general, whenever you see the name, for example, of the word Elohim, Elohim by Adram, it's always a reference to Hashem. Or, for example, Adonai, it's always a reference to Hashem. With one exception. What's the one exception? Shem, right? It was a beautiful word. Shem, right? The one exception, so again, the passage says, Vayomer, now again, the word in the passage is Adon and then Noi. However, in normal sense, it's in Geda. I'm not Tahor Me'arabdecha. So again, what is this talking about? Beginning of Hashis, right? Circumcision, we were sitting at the edges of the fence, so what's this interesting enough? So again, the Gemara says over here that the Adonai is not referring to a person, rather it's referring to a Kodesh Baruch Hu. It's referring to, I'm sorry, it's the opposite. In general, again, all the names are referring to a show except for this one, which is referring to an Allah, right? I'm not even speaking to these guys, and essentially choosing by the day, and it is please don't pass by. Right, so really the way to read this passage is Vayomer Adonai, the masters. He's referring to the three people, he doesn't know the Malachim, he's referring to the three people. So ultimately, he only tells them, do not pass by my time. So the word says, Va'amar, Chanina, Chanina Ba'aki, the Yeshua, the Rosh Be'ezai, the Shur, Rosh Be'amodi, our Ab Zekad. No. Even this Adonai, ultimately, they're the first slide for this part. So it doesn't refer to any first to God. I get first God tomorrow as well. I get to go out. The Torah versus something, Yoshana, Forest, the only place was not talking, you know? So we need to get to us and say, what's this phrase? So according to this, I'm going to tell you outside for just a second. According to this approach, well, I know when he says this passage, he's not talking to the three men. Who is he talking to? He's talking to us on his part. Because remember, right before the three men walking show up, who is Allah really talking to? He's talking to the Rebbe Shalom. And what does he say to them? What does he say to them? So as the three men come, he interrupts his conversation with that kind of powerful to go and to attend to these guests. According to this approach, he says to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, Vayomer Adonai, no, a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And Yama Tasifun Deina, if I found favor in your eyes, I'll not ta'avor Alabdecha. Don't go anywhere. Please wait here again while I go and attend to my guests. So the Gemara says, even this Adonai, is a reference to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. What do you see from here? You see from here, the Dola versus Arkin, Yoshana, Chodesh Me'esh. What do you see from here? That hospitality, having guests, is even greater than speaking to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, your hosting Hashem. Because how do I really interrupt this conversation? Ultimately, you don't know in order to go ahead and Moses Arkin. So the way you see the power of Moses Arkin, how do you direct his dialogue with Hashem in order to go and greet the Allah? What's the cover of it today? What I just mentioned, what's the shock with that? What is the shock? That Moses Arkin is even greater than Kabbalah's connection, you know? So, okay, we'll take it tomorrow, 6:45. We'll pick up with this piece tomorrow, and that's Hashem by Adam Avinu, and also that we said about Moses Arkin.
What's your favorite thing about her? What's your least favorite thing about her? Jimmy's old school. Jimmy's like a throwback. Jimmy's like a guy on Leno in the late 80s or something like that. Theo Bonds. Yeah, I got down. I knew you were going to say that at some point. I'm trying to get it definitely just because of the haircut he's got. I mean, Theo. He's like a Theo Bonds. That's a great show. Good job. The greatest show. No, it's a grocery store. I know he does jokes that people don't know. It's a specific style that Red Man likes to do. Anyway,
can I say good morning? Good morning. Hope everybody had a beautiful uplifting one for the shorts. Caution of the week is, of course, to continue now. Now, a couple of days leading up to Shabbos Kodesh. Incredible. So, we're going to give everyone to use with the other condition. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show to thank our annual Common sponsor for Option Credit 5785. The person who's brought the right stuff to dedicate all the training specialists in each year to this course with the telephone and as well. Common Credit Course is great money for Stephen. How far are we going to cover Stephen for his Zoom? Loving money of Steve's mother's brothers, the Zoom, the Rona Basketball, so y'all, and the education of the website. You're going to know about Common Credit. Come out and New York. Family, first, you got to keep our own news because we're just asking you to work and everything is showing and it's home. And we know that all these things are going to be successful, but all of them not say it either thing. Closing that, let us be doing a lot of people really great impact ahead of us. That's show. See what happens here. Our dad is one better. 34. We're picking up the rest of Hashem. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Well, that 14 right down is probably the top. Because my sons for giving the back over the 2 days of Yom and actually showing the owner what it means to cover a block of Gemara in the course of the shoot. And then some of the really was that. But it's okay. Back inside today, so we are going to fall behind rapidly. So we have 14 on down from the top on Lava Lava. On the basketball and Lava back to the first one. Point uncut and coffee this morning. Like a Dactyli by alcohol today. Yeah. But it's really, yeah, you said we had a New Year's Day yesterday on half of what we do on the base. So essentially, again, which was a simple pork concept, but really the pork concept. And I believe that 2 other guys were pretty similarly no testimony for me. Right, because eventually, so I go over to them, and we're going to have a idea that I could adjure them, right? I can go ahead and tell them, you guys know testimony for me, right? We're going to say, you guys really know testimony for me, and that goes against you. If they say, no, you don't, I could say, Mashbiya ani alaikum, and maybe you swear that you do not know any testimony on my behalf. Okay, I love it is, that it could go ahead and this and things like this go closely, is about liability for that. The conditional on the deal on the day of Hillary was the same that in order for there to be liability, about liability, or liability for us, it was the claim that's occurring as being one that is monetary in nature. So, for example, if I had some other claim against you, or whatever it might be, but it is not a direct monetary claim, ultimately, again, there's no liability for suicide in this cases. You don't know that you are going to hire 4 different opinions. That you are younger, that you are people, that you also are that you should not trying to sing the way back, but again, that we work together about Hashem and still trying to give it on the days. Ultimately, going ahead and trying to highlight where does this research come from. That's all, right? So that was all of yesterday's now. Now what the Gemara is doing is once again going through those sheetas another time and already giving probably going to sleep. So let's keep that. Let's get another idea. That's a really good answer. All the weekly of here. So you know, so all weekly of here. So let's go back and let's do the practice. So again, the Laya, the group that we have is what we call the oil. If you don't recognize it, it's because I would say the onion. So I really other dialect because it's called onion. But again, onion, which other is called onion. Anyway, so the alleges for a good good, what the Shabbat essentially are onion from Swiss, Swiss recovered. Swiss recovered. You must know what's happening. You can learn the Shabbat oil to Swiss into it. So again, just Swiss recovered. It hasn't really focused on what the particular term is correct. It's in Swiss English, which is an old different, obviously you feel have testimony that's up to you. Schwartz between, that's what we can do up until this point in time, what we call just a declarative oath. And of course, Schwartz have been covered, which we have not really covered yet, but in today is someone else is in possession of my item. If I direct my item, we may have a little bit of a dispute about it. Not that they have it, I can make me think of oath that they don't have to be covered. Okay, so we must figure out our oath or between people. Sharing oath, we use the money Shua. So again, why is it the Jewish people? We don't have the again. We don't have oath. We use the money Shua, and we don't have a Shua. The only money covering we're not calling about in that in Shalom, it's the Ashwani. And yet, again, oath loves the other, but doesn't say we require money for it, or you can say it's between. Because we have the money for it. It was actually with the US is literally the Sabra, we can cover a little bit. It makes more sense to live with Shua Sa'idus and Shua Sa'ikadu. Why? So the Gemara says, Shekin Kafka, Shekin Kafka, and Kafka. There's ultimately again, first of all, again, we don't have the Russian of Kafka, so we have that symmetrical Russian. Whereas the other one, so we do have a little bit. No, I still say this is between Shekin Kafos, excuse me, Kafos. Because ultimately, again, both of them can create a line both of the common Kafos. Rashi points out that here, Rashi on the last white line on top, Kafos with Kafos, English is between the Kafos. So let's say English is between, trying to give you a common Kafos. About Shmuas have to cover the Asham. But the cover ultimately of the Asham, which the Gemara says, Ella is starting with the cover of the related. Rather, it makes more sense to learn how Shmuas are able to dress at the cover. Why? As we're going to see now, because there are more shared similarities between Avis and Picado than Avis and BT. What are the shared similarities between Avis and Picado? Chicane, Kate. So first of all, again, Kate. That says again, Kate means Kafka. So first of all, again, Shmuas are Avis and Shmuas are Picado have that same exact Russian of Kafka. That's number one. Number two, the amazing top A, the Kafka. Furthermore, again, you're both tied on music, intentional violation, as opposed to what this was between. Remember, they were not tied to music. Next, top A, the pathway, both have a tria, a play, and a fila, and what is it? Tria. Rashi says they're coming to pathway. Able to be covered body and you can pay up the fila. So what's Rosh Able? What's Rosh Hashanah? There's a claim and then there's a temporary denial of that claim. Now, if you was people, so people deny that, so people ultimately again is just a declared law. So the Gemara says, Rashi says, English is becoming clear as well as the Sha'abar, or the Russian Abar. So what Shurs have become as well as English are both retrospective Shurs, about beauty, become Habar. But ultimately, Shurs beauty, and some people like Shurs Steinchen Abar, the Stein ultimately again want Sha'okal, right? Or Shalom Okal, are constructive. Shurs. Which the Muslims is there for many people. There are all these similarities that exist between Shurs Saibis and Shurs and Picado. Therefore, it makes more sense to compare those two. Now, on the website, what's the comparison about? The comparison is that to tell you that just like Shurs and Picado requires a monetary claim. A monetary claim, so too Shurs Saibis is going to require a monetary claim. But which was in most of the other no. There's nothing but comparisons. There are comparisons between Shua Saibus and Shua Speedway as well. Again, we do have the Chicane happens. So first of all, again, both have the same level of fact. As Shiarda, right? She said in here. Fact of Shiarda, the public that we actually supposed to all of them. We actually see Aegis Speedway. Aegis is the best was Aegis was Speedway. Train the Katos. Right, both of them have the potential liability to come Katos and all of the other. Not even Chomish. I don't think we are going to have no Chomish penalty. Not thinking Picado, but again, Shras Picado could generate, and you will see all of this. Shiba Asham with the carbon cover on. Then we generate Asham. Number two is never sent to a carbon all of the other. Rather, again, it's only obligated in a fixed value carbon. In most, I love Chomish. And then circumstances you need to be fighting for an additional to consider shield Russia, the Commission Soviet Arab, you see. If you are saying, maybe we get what's that? You compare Schwarz and Ross to Schwarz deeply in many ways as well. So why not make that comparison? How not locations right? What comparisons between Schwarz Packagers and Schwarz Becoming, then from Schwarz Packagers to Schwarz Between. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, and let's again. The result of that, what's the result? Remember, all of this was challenging Rabbi Eliezer. We learned out from Schwarz Habitat. And not just simply say, one of Calavera, from Schwarz Habitat, from Schwarz Between, to which the more essentially answers, more comparisons between Aegis and Chicago than Aegis and Between. What's the result of that for us? Remember, we can see out of here that Schwarz Aegis only occurs in a situation where there is a denial of a monetary claim. If the claim in question does not have monetary implications, then there is no liability for Schwarz Aegis. But so just the maximum getting the execution. Yes. But if you want to do this, guys, if you don't know the Hayat, you are shown the Akhas Me'ila. If you do like this, right? The Prophet says that you will be right up on these things. Which Me'ila? Shukayit. So what's a Me'ila means for amongst these things? Very good to see. There's some of these things which are reliable. Which Me'ila Shukayit. And there's some of these things for which I got to help these, right? So how do you distinguish those? How do I know? Which piece is Schwarz Aegis? Where is liability? And which piece is Schwarz Aegis? Where is not liability? The simple case of Tabo Mamo Chayiv. However, I have got it. If the clear the claim is for money, then I'm not going to have liability. Like if the claim for money, then I'm part of it. So let's say, so again, you have sort of point out what's very good in it. That's why even if you use the train of thought a little bit, or a lot, or the whole time, then again, don't worry, because this is one of these emails where no one is debating the core concept. Like the core concept, right, you just keep this in mind. The core concept is you are only liable for a false Schwarz Aegis when you swear that you're going on testimony in a case where there's a monetary claim. Right? That's the whole you sold over here. There happens to be a four-way machlokas about how I learned that concept. But if one of these machlokas, everyone's agreeing on the concept, just dispute about debating what the source is. So now that the Akiva says the Me'ila, since we know Me'ila, there are times ultimately when we are tired, but we're not tired. How do we distinguish that? Monetary claim, ultimate residence liability. No monetary claim, no liability. I must say, I never learned that way. Maybe it's just around university. Rabbi Akiva are all the other local summits. Rabbi Akiva really also from East Russia relies on the OO of Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, right? You know, reminded us if that's the case, so then what we do is between Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Eliezer, which we must remind us of Rabbi Akiva. Mashia Ede Karka. That's actually very interesting. You're not amazing. So remember again, we're going to be curious about the Akiva. If we're saying that the Akiva essentially at its core relies on the O and the O of Rabbi Eliezer, then Halakha Raisa really has to do with Rabbi Eliezer specifically that the people that is going to say that there will be cases where you will not be fired for Schwarz Aegis. What are those cases? Because I'll tell you, Ede Karka. Now, what is the case of Ede Karka? We're going to have Kiva coaching. We're going to have Rabbi Kiva will say that you're Potter. And Rabbi Yochanan also must be Ede Karka. Okay, fine. So let's defend it. If you actually just know, Rashi says, Rashi makes Rashi. Rabbi Eliezer Chayavi. The Gabi Hashavas on Gizela Mashavila Ray. In the Chayiv Hashavas on Gizela Karka. Because I like that the real thing is Schwarz Habitat or Schwarz Aegis. This is very interesting. What happens if I have a legal statement against Freeway, and then you extremely need all Aegis to do in that case? And then you go and mix it out what they do not know any Aegis about my legal statement. But then in that call, Kiras Mama. Is that condition of monetary claim, or that's a delegation of monetary claim ultimately refers to what? That's the shayla. So ultimately, again, that's the point of the thing that you feel very well there. You know, you have a shayla. There was a high stress Aegis in case of real estate. Rabbi Kiva ultimately again says that you are a Potter. Because Rabbi Yochanan Hasam, Mashpia Ede Karka, feeling Rabbi Eliezer. to alcohol might be caught getting a luxury. But then the also understands that living as you please. So if the Kaka is subject to Shmas, and therefore it was specifically reality might have occurred. But ultimately, again, it's company as that. The two of the Haka, which the Kira says that that piece is really a hot dog. Might be so, what is the point of the picture? You know, the lesson of the Akiva. If you're going to AJ Knas, very interesting. What happens again, and also in Soy Kelly Mishnah, what happens if Allah for the rest, again, I say the Shema, you know, testimony about you didn't owe me money, but again, it's not wrong, it's Knas. It's Knas. And let's say, again, we didn't swear it. They don't know any testimony. It's not in fact we didn't see your testimony. Is that called denial of humanitarian faith? Which is not in the context of the beautiful. Okay, I'm not saying really. Let me say, remember, we're just working our way through all of these sheets. And we also really own that. But we ate all the done. The English has kindness to we are below you. And we are below that possible battle. But so this is really very interesting. And we also really the question of focus on a really different point. And this point was the following. Because it uses the Russian with you age, right? Again, it's not a stress so the people are like going to the nation and covering you know, so she know you know testimony from you regarding my claim against you, that the consequence of you age, you know, it's like she know testimony on your God. Ultimately, again, they saw or they heard, or they knew. The English is the idea below the idea, or the idea below the customer data. So it's always highlighting the idea, but there are one of two ways that Shimon leads to a testimony. Either with what we call the idea below the idea, seeing something, by observing an event, you know what? You don't actually know the context of that event. I'm witnessing actions occurring, but I know the context of those actions, or you hear below the ear, or knowing information but not having seen the actual transaction. Either one of those scenarios could create liability for Shmiras Havidus. So you know, so let's analyze this. I'm going to couple of items. So let's look at it. Lima, Gabriel said we need less than Gravata. The real say that we must not hold of Gravata. Now, what is Gravata? She goes back to the Gravata. She's actually beautiful. Right? She's very cross. Pretty much very cross. What Gravata? So let's say Gravata. The join the Friday is the done. The join the Gama Okabina, or the Child Glory is done. So this is essentially the alcohol that you can create liability. And guess what you alcohol today? Circumstantial. So this is very interesting. The second, alcohol says as follows. Demo is how you know. Listen to this. If you have a camel that is moving, the Oka literally means kicking. Now she says over here, Oka then like what is kicking, but then Rashi, the meaning of Kishabali Zakis Medikiva, the Nukon Umaki Barakna Kumaran should be Sidosa. So apparently, when camels mate, they get a little liberty. Or ends up covering, they end up keeping the camels around them. Around them, I don't know, and it's whatever you would see it says over there, that's the Wikipedia. You know, whatever, so therefore they get. So the case of what they do is, so we don't know what Oka is at the moment, so you have a camel that's moving, and therefore by definition it's keeping. And then what do you find out? So the inside, Gama Color gets to go. When the camel finishes moving, what do you find? A dead camel next to the moving camel. What's that about? The Adua. Shazal Hada. Ultimately, again, we know that the mating camels killed this camel. Now, that's an interesting thing. Do we know that the mating camel killed this camel? Do we know? Yes, circumstantially, you can put together a picture, right? Because again, there was a camel that was mating camels, kicked other camels, and then another camel is dead right in the proximity of the mating camel. So we put this in, so this is the position of the alpha. The alpha which would create liability, financial liability based on circumstantial evidence. Which you might say, so now the effect of the alpha, it was to make it so that the ability of the movie hold different hope of the alpha. Because when it's like Levy says, you could create a liability with knowing something even if you didn't see it, or seeing it even if you didn't know it. But according to what I'm reading, you need concrete information one way or the other, either by seeing the event even if you didn't know the context, or by knowing context even if you didn't see the event. The circumstantial evidence would never be enough to create liability. And that's why this is very interesting. You know, as far as the things that the outcome, giving the first time to stop second shame and shut up. Because if they're missing really hard about the outcome, there should be three financial liability because circumstantial evidence. And two days, you can even potentially create capital liability based on circumstantial evidence. What does this mean? The U.S. is the same. I'm saying shut up. It's not shut up 70,000. This is crazy. I don't have any comment. I don't have any comments like that. It's like I'm not sure what to do. I swear. But I literally use, I will not find consolation. I swear. Even though like you see after Shalom, after Kadir the purpose. This is the same thing I said. I want to tell you a piece that happened to me. I once saw a guy. I saw a lady running after Shimon. And what happened? They ran into a corridor. Like they ran into a meeting. Which was a wire meeting. A meeting is a family where you don't find other people. So that's the outcome. Shimon said. So Shimon see this whole thing. He sees women running after Shimon. And I see obviously something's going on with him, right? See, you see now Shimon checked out the running after Ruben, he's running after Shimon. So let's see, watch this. That's the opera. And my son sees sign Diago. Wow. And I come to the photo, I come to the ring, and I see Ruben holding a sword in his hand, his dying captive, and there's blood dripping off the sword, the hollow in the fireplace. And Shimon is literally again like rising. He's dying. He's in the throes of death over there. I'm not to know. But what's the name is going to say it. So let the Shimon and Shaddai see it. What does he see? What does he see? He sees Ruben with a weapon and his blood on it. And Shimon dying on the ground. What didn't he see? What didn't he see? He didn't see Ruben do anything to Shimon. Yeah, look what Shimon and Shaddai says. I'm not to know. I said to Ruben, rush up. You know what's up. Ruben, who killed Shimon? By giving one or two possibilities. Oh, I mean, or Ata. Either you did it, or I did it. And I know that I didn't do it. Right? So then Shimon and Shaddai really both know that you killed Shimon. I got my ass, Shimon don't come us to be a thing. What did I do? I can't even got punishment from you. Why? So I'm going to go a fish name in the ocean, even you must have this. So this guy says, Shimon and Shaddai said, what can I do? I'm going to that part. But listen, what's that say about this? Shimon and Shaddai says, the reason I can't hold you to things is because I'm a single witness. What can you infer from this? There was someone else who Shimon and Shaddai correct, they would have called him live in the base. Now, what's fascinating about this? First, this is circumstantial evidence. The circumstantial evidence, no one saw the act. No one saw the act. Yet, Shimon ben Shaddai says, I believe that if there was someone else with me, this would have been enough to give a capital crime. What can I do? I'm in a lachak. I'm not going to be hurrying in front. Because first we should exact punishment for you. I mean, he said, Nozab Yisham, and Shenosh, and Nakash, in this. Wow. So what happened? They did not leave there before a snake came, hit this guy, and this guy died. This guy died as a result of this fake fight. Yosef is incredible. So again, to lift the choice up progression over, right? But Yosef is really saying that I'm not going to myself. It's not saying this, even you get a really up along the deal, which means you saw it and even though no context, or you get along the deal, you know information even though you did not see the initial event. But you got to have solid and concrete information. You know what this says? It is that really taking a look at that. Because what Alpha said, but I love when I say in the case of the mating camel, you can create liability through circumstantial evidence. Well, that can actually, but by the way, when you Alpha, you can even hold the Shimon Shetta. So the Shimon Shetta says you can even create it by circumstantial evidence, ultimately again, in capital cases, and the only reason why you can convict that guy moving is because Shimon Shetta wasn't a Alpha, which the United States. I think the general is the Alpha. Which told me you below the English campus law. Listen, you can find the case of the idea below the which means listen, remember, the idea below the I know facts. Even I know from the country with which, even though I did not witness the initial event. So you can find the case like that outside of being noticed. You can find the case like that outside of being noticed. So you know what it says? Hello. And for example, a case like that, you see for that case, how long you have the one you do making this stuff and stuff. And at the end of the website, let's say a capital case, how can you ever predict based on so for example, let's say in a capital case, what would be an example ultimately again of the idea below the idea? What would be an example of a capital case? The Sherman Shutdown case is a perfect example of the idea below the idea. Like I see Ruben holding the sword. So clearly again, someone killed Shimon. Leah, I do not below the Leah, I didn't see Ruben do it. But listen, when you trust one plus one together, it looks like I got the company of conclusion that we didn't take Shimon. But also, in the case, how can you have a capital case of Udea? I'm sorry, Udea below Udea. Right? How can you ever have that? So the Gemara says, let me finish that first of all. So that's wrong. You know why Mega in order to help Harad or you spell Harad. So remember again, because of the capital case, ultimately again, you have that. If you don't have Udea, you can't think it. For example, that's where the victim was. Like what's ultimately again, what's in the shoe, what is it non-Jew? In other Trefa Harad, or showing Harad. What's the person in Trefa? Like you look at the halacha is that what they think is the true Trefa. Like there's just so many has some type of injuries from which they're going to experience in death. You know, halacha mentions not liability for cases like that. So halacha mentions you can't have the case without Udea. So showing up is going to be okay. So what do you see today? You think the correction that goes in your head, you do the glass pocket. That ultimately, again, if you did a wicked glass, also that was the news is, if I go to witnesses and I think them, have a similar degree of testimony, my benefit of me, and if that's case against who they, then ultimately, again, there's not liability for sure. That's how you listen to it. These are like a higher. So this is the thing that explains. You need the idea of the idea, ask for one. You can find the case of the deal that idea, but the idea of the idea, by idea. How do you have a case of the idea from Milo by Mega? The case of class, and also you have to know knuckles ball, basketball ball, Sula ball, bass, and Sula ball, Bula ball. And then also you can't have the case of the idea that idea. Because if you don't have the idea, then you don't know whether or not there's actual class liability. So if I'm not relating, let's hold that the case of the class would be popular from the class status. Okay, exactly. So that, that's very cool. So essentially, just really done is decided Shimon because of the first primary three opinions. Yes, what they would see this year. Let's see if I can move in the revenue, they would like to do tomorrow. If I'm moving the same from the revenue, so let's see that revenue. They come by like, and then you got put under the following case. Money is super deflate flowing clothing. So yeah, they will say, here's the case. So I go ahead and I say for you, then, money is super means I counted out the money to you. So what I'm really putting is like this, Ruben, I lent you $1,000. I lent you $1,000 in front of Shimon and Levi. I'm a base. The agent going on some of the hooks. They was going to have to see over here, Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So let's say, so this is a great case. I think this really what we would call Leah, the way you do that. So what happens? Shimon and Levi are standing outside. So what does Shimon and Levi see? What are they observing? I am putting $1,000 into Levi's hand. Now, what don't they know? What don't they know? Context. What is this? What is it? You're going to give. And I'm repaying something for you. So they see, so what they see is objective fact. I am giving money to you. So the agent will listen to your first. The agent were outside. Now, actually, put it back over here below. They can't even mix up on him. Actually understand that you may not see the witness of age. We're discussing this in every. Now, Rashi says that, if you upset the Tosis says Rashi has to interpret it this way. Why? How you define how you yogi in how you know or how well or God. Tosis distinguishes the perfect case when you're outside. To get to the inside, then what? It will be and Yudria. It has to be outside because that's the way to set up and then Yudria. Alright, there you go. I'm doing it without some kind of $1,000 for you. Witnesses see me doing this, so we must stay ignorant, so that's fine. So what is that? What in such a situation like this? I'm going to look at you up. Let's back up. This is what they're saying.
I know. By the way, so did I. 16 times in 8 minutes? Is that 30 seconds? Yeah. Do you notice you do that like every day, like when you're like
So we are like you don't. Like you just say over this case. Like I'm gonna sitting there. Right? So I'm gonna say that you got ready. Can you tell me like what is the context of this case? Now I'm not talking, but specifically what is reading through? Right? So I'm the one who's giving $1,000. What is reading through? So you guys I'm gonna let you go over what reading says, not what I'm talking about. Simply you never do. $1,000. What's up, Pop? So what is this? She's a $35. Because obviously the artist is that saw that I gave you $1,000. Right? So that can't be the case. You also like Anthony shot me, did you shot me? If I went in and say, yeah, yes, Silver gave me $1,000. You know why? That was my money. That was my money. I went to pay him, why? Deposited it by him, whatever it might be. So yes, I got $1,000 from him, but that was my money. It's also eating my hobby. And that's in reality what the witnesses did. As always, remember, the witnesses can't say yea or nay in that case. Because all the witnesses saw was that I put $1,000 in Eden's hand. If Eden says, yes, I received $1,000 from yourself, but it was my money, then unfortunately you have to believe him. So he knows if you also believe him, my hobby. So ultimately, again, if Eden come in that context, so ultimately, again, what good do they do, right? In other words, I'm not going to myself. I'm not going to myself. What has he accomplished? So the man says, oh, he actually is actually quite fascinating. So the man says, I'm sorry. So I'm you know, there's a rule. So the reader says, you know, it's up, as they say. Excellent point. Excellent point. You are a big comment? Come in your Shiba. It's like this, it's almost like this is like the fire. And so you read this fire in the Pamela. So you read the left way, you back up Pamela properly, you understand the Sugya, you like to Pamela ultimately again to come into the Shiba. That's what you Pamela all أتوقع المختلف بيتحرجش شعب محكم السلاح which is actually quite beautiful. So really, so when you come into Yeshiva line, because every Rebbe needs a Talmud like you. What's the job of a Rebbe? The teacher inspires his Talmud. And what's the job of a Talmud? To sharpen his Rebbe. Beautiful. So if I'm losing you come into Yeshiva. Let's say just funny as an aside. As an aside, what do you do with things like this? Here's like the interesting case. I'm giving $1,000 to you, right? Paying $1,000 into his account. Witnesses are standing outside. So they see me giving $1,000. Obviously, my claim is I lent you $1,000, you didn't owe me money. You didn't claim, and you didn't cook claim, you didn't claim that what? You didn't pay me back. Therefore, it was a gift. So what do you do in this case? Yes, it's actually interesting. So without even looking at the right? How is that how much of it says? When even some other knows, exactly like this. So when you see you can do $1,000, witnesses have no idea. So the idea below the idea. You know what's happening over here. Which is not a good thing, but I'm going to tell you all this for the city. So I say today, I like $1,000, give it back to you. I'm not telling us that to you, but I'm like, you would play, no. You would give me a gift, or you would pay me back. How they say, the Mishpach Hesses Unit. Listen, we have this thing that says, Dress Hesses, we're going to see essentially you didn't swears, and it keeps the money. That's not like he's living to keep the money. Now, that I'm my rights. However, I'm going to know how you develop your own law. That if you didn't try no such thing ever happened, then obviously, again, what's up top line? And also, if it's clear, one thing we have, one thing we always got, I think we did it $1,000. Because we have a lot of us in this case. The witnesses cannot prove that this proof you don't claim. So if anything gets the sure, proving is allowed to go ahead and take money. Once I didn't put that thing very beautiful. Like, if you think about these two states, it's actually very apropos to find as well. Like, this is one of these two categories. Where it is, Yudhya below Yudhya. Right? And I should say, Yudhya below Yudhya. So I say most of life is Yudhya below Yudhya. That's most of life. A sequence, and I do not know the backstory to it. And 99% of our interpersonal interaction are Yudhya below Yudhya. I see someone do something and I catch a cruise thing, right? I catch a cruise thing. got a sweetheart. That's in fact last night. The sweetheart. Someone sent me a picture of me as this endangered species. And look like I was like, oh, you know, like that. The first thing, the funny place is that, you really should pay better attention to endangered species. Keep yourself right. Who's wrong with this? It's wrong. So, we were speaking of the same people. And on Sussex, speaking again, I actually paid attention. Actually did. And it's so incredible because look for yourself. And this is, you can catch everyone in the freeze frame doing something or looking a certain way. That's just the way they like catch anyone in a moment. So much of life is really like a little idea. I see someone do something, I have no idea about the context. Even sometimes you hear someone say something. And maybe it's a little jarring or upsetting. You don't know what is happening in that person's life, about what the rest of the context of that is. There's so much of life is knowing what you saw something, but you have absolutely no idea about the backstory to all of this. On the other hand, there's also the idea below the ear. There's the below the ear. Those are the below the ear. Actually, it's the idea below the ear. But ultimately, I know that there are certain things that are true in this world, even though I have not seen. I believe that I can try to be the best to Torah, even though I do not see them so much that I see them. But these eyes didn't see them, but it's okay. I have revealed that to you. I believe that I trust with all of my heart that it's photographs and shapes every single moment of my past, present, and future. Sometimes I'm not able to see it. But just because you can't see it, it doesn't mean I don't know. So I need ultimately a little belief in Reveal. Someone will be a fortnight being held on in the Chavelo, and the role of Reveal, ultimately again, fortnight being held on the Incredible. That's what I do. Says the Gemara. Says the Gemara. It's always English. So Maskika, no, Hello, what's the deal case over here? I need the Amalek Kavle. One of the needs to look up inside Amazon. What is it? I went to it. Okay, I lent you $1,000, and by the way, I'm cementing my claim by saying I lent you $1,000, and I will tell you the exact location where the loan took place. I lent it to you by this pillar. Look at the pillar, right? Pillar A. You know, so Amalek, I've got to decide Amazon. The Amazon. And what happened? And you guys I was talking about. I never been by that pillar. Never even been that. So he wants to also say Saudi, I see the lady who's still 9 minutes at Amazon. So witnesses show up, and they say, Rain, we saw you urinating by the pillar. Okay, right, the man said, right, we saw you there, and now there's like public picture, right? No one likes that, right? So what happened? We saw you urinate over there by that pillar. So what's this now? Obviously, what's happening over here is it's proper, right? We didn't say we've never been by that pillar. Witnesses now placing by that pillar. Placing by that pillar. So what he did is always always looks at Catholic. So he's like, he's a liar. He's a liar. Obviously, you being a liar. Once he's a liar, obviously not, again, that's just to point out, that doesn't automatically mean he's liable $1,000, right? Because remember again, not like witnesses are saying, we saw you urinating and borrow money from Sydney. That's at the same time, right? At the same time, there's all of the things that are eroding his credibility, right? Because he's never been by his player. They say, yes, you have. Yes, you have. You have to have a very personal reaction to this player. Right? So again, now, the only thing is this copper is established Ruben as a lawyer. Okay. So that's the Malachim says, Hi Dina Parsa. The Malachim says, that is a Persian ruler. No offense to anyone, right? That is a Persian ruler. What does it mean, a Persian ruler? So that was a disparaging thing. When you did something nonsensical, you did something that didn't make any sense. Such a Persian ruler. Right? So again, there was a reference ultimately in saying that made absolutely no sense. After all, the Gemara says, Nikan the Olam is really actually saying that he was never in his life by that pillar. That's not what it means. It means it's the insect jet pillar. But it means to say is, you're telling me you lent me money, you lent me $1,000 by this pillow. I was never by this pillow during this teacher. I don't know, maybe I just read the book, but like I've never been there. I've never been there by this circumstance over here. Right? It's never happened before. So you might say, you might say, people got me. So they went to give a last question and then went over again. The truck is told that how often a man said again, he's a liar. Because his claim actually was, I was never there. But he said, nothing says, how often a man said again, when he just means he was never there for this transaction. But he never said he was never there at all. So you can have the author version of this. Who knows the problem when you decide on this end. So same case. I say to you, very easy reason, and then for $1,000 by this pillar, I'm going to I like to decide how much them over. What's interesting enough in this case over here, so if you notice in this version are very different. Notice you guys playing, I have never in my life been by this pillar. So not within signing the issue and the smile and the side comments there. So witnesses came and said, you're going to be urinated by this pillar. So I'm not going to walk the path. I'm not going to say he's a liar. He's a liar. I'm going to learn that happened as long as I'm not going to know. From this as well, I'm yet already the English of the great lot of that. It's actually very important trial. We find many different cases in Allah. And maybe change anything that a person doesn't have to remember, he doesn't remember. Right? I'm going to say that anything that I'm not obligated to keep on my mind, obviously, often I'll do it, a lot like I do. It's not doctor that I remember. So let's say this actually does prefer it. If I don't have to remember it, I don't remember it. So therefore, because a person needs not keep an accounting of all the places really urinated, right? Therefore, again, halach on so you assume a person does not remember that. And therefore, if halach does you think halach on a person doesn't remember urinating in a particular place, that is not indicative that you are not telling the truth. Yes, and by the way, the term is supposed to pass through this as well, that we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, generally, that is indicative that it wasn't important. That's why this is so clear. It happens to be that maybe you missed a birthday, or perhaps an anniversary, or perhaps some other important life cycle visit, or perhaps someone else in your life maybe got very upset. And you're like, one second, but I'm like 364 days a year. But I remember everything. So again, perhaps if you're in a situation, you know that I'm doing something you have water. And if there's merit to that, there's merit to the end, I should say. Because at the end of the day, again, we remember the things that are important for us to remember. And if we don't remember something, that is a good indicator that it does not relate to high importance in our lives. Incredible. Alright, so we'll have to stop over here for today. Go on. Right back on track. Right back on track.
I got a study girlfriend, 5 years, 6 years. She got a kid, I got a kid. We got animals. You each have your own separate kids? Yeah. Okay. You have another one on the way? Third trimester? That thing is plump as shit. When's the last time you visited a doctor? You know, I have a really fucking awesome scar that looks like the apparition of the Virgin Mary's pussy. Really? Like right here. I can never show it because it's too ugly for stand-up. But for here, it might work. You guys want to see this guy's scar or what?
Alright, so let's say good morning, let us begin. Wake up, get your youngster. This was fun to begin. Another week of Receptus, we're going to begin by thanking all of our sponsors. So thank our annual planetary sponsor for the year, Touch Sharing Catering, the person who's brought out to sell. We dedicate over to our vessel this year, as is this. to the source for what's going on this way. I'm encouraged by the for the month of Stephen Abali with Toga, Stephen Taizin, the dedicated old shooting and Joshua. So this month, and many of his mother daughters, the son of the Yola Abbas, the Israel, Yola, is it from the Bracha. I know that film is time for social media, but the football fair, Mazatov on the bliss of their grandson, both of their children, Nachum and Leah Luke, Mazatov, the week of the name, Asher Zelig, the next Hashem. Zachar and David Yuna, שיש מקרה סוביסטים, כאלה וכל למעשה טוב, Mazatov. But let's say that first we dedicate our learning in the specific precious hostages, and the Torah and Nefesh and bring them home. The Shalom and the Kala and the specific holy soldiers may be successful. The Kala and the Savior. There's a lot of people that wait to see the house today. And in fact, we run the Aleph, and another lifting back on the top of the run the Aleph, once again making the look back every single Shabbos. So, alright, fine, we're going to pick up the next session on a lot of other bases. I want to start to see that. So, just from people picking up 5 hours about Karabah. So, you want to say this house. So, Lama is 30 Karabah. Karabah, 9 Italian. So, yes, the same thing as well. This is a very profound Gemara. Here we go. Look at that sheet. This is Sangora. What's that Sangora is a defense. How do you know that a dying should not defend his position? What does that mean? It's not like a dying should defend his position. So that Shekha says about Ikbar just on the bottom. In Ghana, but we don't know. Let's say the judge adjudicated the case, and his heart is we don't know what it means, like the really like his heart is beating. But it means he's feels uncomfortable with his legal decision. When much he thought his heart's pain, we know there's something that's not right about this. He shouldn't try to justify his position because he is embarrassed to recant. Hello, if I'm studying that, so what to do now? What should we do? We should endeavor to try to adjudicate the case correctly. But I said this is a profound demon because this is not something that judges alone know, but this is all of us know this. And we encounter situations like this all the time where I establish the position, right? I articulated a particular approach, and I know in my heart that it's really not right. I know it's not right. So if I 9 out of 10 times, what do we do? Like, we double down. I overcompensate to show ultimately again that I'm incorrect. I show that I'm correct. I overcompensate. Instead of having the humility to say, you know what? I was going to know the second shot that says the hardest words for a person to say, is I don't know. Even harder than I don't know is, I'm wrong. I expect much love of the social if the teacher comes to say earlier that it's hard. So listen, the word says that times in life where although I've taken a position, deep down I know the position is wrong. So how does the Gemara say, how do you know? Find the courage to say you were wrong instead of doubling down and cementing a flawed approach. How do I know? The Gemara says, you've got to check out your heart. Ultimately, you're going to distance yourself from the shekel. And you're not a dying, so you should come and burn upon it. How do you know that a dying should not have an unworthy student in front of him? Now, again, I say it is because even the dying should talk things out with someone. So how do I know if the dying, if the person the dying is talking things out with is not a worthy individual? Once translates corrupt the outcome. Hamroma, Yikra Shaka Kircha. Distance yourself from Shaka. And I say, if you notice that you have become denominator all of these things, these are situations where there is a overt Shaka, having an unworthy student in front of you is overt Shaka. No, but if you believe the wrong things, and now the dying should get a combination Gazlan. So how do you know that if the dying knows that one of the other judges is a Gazlan? You should get a combination Gazlan. Or a witness knows that it's fellow witness is a Gazlan. You might as well be silent, How do you know that you should not combine with their life? You should not sit on the basement with such a person. Or should not sit before the testimonial unit with a person. Haragoma, you got Shekha Kircha. Ultimately, again, this is a much more occasion here. The difficulty here is that, let's say, if I'm a witness, I know that I'm saying the truth. I mean, my fellow witness is saying the truth. So if you get this Shekha occurring over here, and also it's quite fascinating because we recognize how it always recognizes the idea that all of us are made up of multiple parts. And some of those parts are good, some of those parts are not good. Right? No one is an absolute. But still, when it comes to judgment, I can't participate judicial process in the capacity of the judge or the capacity of a witness if I know that the other people involved are dishonest. Okay, it just corrupts the entire thing. Good. And we like the thing. I'm sorry. We're not a diamond. Should get there to do Shimaruma. So let's say, how do I know that if a diamond knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted? Shalom Yomar, Holo Ba'idin Idin, Akat Henry, a Kola Kapabandana, Kola Kapitale, Saba Idin. So this is this. I don't know that the judge said the shouldn't have the following. The judge knows that the legal proceedings are corrupted. He knows that something is not right everywhere. But essentially what he says is, not my problem. Not my problem. The witnesses are giving their testimony, and if there's fallout, because if they're saying this false, it's on them. I didn't know that a judge shouldn't say that. I'm going to make about Shadon to it. This brings yourself into the website. This is so profound because what this case is highlighting over here is the not my problem approach. And I'm involved. And if you see it and you can hear it, it's because the Shaitan wants us to do something about it. So we like to seek the open situations. It's okay. No problem. No problem. If it wasn't the problem, you wouldn't see it. If it wasn't the problem, you wouldn't put it. If you're there, if you're present, and you're knowledgeable, it's the same. There is no problem. Try to do something to remedy it. You're in the comment. Make sure that the level is supposed to be the whole roster. The nice way you start. I didn't know that if the student is the phone is ready, the student sees some type of source. He sees okay, he sees something that is not the judgment in the direction of the enemy, and would be opposed when he died to the usher. How do you know that the student should occupy? So this is over here. This is a different kind of case, but this is talking about over here. Essentially, a student is always obligated to be deferential to his record. But again, how do I know that over here, if I'm deferential and I'm signing, that can be ultimately a representation of justice. So I don't know that in my type of situation I shouldn't be silent, and I should speak up even if I'm not ready. I'm going to use my check right there. But when you're in Kamishra, it's not up to the thing. So again, I don't know. I see already you're doing a mistake in halacha. Judgment. Shalom Yom. Shouldn't say. I'm too low, actually, see what I'm going to my wedding passes with Sakalachot. And then that's the way that learning Shali. They'll be constructed with it. And I'll reconstruct it with my own logic. The sheep that they actually are, this will be my rising, this will be my rising performance. I'm going to make that shepherd to the heart. So again, what's fascinating over here is in the previous case, what the Lord's highlighting was the idea that the shepherd to the heart says, even though there's a normal code of conduct, and a Talmud should not go ahead and try to be ready, if the Talmud sees a potential perversion of justice, the Talmud has an obligation to stand up. In this case over here, in this case over here, the shepherd to have no sense fast, and what's occurring in this case? In this case is, the Talmud says, let me speak up, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait till the stop dealing from the wait. Then I'm going to add all of my fancy on this side. I'm going to add my interest to computers. And then I'm going to go ahead and have my records being overturned. I'll be the spiritual hero and become known in my name. So you might say this about saying you got separate TikTok, this is not saying this is about separate TikTok when it comes to ego. A lot of times when it comes to feeding the ego, we engage in practices that are not false. They're not false, but they're not good. They're not good. So therefore, when the man says, you got separate TikTok, be very careful when it comes to ego, that you don't engage in practices that are really not correct. Now, the time which I'm going to laugh on, you're there actually is incredible. So how do you know if you're ready? In this case, you have to speak into the camera. I'm ready to make this. You're there actually, my time, you know about you. Should not be lay on money any of that. You know, so the time is represents the time, you know, my family, I'm very honest. Well, even if somebody gave me, $1 million, I would not go ahead and pervert the truth. Money usually is a thing. Really, Allah ate effort. So the represents the time of giving my family. As I think, I won't give him $1,000. I only have one witness to testify to this. The United States expects what it is that you're essentially asking the family. Would you mind just going ahead and combining with this other aid effort that now I have 2 agents to extract the money? The only one problem, one little itty bitty problem is his loss. The public has no first-hand knowledge of this loan. But the record is saying, you know me, and I would never lie about something like this. So I'm asking you essentially to trust my credibility and essentially combine with this aid effort. So the Moses Palomar, you got to check it your heart. Look at the pastor says, no, you got to check it your heart. You got to check it your heart. You got to check it your heart. And that's how far that shakti comes shakti. Yeah, one of the signs of a shakti. What says? The Bible says, this is not you got to check it your heart. This is what? This is called testimony. Essentially, again, my nephew is asking me to testify about a loan for which I have no first-hand knowledge, and he's asking me to combine with another witness for testimonial purposes. Again, looks like the whole concept of the Shepherd Kirpa are these pieces that are not overt lying, but they are still dishonest. They're still dishonest. This case is overt lying. You guys are going to ever to know the other way, by the Sahabisli. The Ta'ata Kum Hassan, for the team of our, for the team of our unity. You must listen to this also. That was not every asking. And so, listen, I have one of these that I like to give $1,000. Here's what I want you to do. I want you to say anything. I just want you to come to the room and stand next to that other aid effort. Just stand next to him. He's going to do all the talking. The heart, first of all, the heart, the mouth is going to not shipwreck. You don't have to say a word. I'm not asking you to say a word. Now, what is my other essentially asking you to do? What is asking you to do? He's asking you to provide the appearance of being a word, but you showing up in Nathan, standing next to that other aid effort. Even though the other aid effort is going to be, he's doing all the talking. I'm not saying anything. My presence is just the presumption of a second aid. So you must not be off the Aslan, you should not make by shaking. So again, really all I'm doing is I'm showing up in Nathan. I'm standing beside the talking witness. I'm not talking about, I'm not saying anything, but obviously my presence is creating the presumption that there is a second aid involved. But we are, says, don't do it with that shakti. Incredible. Next, United. The mention of Family Money. Shema is to this. I lend my friend $1,000. Shema, you're my I am the Messiah. To be Shio the Money. To be Sali the Shua. La Abel del Allah Shua Yakamaka. See, this is very good. I lend you $1,000. $1,000. It's like this. Okay, I know you didn't do that money. I know that. But here's the issue. I have another outstanding matter against Ruben that he denies, and I was never able to oppose the Shua upon it. Here's what I'm going to do. There's actually a great fact. I'm going to go to base. I'm the one. I'm going to go to base. I'm going to say, Ruben, you owe me $2,000. What is Ruben going to say? Is he going to say, I only owe you $1,000? What do you call that? Motive of excess, partial admission. What's the look of a partial admission? Shua. They will say whenever someone is taking a Shua, engaging in the concept called Gilgit Shua. Gilgit Shua says is essentially once you already swearing, when we're rolling a whole bunch of other stuff, then normally would not warrant its own oath. And this is my fact. I need you to take a Shua about a different scenario. For whatever the reason, according to some of the Shua. Some of the congregation, we can function with it. Now, I'm not really trying to collect $2,000. I'm just collecting my $1,000. What I'm trying to do over here is create scenario of really feeling when you're obligated to take a Shua. So how do you know again that this is not appropriate? On the long run, this guy check out here. You know, no should have come here on Monday. You thought of us saying, I don't know. I was like, you didn't look like you're rich. You're going to look me $1,000. Now, you're going to come into the claim that you owe me $2,000. Now, that I owe you $2,000. Now, again, what you think motivation is this? Let's say you're going to be paying Stallone this for $2,000. So I say like this. If I admit that I owe him $1,000, then what? I'm going to be tied to shoe off. Instead, what am I going to do? This is this. Shalom Yamai, after everything, I'm going to be cultured about color. Now, let's not look like you're cultured about color. Let's not look like you totally deny the obligation. Then you're proper. You're proper. So my fact is, I'm going to totally deny everything that I owe you nothing. But over a whole basement, but I've given you $1,000 outside the basement. To be sure I hire my shoe up, or when you buy them, I strong enough on that. So let's say in this case over here, in the previous case, it was the lender playing games. Over here, it's the borrower playing games. Let's say I'm the borrower, I bought $1,000. Even though calculation says that on $2,000, my calculator is this. I know that if I would make it on $1,000, I'm making the trust, then I have to take the shoe off. And then you can roll the instruction everywhere else. I say, okay, so what? I'm going to deny the claim. I'm just going to deny the claim. Now, again, I'm not trying to knock it back either. I'm going to deny the claim. I'll pay $1,000 outside of Thursday, but I'm not going to go ahead and make anything in Thursday. That way, I avoid the house screw up. So you might say, how do you know you shouldn't do this? How do you know that? Check that shit out. So listen, we see the common denominator in all of these cases. The new guy said that Fairfax says, don't try to manipulate the system. Even though, again, it looks like in all these cases, a person is using the halakhic system for their own gain, for their own benefit. You know what it says? Don't do that. That's me by Shabbat. Next. You get yourself although, again, the argument facts, each of these cases are really great case to make a decision if you look at the good system. The other social, Shinoshi Monada listen to this, I didn't know. There are 3 people lent a money to either. Shinoshi had passed on value, which was legal. Shinoshi Monada, so let's say again, we didn't share when we all lent me a money. Now again, the issue of the theory is that we want to extract it. So perhaps the easiest thing for them to extract it is for the 3 to become 2 groups. One of them becomes the lender, and the other 2 become witnesses. Now if they don't show up in the agent, one of them is the lender, 2 of them are able to even check money like that from the direct workers. Now listen, now remember again. The reason why is that false? Because again, they're not witnesses. All 3 are lenders. And now what it is, for a lender, any party to it for a election cannot be doing this on the transaction. But they figure out that it's easier that one of them is a lender, the other 2 be witnesses and stuff like that. How we don't have inside check that to account. Therefore, the concept says, this case yourself from false. So you might understand some other things. This is not very confusing. How are you going to keep it from today's thing? Act like love it, not keep it. But act like love it, it's first Basilema, right? So say, now watch this. You're going to finish show up in that area. And what happens? So Uday is dressed in rags. She is wearing high fashion. Beautiful clothing. This is what it says. So only know love is the most so, only wish is the most high. You see the shit of the guy, here's your choice. Either dress reading like your dress, or giving the proper outfit, or you dress like him. In other words, that halacha and myself, both litigants have to be dressed in the same way. Now, no matter, you can't check at your house. So the passage says, dismiss yourself from suffering. So what it says is a found idea. What's the sort of this Gemara? They'll say the sort of this Gemara is the absolutely judge of both by its power. It is so important to know. We like to say, people like to think that you're not judgmental. It's false. We are judgmental. We're highly judgmental. Someone walks into my Balanis, I have them sized up by the way they dress, by the way they present, by the way they talk. And if someone tells you if you don't do that, they are lying. They are lying. We all do it. It is the default, reflexive, judgmental type that each of us possesses. Now, the avoid of them is to kind of unwrap that afterwards, right? Now, after I do that, the goal is, okay, I want to get to know you. I want to get to see you. But it is very important to understand that that is very effective. And also, by the way, it's not a bad thing. Why is it not a bad thing? Why is it not a bad thing? It's part of one of the most important and innate things what drives us to start with giving us, which is self-preservation. Right? the idea is, because I assess everyone, I'm always on the lookout for things that are next to me. That's the problem, which is good. I'm always on the look for things that catch up. So therefore, again, by definition, anything that comes into our data atmosphere, we're always assessing. We're always assessing. That's how we can assess a threat. That's how we can assess friend or foe. So by definition, this is how we see the world, and it's so incredibly important that we are judgmental. Besides people up within the first 30 seconds of speaking to them, how they look, how they dress, how they talk. So therefore, the United States, even if I want to do this, so coming to Beijing, just know, Beijing is going to see two guys. One is well-dressed and one looks like a schmucker. Beijing is going to form their perceptions of these people and their face within the first couple of seconds of new presidents. Therefore, neither litigant should have an unfair advantage over the other. And therefore, I'm not going to let you see to the welfare of the two, you have the choice, right? Because the poor guy doesn't really have much towards your choice. So at the end of the day, your choice is either you go ahead and dress like the pauper, or you the pauper in nice outfit. Okay, so you might say, you have an usher coming to Rava. Shrinking is mechanical to close to the dinner. You tell them, take off your shoes, and then come to this. I guess the kind of thing is different types of footwear. Right? So the nice, again, in order that no one should look more flushing than the other, people would take off their footwear, and then they would come in for this. Incredible. You know you're down, so you should have a body cover, but you should have a body cover living. So it's a body cover. This is how you have a local nice again. We got power base. So we're going to show our confrontation. So that's what we didn't get from money. How do you know that the body should not listen to either, right? They should not engage in any type of conversation about the Green Torah before Shimon gets there. I'm going to move about Shepherd Tircha. It makes sense. So again, if you notice this move about Shepherd Tircha has a very wide application. So then you see it being applied in multiple ways. So you see this move about Shepherd Tircha means don't manipulate the system, because a lot of the cases you saw before, right? I just say, you start without this money, you about check that care means if you know something to be untrue, no matter how much time you have invested in that shika, in that particular position, be courageous enough to go ahead and walk away from something, even though you know that, even though you've invested a lot of time in building it up, but if you know that it's untrue, find the courage to walk away from it and find the courage to gravitate towards truth. Then, we got into a whole bunch of cases of manipulating the system in order to go ahead and create the reality that you want. Even though, again, the manipulation itself is not really true. Now, in the last cases, it's about giving an unfair advantage to one of the litigants, right? If we're dressed differently, different footwear, speaking to one of the litigants before the other. That's also something about Shepherd Tircha. So, it says, the Kahana must, don't learn that area. Man Bagi, so Yakin Dvala, the dying Polish level Bagi Kabila, was very interesting. So in the previous case, talking to the dying. So judge, do not listen to one of the parties before the other party gets there. With that Shepherd Tircha. Now the Gemara says, talking to the litigants, how do you know that Allah for the Mesa, if the other party is not there, you should not start talking to the judge about your case? So the Gemara says, now in the prior thing, Shemayatin Dvaga Dying Party Sheva Bagi Kabir. So litigant, how do you know that you should not begin to put forward the case before the judge before the other litigant gets there? Kamalama, made by Shepherd Tircha. That's kind of nasty, kind of different version. He said, you know, seesaw, no sassy. So remember again, the prosecutor, seesaw, shema, shad. Right, so maybe again, do not go ahead and take that show very big. Pasha slaps will not show you a straight from us. So kind of that unit of no sassy. No sassy means do not place. This is the prohibition of religions not to corrupt the judicial process. In other words, there's two different prohibitions of them. A diamond is not allowed to hear one litigant before the other, and the litigants are not permitted to start putting forward their case until they are both assembled for the adjudication of the case. Incredible. Thou shalt know, tell us of the self-Allah. So it's actually a pretty incredible demand as well. So another point about the coming cost of that share low top outside the self honor. So firstly, do not do good in the mission. Fully trust. So what's this? The word in this. To me, inappropriate practices. So there is someone who's not engaged in good behavior. Love Amar, Zeh Hava Bahashah. So he's actually very interesting. Look at Rashi. Rashi says over here. Rashi is very custom. Closest to the Rabbanim. Very custom. Rashi is Hava Bahashah. ומסעבר העיר לא, ושם הראשון לא אכלס, ולא אכלס שלוש very interesting. Okay, so apologies in advance for the language. So listen to this. So we must have about showing someone who lawyers up. Someone lawyers up. Someone else, so that someone becomes, and they have a lawyer representing the English Torah. What's so bad about a lawyer? So what is this interesting? Is that you can understand that when people are engaging with people come to Bezdin, people are often more interested in finding resolution than lawyers. Alright, in other words, a lawyer is a third party being brought in. And why was the lawyer brought in? Why was he brought in? Why? To win. To win. So because he's brought in to win, therefore, a lawyer often has a very little reason to settle. As opposed to litigants, because there was also the process that there's a judgment between two people, also that those people have a relationship with each other. So because there's a pre-existing relationship, they may be more predisposed to ultimately settle. So, but again, if Putin's bringing a lawyer, the lawyer again may be coming to clarify goals, the lawyer, right, may be coming to win, and he doesn't necessarily have a pre-existing relationship with the other litigant. So therefore, the Gemara just says, it's interesting, and the Gemara shows that he has that Shalom calls outside the Sochamar, raising the person who's given to do good in his nation. This is someone who brings in a lawyer. Brings in a lawyer because now what you've done is you've pretty much negated any possibility of compromise, and instead of creating that function in more litigious situation, what is it? Obviously, misunderstood. The amount of course understands that the person needs representation, the person needs someone else to help guide them in the pursuit. You know what we're talking about over here? In real situation where, it says nice and where people make complicated situations more complicated. Like at the end of the day, there's a way to resolve disputes, and there's a way to navigate this, and there's a way to walk into a region with another team, and to go and set up things in the sense of the actual. So if you complicate it in a more situation, that's not good. Obviously, there are situations where it's too complicated. I can't navigate it down my own. Okay, so Chazal and faulting someone for bringing in an expert to help you navigate it. But the most important is to take in a complicated situation and making it more complicated. That sometimes is an expert with better plans. Which one of the Shmuel says, Zaharakak Sada, Yish Allah Secret is interesting. So Shmuel says, what does it mean? What does it mean by Sharma, Tom Oscar, what does it mean giving good? It's someone who buys a field whose ownership is contested. Don't buy contested property. Don't buy contested property. Right? Because if you do so, ultimately, again, you're just looking for trouble. It's not a like that these two folks are on the ground shepherd to a Patsubia, as the people next. Anyway, I guess I don't believe that. This is familiar again. The topic of our parak so far is Shmuel Sa'itis, right? We're talking about Shmuel the testimony. We see the oath about testimony. We're going to see after the next Mishnah how this oath is actually administered. So next today, let's say any body, Shmuel Sa'itis only applies to people who can give testimony. Not putting on. What is this going to exclude? I'm not hop off. Not putting on. Not to come to exclude him. The rest is actually very interesting. That Allah for myself, that a king is not permitted to testify, and not permitted, he's not permitted to testify, and no one is permitted to testify about him. So I'm going to laugh about it. Not putting the second to call you a fool. That is exclude the gambler. Remember, the second to call you ultimately, and one side we saw this in the second measure, is excluded ultimately again for the testimony. He's constantly this. So there's a mind on the second to call you a so when it says that the gambler is excluded, certainly a thing is excluded. I'm not saying why is that. So again, back to point out over here, why is the gambler, why is he excluded? Why is he excluded from this? You have said that his aim also to Yeshua Shalom. He does nothing beneficial for humanity. You have to point out over here, this is not a guy goes on a brotherhood trip to Atlantic City. I didn't say it together. And it's just someone else said, this is talking about a career gambler. Like, this is a guy who his parnasa, ultimately again, is gambling. So because I felt about such an individual like this, She'ina also to Yeshua Shalom. He contributes nothing positively to the world. Such a person like that, has zero authority. He's a credibility in the eyes of Halacha. Understand, that sword is a drabala. The sword of a melech, right, that king can't go ahead and give testimony or to testify about. That ultimately, again, is a dara. So if you look at Rashi says, Kosher in melech, when you go right somewhere party, a king is disqualified from everything to do with testimony with the right so why? The king is so touching Allah Hamala. The party says, place upon yourself a king, Shepherd and Masa Allah. His fear has to be upon you. So everyone says this. Therefore, because the fear of the king has to be upon you, therefore what? No one is giving testimony against the king. But now, if you can't keep testifying against, it also means that what? You also can't testify. In other words, those are part of the statute. Those are part of the concept. If someone can't give testimony against you, then you have no ability to give testimony for or against anyone else. Therefore, if you're going to say the Messiah is forgiven the gambler, can't give trust and the security of trust anyone, that's what it's similar to the So that's true, and signifies that thing with your eyes. ומה גם הנאלה, ultimately again the one who disqualifies the king from suicidos, אבל מסכים כותבים לדעי שמח שחותי ולעבוד with the constitution. That's again something that probably going to start on the Ramadan. So ultimately again the Da'ai is totally kosher, and information we would be took ultimately again for more code. So also right to keep a halal for the Mesa, we possibly oppose it because of the course of constitution. I think the king that the king is precluding you to allow stuff. You get some person on that Hamala, place the king upon you, the reverence and fear of the king has to be upon you. Has to be upon you. As a result, the king can't testify, and the king can't be testified against. It's completely like almost like judicial. Now again, it does not mean that the king is above the law. Right? So there is a recourse that the same country has against the king. It's just stop a person to be racist against the king, or the king to be racist against the person, ultimately does not affect. But the second the king is not about this, it's also proclaimed in Torah English, because he is spiritual English. That's why the king is controlled with English. So you want to say, remember again, if you have a focus in Mishnah, the king will be more and the Chachamim. And the whole reason Mishnah is going to be really about the following case. But we may hold that whether or not you're taking the Shua Sa'ibus like yourself, or ultimately again, you are doing the direction of someone else is enjoying you, but the mayor says it has to be done before days. But Hamid said it's only if you're taking the Shua through someone else that it has to be engaged. And otherwise, if it's on your own volition, you can be engaged with yourself. So we realize that what are we arguing about? So let's let you take that. We're not connected. What are you arguing about? So that's just not going to that about. But going we're going to see that Shua Sa'ibus is actually named after Shua Sabikadon. Now, we have not learned about Shua Sabikadon just yet. But it says the Shua Sabikadon is like this. I entrust something with Ruben. I give Ruben a Pikadon. Pikadon means an object I'm giving to Ruben for safekeeping. Ruben claims something happened to the Pikadon, lost Pikadon, was stolen. There's something called the Shua Sabikadon where I could make Ruben swear about the Pikadon. Okay, like I said, everyone's got the other issue. We're going to see now that Shua Sabikadon is sort of like derived from Shua Sabikadon. Now, whenever you learn something out from someone else, right? So this was such a deriving B from A. That's it. So Shabbat. So now look at there is a fundamental exegetical mathematics. Okay, so I'm going to focus. When you learn that B from A, so how does that mean? This is what's called going umina, which means learn out B from A, and then for B, we'll take on all of the qualities of A. Or there's going umina for Okibasra, which means learn out B from A, but after you learn out the original halacha of B from A, then all the other qualities should be derived from B. Okay, that's the mathematics. We'll see that inside. Here we go. So miracles, going umina, so miracles, learn out essentially Shras from Picadon, and learn out all of the elements of Shras from Picadon. So it's going to be nothing enough. Here we go. So the Gemara says, Picadon, not Picadon, because we have no fire. Let's say, ultimately, again, just inside Picadon. If a person thinks it's Shras Picadon of their own volition, ultimately, again, the fire is Shra works. Idus, Mushma with the absolute fire. Something of Shras Idus. If a person thinks their own Shras Idus, not in the presence of Bacon, it works. The Gemara says, not from Picadon, not because of the days that they used to just like a Shras HaPikadon can be taken inside the Beis Din, outside of the Beis Din, so to Shras HaPikadon ultimately again can be in Beis Din or out of Beis Din. Beautiful. So look, that's Rabbi Meir. That's Rabbi Meir. Rabbanon say, don't be not Okibasra. Which again, really, learning out Shras HaPikadon, Shras HaPikadon, from Picadon. But then again, going up the rest of the halachas and Shras HaPikadon also, not Picadon, which from the Atzmo Chayil, just like Picadon, ultimately again, if the shomer takes the Shvua on his own, like on his own, is Chayil. Eidos, which from the Atzmo Chayil, so to Shras HaPikadon, if you take the Shvua on your own, you will be Chayil. But if you Basra, we can establish halacha again. By Shras HaPikadon, Mamush Ma'udiachim in the Beis Din, just like Shras HaPikadon, right? If you take the Shras HaPikadon, you have to be in Beis Din, and in Shlomo Beis Din Lo, Mush Ma'udiachim, the Beis Din in Shlomo Beis Din Lo, so to again, just like Shras HaPikadon, if to be adjourned by others, the Shvua must be in Beis Din. If it's outside of Beis Din, it won't work. So too, if you're taking the Shvua on your own, the Shvua only works if you're taking it ultimately again in Beis Din, outside of Beis Din, it won't work. That's the position ultimately again of the Rabbanon. So it is the law. Good. So anyways, I'm going to wrap up on someone says one second. Even if you plug in the new one, so Papa says, I'm not sure that that's correct. If you're going to always have to go, right? So let's say, I'm going to Papa, even if you're going to Rabba, right? I'm going to you can go and you know. Everyone agrees that if you're going to have Shras HaPikadon from Picadon, that the way to learn that out is learn out all of the elements of Shras HaPikadon from Picadon. Hello? Can you tell me the Rabbanon? What's the last of the Rabbanon? Because let me again, what is the point of contention over here? The point of contention over here is in the following group. According to the mayor, right? The Rabbanon wrote, the point of contention over here is when you are if someone else is enjoying you to take the Shras HaPikadon, does Shvua have to happen in Beis Din or not? The Rabbanon say, again, if you're taking the Shvua on your own, even outside of Beis Din is fine. If you're taking the Shvua adjourned by others, only in Beis Din, and that's how it is. And on the other hand, no matter how you're taking your Shvua HaPikadon, it's gotta be in Beis Din. That's not focus of it. So the answer is this. The Papa says, if we're not at the Picadon, and everyone agrees, don't we know. So what's the last thing up on the video? So we're trying to figure out, why is it that, again, we're making this distinction, if you're taking the Shras HaPikadon on your own, you can even do it outside of Beis Din. But if you're being adjourned by others, it's got to be done in Beis Din. I don't know, it's a nice Sila B'Kavachomer. It's not a Kavachomer. And one of you are saying, if you answer the question is, if you're going to go and you try to Shras HaPikadon, there's certainly again you're going to be having to answer when you delight, you know, you have a phone there, and since you don't have a phone there, Daniel, not only had you leave us to the what you know, some of us and you have a phone there. So remember again, so the halakha is there's a sense of diet. Diet means that ultimately again the cow could become no more common than the common itself. Now, much for the appearance of these things. Yes, but much for the appearance of these things. The basic thing, so let it be for you. Much for the small, the things that you should let it be for you. Therefore, what the business that was going to therefore, it is much for the appearance of being enjoyed by others. So that only works inside of these and outside of these and it doesn't work. So to like on the shirt, the answer will only be again in basin and not outside of this. I'm only like, Papa. The man says, Papa, 1 second. We might just honest for love, but don't we know who we are to be? That answer says, they're not arguing, don't we know the way? But no, we don't. But can't have the Chicago. Trust that because what's about Chicago? Trust that because when I get by notion or the notion, when the clothing or the clothing, it's sheer suit. That's a little trust that Chicago. And then when we get to this in just a couple of days, trust that Chicago applies to men and women, relatives and non-relatives, sharing and sharing. With neighbors, to share with neighbors, with cultivators and non-cultivators, with the excellent and with the affiliate. Ultimately, again, whether you're swearing yourself or you're joined by others, any of five actually needs to call both the changing to their more. By their hold, you only try to trust that Chicago, the cultivators, but I'm saying if you ask me, if you ask me, then if you affiliate, Kevin Shekapa Kali. Your problem saying whether you swear yourself or are killed by others, ultimately again, if you swear falsely, you are fired. Which if you are failure, if you cover, you know where you are on the fire. So again, where do we ever see the case of being a jerk to others in trust to cover? Where is the first step on the fire? Last, the Johnny Rubber Ages. It must be the way now trust at the cover of those trust others. Which none know, the don't know in the league. Therefore, again, they must be arguing about the extent of exertion. Or they must say, don't not in the air, or don't never keep a straw. Is it fundamental focus about how to actually exert struggle? So let's not be arguing about which the much is real life. Yeah, it's the much and actually, yeah, your heart not going to the much is real life. That is what the argument about. Here's the thing is, you can see that from the Mishnah Shmuel side, but you will not see that ultimately again by the Mishnah over here of Shmuel side. So from Shmuel side, from that Mishnah, so they can just a couple of days, it becomes clear that that is in fact the root of their progress. But ultimately, again, from our Mishnah, you might not necessarily see that. Okay, so we'll say, so many things in that. So first of all, we think of it as a very important principle in the reality of the zero Shabbat. Like, what is the zero Shabbat? The zero Shabbat is the final commonality between two scenarios. That commonality could be a word, it could be a phrase, it could be a concept. And what does that do? It allows you to go ahead and think of how life is true between A and B, and then talk to different concepts one to the other. So you try to, in general, when you realize zero Shabbat, how does that work? Let's say, for example, I'm extrapolating on the zero to A and B. So I'm going to learn how evidence about B from A. So the question is, how does that process work? There are two different mechanisms. There's what's called Don Law or Law, which means learn out B from A, and essentially all the elements of B will resemble A. Or don't know which B lies from you. No, you're not the initial concept of B from A, but then you look at the elements of B and establish those as your new reality. And again, that's my focus. And again, it's my focus. My focus is one of these things that you see throughout Shas about how to actually ultimately again exert Shabbat. What about today? What about Allah Almighty again in this situation? About Shas Aibas. How do you trust in running a store for its number of focus? Right now, the Hakama. So the man holds that in general, Shmuel Sa'idus only takes place in Beijing itself. The Hakama understand that Allah that if you are being observed to others, it's only in Beijing. But ultimately, again, this is the outside, ultimately, again, even outside of it. And in constant, that may constant effect. And therefore, when Allah if you're being observed by others, that Shmuel must take place in Beijing itself. If, however, you are swelling of your own volition, that's what can even take place outside of Beijing. That's how we pass that question. That's what it is, I think. The message was covered. That's on the side. Look, I love it as a don't show. So again, if you intentionally, right? So it sounds like if you intentionally violate Schwartz and this left eye, what does this mean? So if you can Shigasa is very this. We should look at a case of literally again, Shigasa is Shogig with Zidon Haibis. What does that mean? I'm not you done. Did I skip? Sorry. The phenomenon of Schwartz, sorry. And you're carrying the intentional violation of this law. So that's when you have to what is that? The phenomenon, I guess I really think in general, we start before and if there are intentions, yes, but if I intentionally violate, there's no fear. Get rid of Schwartz, interestingly enough, if I intentionally swear falsely, but I don't know, it's just I am carrying. So that's me only. We call up on the putting them about the banana. All the other cases, it says banana. But the swear is hidden from you. The color of your banana, here it doesn't say banana. The five other episode, this is what I am liable ultimately again for amazing that children. So whether this is again, whether I'm intentionally take a false stress on the words, I know that I know testimony, but I purposely swear that I don't know testimony, or I forgot that I need testimony and I swore to that fact, either way I am liable for the false swear. She does certain ago, it was spoken about being isolated before. So it's very high risk. I was saying, what is that mean? So if you can shoot the person is there, if you don't laugh, it's this. But over there, you're there on which the Shua Jasua. I know that the Shua is Jasua. So what it means, I know that I know testimony for you. And I know that I'm swearing falsely that I don't know testimony for you. And I know that Shua is also. About 3 years later, in Tandapo Allah hardware in you. What don't I know? I don't know about liability. So I know what I'm doing is wrong, but ultimately I don't know about liability. That's called Zidon Shua. That's called a Shibudasa and Zidon Haibis. So I'm showing what sense. I don't know what my liability is, but ultimately again I know that what I'm doing is incorrect. So let's say there's liability for that case as well. But you're not tied to just plain children. You're not tied to left hand. Now let's say what this means is, let's say, like, even says silver, you know testimony from me. And I say, you do it, I don't. And it turns out that I really was sure that I really thought that I did not know testimony. I forgot about this case. And then it turns out that I really did know testimony. In that case, the Mishnah said, and if I swear, I have to be sure, I swear I don't know any testimony. And then later on, it becomes clear to me that I really do know testimony. So I swore to that even though it was a total showdown. There's no liability for that. So they want Did you know that? So should this not go ahead and answer the question that Paravasi, and also if you actually, they're not doing that Paravasi, so look like the sovereign some of the MS in the college. My staff with you, this is your problem, name the final stuff. So let's say this is actually a question of Paravasi brought up before, which is if someone really thought that they were swearing correctly, but they really swore falsely, what could the liability in this case? Now, here's the thing about that Paravasi brought this up as a question. This is the issue of Mishnah that it's clear that there is not liability. But in this case that we are, I'm swearing Ruben. I don't know any testimony for you. And I believe that I'm swearing correctly. It turns out that I'm swearing falsely or accidentally. And what does Mishnah say? There's no liability in that case. The Paravasi asked this kasha. You might have left it as a kasha. You might essentially say, why did you kasha? And why did you get up on a Mishnah? Even though I forgot Mishnah says it, you must not go to the process line. It just had that from your heart, and you might see the man on, but you might say this to me, I'm going to put a new thing that Shua Sa'ibas. You know that Shua Sa'ibas. If I end up swearing falsely, then not intentionally, but because I really thought I didn't know any Ibas, that position is no liability. About also the banana, but I said that Shua Speakly, where it says banana, I think you see that supported me. So listen, maybe that Shua Speakly, the 100 years, maybe that Shua Speakly, even though I swear, I didn't swear correctly, even if it turns out that I swear falsely. Maybe there is even liability in that case. Kamash Malone is not liability in that case either. So let's say bottom line, that's very important. Allah elements are any case where you swear falsely, and you are absolutely convinced that you are swearing correctly, there is no liability in that case. Very, very important. Sure, so even say for example, right? If I swear, I swear I ate the loaf of bread today. And it turns out that what? That I didn't. But I was so sure that I did. I'm not going to mention there's no liability. Same thing, right? You can say, see the name is for me. I swear that I don't know what you're talking about. And again, when I swear I'm 100% convinced that I don't know what I'm talking about, if I don't want to mention again is what? There's no liability. So much as anybody swear falsely, but at the time you're swearing, you think you're swearing correctly, so it's not going to be liability like it's going to trust in this. Okay, so what's it everything by the way? The bookends are for example, quite fascinating. I'm used to that today. Hey, Tessa, we started out today with a diamond, with no couple particular legal concept, but at one point he was convinced was correct, but then it became what? I wrote that what? It's not correct. It's not correct. And the Quran says, have the courage to admit that you are wrong. Have the courage to go and deconstruct that which is constructed. Right? Have the courage to go and walk back that thing, even though again, you break up the somebody else, but you're not saying to about if you know that you're wrong, don't double down. Don't double down. Walk it back. Because again, you know, also acknowledge it. There are other times in life where what? Where you're really convinced that we're correct, but it turns out that we're false. That we're wrong. And that happens. That happens. And it says, if you know you're wrong, don't double down. Find the courage to walk it back. But at the other hand, fully recognize that there are times that you're convinced that you're correct, but it turns out that we're fundamentally wrong. So it's interestingly enough, if you know you're wrong, but double down and refuse to walk it back, there's liability for that. If you think you're right, but it turns out that you're unequivocally wrong, now what it says is that there's no liability. Why? People make mistakes. If you make a mistake, you really didn't know. I think it's also says, it looks not well. Okay, there's not liability. But if you make mistakes and you know you're absolutely wrong, but you doubled down and didn't walk it back, with that, you're absolutely liable. And once I stop, just stop it over today, pick up with the mistake tomorrow, but start to the news, start to the good young.
Privacy of your home, right, man? You're 10 years older than me. You know all about that. Oh, I know. I've used it, and it was simple to use.
Well, it's all right. Because
Confidence that you know you can rise to the occasion in any moment. We're looking at the summer of 2021 version, and Roman wants to make sure you can participate if you're ready. Whether that be a single person or a couple who still rather stay with each other, a U.S. licensed home care professional will work with you to find the best treatment. If medication is appropriate, it ships to you free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward, convenient, and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony and complete an online visit. Take care of your ED without leaving your home. Complete an online visit today to connect with a U.S. licensed healthcare professional and take care of you.
Good morning. Let us begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's show today. Our annual commentary cycle, the first week of our stuff, the dedicated over the shooter, and Joshua this year, and the Swiss for the Solos Talents for Organ on Yisrael. Our commentary sponsor, the Lord of Sivan, Habari, Rakova, Stephen Parizin, loving memory of Steve Murray, Wallace, the David, the Royal Bash, the Destroy Yours, the Holy Rafa, and the King of the Fifth York Sector. That's the only sponsors for today. Trying and your Hawaiian School, in memory of Wallace and Antori, then our Father Moshe, the Holy Rafa, and a late breaking Dafyomi sponsorship with a draw. Shema for a draw, Captain Farmer. Swiss to announce the birth of baby girl Snitcher just a few hours ago. The dedication is by her big sister Aliza Hana and her hubby and Saba Libers. Mazda Libers Mustafa and the beautiful Sinja, and the same day Mazda played the beautiful boyfriend Mustafa on the occasion of his bliss of his grandson today. That's all, now the sugar, the back to the sugar for the girl. The clock is down, the clock is down. I show you the son of Stavros, the secret for all the problems himself. Together with the course is always our limit. The next stream is such about conscious hostage. The front will not from bringing home the shaman and the color. And the sister of the soldiers will be successful. The call and I say you did. Thank you for giving it sheer yesterday. So it's a really incredible doc ahead of us today. Today's doctor's podcast. We are going to pick up at the Mishnah on podcast on dollars and meal session our goal. This is the close out the week. Take the close out to the Torah. That is the meal session. We still do that roll up. And the meal session we reserve this to accomplish this very past Mishnah. This is a really big block ahead of us today. One of the great things about today's doctor's and meal session, you will see a lot of information that you go to see in different studios. And you're going to try to pull everything together. So you're going to show Angel Trust Shop. What is a Trust Shop? What is a Trust Shop? Says the Gemara. This Trust Shop is saying to us is a Shua where a person attempts to go ahead and change an already known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Amar Atzimah says, No Adam, Allah says Ezra. You shall say you are Adam. The person tries to swear to go and change a known and incontrovertible fact. For example, Allah shall Adam, Shuhi shall Sal. This is the pillar, right? He's a pillar of stone. The person swears, I swear that the pillar of stone is gold. Valaish, Shuhisha, when he swears about a man, that she's a woman. Valaisha, Shuhish, when he swears about a woman, when he's a man. So again, now we're going to see different categories of this. But first, I do a Mishpah Shah to say, there is something of incontrovertible truth that is known to people, and I swear to the contrary of that truth. That is the Shmuas Shah. Mishpah al-Davar Shuhi Afshalom. Now, this is the second example of a Shmuas Shah. Swear about something that is possible. For example, I swear that I saw a flying camel. So we're going to say, so first category, I swear to change something that is a known incontrovertible truth. Number two category, I swear that I saw flying camels. You can know that you should not have to call things about. Or I swear that I saw a snake as big as the board of the hourglass. So how do you do those things? And let our local race, if a person swears to this effect, then our local race is going to be shot. Next, another agent, Bonnie, really brings to us some more guns out. So what is it do? I call it relatives, come to these and testify on my behalf. What is this say? Shua, Shalom Na'idaka. We swear that we are not going to go ahead and testify on your behalf. Now let's know what is this. This is first Rashi in the Mishnah, second of the short line. Shua Shalom Na'idaka. Bittul mitzvah hu hayudahashi afshat. So let's say this is an example. This is an example of another Shua shot. So again, second Shua shot. Essentially, you can show what I'm saying is impossible. Now, again, impossibility can go ahead and manifest itself in a couple of different ways. So possibility one, or that manifestation one, is I swear, to the contrary of an incontrovertible known fact. Possibility for the short shot, but impossible short number two is that halakha when I say again, I swear, regarding something that is simply not true, clearly impossible. Flying crackers, switch the size of the beam of an hourglass, and possibility number two that the Mishnah says is you swear to a Jew and mitzvah. You swear to a Jew and mitzvah, by definition, it dates a mitzvah. So again, for the user, that is considered to be something impossible, to be mabakal, so you can't be mabakal. So therefore, this piece over here, how witness is coming to testimony based swear
I am the man that understands the
that he
freedom
will
of
not
speech.
testify
I am
to
the
this.
police
Again,
government.
I sort of do
This
this
guy
out here.
closed out the
This
maker
is
of the
different
Clemens
than a
Sword.
case where they swear that they don't know the
This is the
testimony.
quote
That's a
of
short
the
equals the
Restream
stuff. In
here.
this case, what
Cause
are we
to
swearing?
Texas
Here's
to
what
be
we're
able to
swearing.
point
We're
like a
swearing
free
we're not going to testify on your behalf. So again, there's a mix of real testimony on someone's behalf. There's a mix of real testimony. Swearing not to give that testimony is effectively negating a mitzvah. So if you can over here, we've seen already a number of different ways that you can't swear to uproot a mitzvah. Now again, such a shua is not covered as a word. Now again, we've understood what's the logic of that. The logic is that always lead that enough shot. Always enough shot. Right? Because shua is on the doctor. So I can't swear not to go ahead and perform mitzvah because I have a pre-existing duty, pre-existing obligation to perform the mitzvah. So obviously that is not going to work. So again, not interesting enough that the mitzvah is highlighting these. When I take a shua not to perform a mitzvah, that is effectively a shua's shot. It's a shua's shot. That's so again. Up until now, I know already that it doesn't work. That means that I tell you why it doesn't work. Because that is called the shua's shot. Incredible. Next, use for the last lesson. So for example, to continue on the same word. I swear to go ahead and in the background. So for example, I swear I'm not going to make a sukkah. I swear I'm not going to do this. I swear that I'm not going to do it. I swear I'm not going to do it. Zotki Shuas Shah. So again, now it's all kind of dropping into place. I've known this whole time that I can't take a Shua clean based on mitzvah. You never even thought about what category of Shua is that. Mishnah tells me that's called Shua Shah. Shua Shah is any mitzvah that is impossible to fulfill. Even impossible because just factually it's fundamentally incorrect. Impossible because what I'm describing is not possible. Impossible because I'm only able to existing obligation to perform that which I'm trying to undermine. What's the halacha of Shua Shah? So the Gemara says, "The halacha of the Gemara not just the Ashim does the halacha." What's the Gemara? We never said this explicitly in the Mishnah as well. I think for now we really just have to focus on Shua Speaking. Right? So Shua Speaking, we know that if you violate the lazy, you're trying to knock this. If you violate the serving, you're trying to cover over the others. What happens if the Shua Shah? So again, Zidona Makis, once again, if you intentionally make a Shua Shah, you will get Makis. Actually, that's a puppet. And accidentally Shua Shah, ultimately, no liability. No liability. Shua Shah, people do Shua Shah, so again, that's step one. So therefore, for the first part, this very point is the Mishnah all about Shua Shah. Shua Shah, people do Shua Shah, so this is a very interesting place. Now over here, I swear I'm going to eat this loaf. And then I take another Shua, I'm not going to eat it. So in this case, interestingly enough, in a vacuum, if both of these shuas had been made independently, this would have been two shuas equals. Right? Two shuas like equals. Because remember, shuas equals, which is again a shua, a declarative shua. I swear I'm going to eat the loaf, I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf. That's shuas equals. In this case, interestingly enough, one happened over here. I'm making these shuas in succession. So shua number one is I swear I'm going to eat the loaf of bread. Then shua number two is I swear I'm not going to eat the loaf of bread. So what you do in this case is fascinating. I will show you Shuas Bitur. So the first Shua ultimately is a Shuas Bitur. That Shua, Shuas Shah. The second Shua is not a Shuas Shah. Listen, why is it a Shuas Shah? Why? Because once I go ahead and I take the first Shua to go ahead and eat the loaf, then what? It is a mitzvah to fulfill the Shua. When I then go, therefore it becomes a mitzvah to eat the loaf. When I then make the second Shua not to eat the loaf, that is effectively a Shua to undermine the performance of the mitzvah, which is one of the categories of Shuas Shah. Actually, for example, we have Shuas Shah, Shahai Mitzvah, Lebata, you know, what's a fascinating. Which is good to see over here, is also a little bit of an expanded definition. What does it mean? That Mishpat Lebata Mitzvah, mitzvah doesn't necessarily have to be what we call what if you expected 600 or so units? It's like, I'm still not going to apply Twitter. I'm still not going to, sit in a sofa. Because it's a nuance. So, for example, if I take a shoe up to do something, then it becomes a mixed right now. You should come to do that thing. Swearing not to do that very thing I am observed to do is also swearing to undermine in this stuff. So therefore, again, I swear in the below, swear to bad and it's stuff about what I swear in below. I will take another swear, I swear not in below. That second swear is a swear shot. Swear shot. You got to go, that you get in this guy's off. Actually, I will be below. So that you can I will be more in this case. So then we go, swear one, I swear in the swear twice, swear not in the now I end up using it. Also, I swear shot. So if I go ahead and I decode both the problems, I'm invited for the swear shot. I decode the swear not decode. Therefore, if I don't eat it, then other answers decode. So if you're again a violation of my first switch, let's say if you're thinking about the switch, it seems like no matter what you do, you're going to absorb liabilities. Whether it's customers, people get more, but that's the concept. If it looks like Silver will cover for myself, what we established over here is short shot. Intentional violation of short shot is Marcus. Unintentional violation of short shot. Sorry. Unintentional violation of short shot is Punter. Three categories of shot. Also highlight the idea that once you swear to do something, by definition is a mitzvah. It is something that I need to go out and do that very incredible. Okay, let's say, now the Gemara. There we go. I'm going to look. So this is now easy to skip because it's about 90 pounds our collective knowledge about this. So Eva says, the Jewish Shamika is given to the Apple. So let's say, remember, Shmuel Shah is not simply swearing to undermine something from the last. So one of the definitions of Shmuel Shah is swearing to undermine a widely held truth, a known truth. You know, so Eva says, what is the definition of a known truth? Something that is known to at least 3 people. Okay, therefore my definition here is to swear about something that you know, like the fact that you know people, but that's not the people do not know about it, especially if you don't know about it, you do not go ahead and conform to the criteria for okay, incredible. Nisba Abdalachi Ashalom. And now Nisba Hoyafahmi. This is what I get. Now, Minister said, what's the example of swearing that phone that is impossible? No, this is category 2. Category 1 is I swear the contrary to the contrary of the uncontrollable known piece of information. I swear that a man that is a woman, about a woman that is a man, about a stone that's gold. Category 2, I swear that's something that I could not have seen. I swear I saw a falling camera. So the United States of America, which still showing you see what I'm like, not even know what you see. Now, the Mishnah is asking a syntax question here. If you look at the Russian of the Mishnah, the Russian of the Mishnah was, I swear, and lo ra'isi kama shafarafahir. If I did not see the flying camel, why are you phrasing it like that? You might say, listen to this. You might say, sure, you see what I'm like. Not even what I see. Now again, doesn't it make more sense to say, I swear I saw the flying camel? So you say, sure, you said, if I can say, I swear I saw a flying camel, might even know that you see. What does that mean? I did not see. I swear, I swear I did not see a flying camel. It sounds like with that logic, if I did not see, there should be something else to that phrase. If I did not see, then what? Listen to this. Abaya says, no, sure, you see. Abaya says, change the word of the Mishnah. The Mishnah should say, sure, you see, I swear I saw a flying camel. Rabbi says, no, he's not right, he's not the phrase. But alright, you ask for Kokoyo, Shaba'olam Allah, in the Isi Gama Palea Ta'ala. The Rabbi says, in fact, it is more to the statement. What's the statement? The statement is, all of the words should be answered to me if I did not see a flying camel. Okay, well, so I'm going to read about it, unless I just want to point out, my purpose is this doesn't say what he's saying. It's not really about another, it's just how to read the Mishnah. But again, factually, the details remain the same, which is the second category of short shot, is you swear about something that is impossible. There's no flying cameras. So the Gemara says, I'm not even worried about seeing this sparks the fascinating subject. It was just about the Gemara. Maybe he means something different when he says, I saw a flying camera. The Gemara, I got them. Sequoia, maybe you're not going to be able to do this. Everyone says, swear, said, flying camera. Maybe you're really telling the father. It's not very much what you have to go like this. Go like this. Basically, not Manda. I just called it a camera. I always saw right like this. And the bird looked like the color. Obviously, everyone knows there are no flying cameras. But maybe he just saw very large. But he was calling it a flying camera. The key comes stapa. A diaper DJ is stapa. And when he's taking the shua, he's understanding the shua through the lens of his personalistic vernacular. In other words, I'm not lying. I'm not making stuff up. I'm describing my experience. I swear I saw a flying camel. Meaning what? A very large bird that looks like a camel. So the man says, okay, on the west side, this opens up something right with this one. Which is, there's a little bit to this. The other issue is, how do you define a person's shua? Do you define the shua based on your personal intent? Or do you define the shua by some type of objective dimension? Now, interestingly enough, the Ibuma, Basel, the New the Law of Human Basel, now, based on the Mishnah, it seems to me that you define your shua based on an objective standard, not based on what you may have meant. Because otherwise, if you want me, when I swear I saw a flying camera, that's what you mean. That's actually what do you mean by that? You mean by that, you maybe it's a big bird. If you notice the bird, you don't ask that. You don't ask that. So the Gemara says, if he came up, you can't just say, Basel Kumeadino. Let's say Basel Kumeadino means we don't affirm the straight objectivity, partial understanding of yours. The laws are that says that and you not ultimately again go based on what you may be thinking. You go based on what you said and not based on what you think. Therefore, again, this time is documented here. So therefore, the case, you have again, I swear I saw a flying cover. We don't start to try to understand what did you really mean, but that again, based on what you said. That's just the reason it's listen, I just learned something interesting. All right, let this finish up. She knows it about time, so we'll come back to that phrase. So you learn to know what you do in the following idea. Okay, so now we're going to challenge this concept a little bit. So you learn to about time, you show us being ourselves. Show us being ourselves when we observe someone. Now let's say so again. This is something like Shua that is given by the Lord. Rashi says that we Krishna Shua, that is Shua Kagayonim, only on a Shua on a full Shua basis. So this is when I say again, two days that basis, and basically is imposing a Shua upon one of the religions. So a simple case of it, right? So that's simple. To show us being ourselves, and basically observe someone, only know how to do that, Shalo Adas for unmuch being us. You see it, right? We don't have to just understand, when you take a shua, the shua is not defined by your intentions. You set the intention, you set the definition of the shua. How do you get shua by unmuch being us? Also, you don't take a shua based on your understanding. Allah al-Dahino bi-Adas but rather when you're taking a shua based on our das and on the das of Beis Din. My time, what's the reason for that? Loving saying that Dilma is very rapidly, but a singular Zuzi. Maybe we're afraid that maybe there's a lot of us. Let's take a case over here is where we're going right to the population of the Shouldn't like $1,000 and Shim's claiming that you did not pay him back. Ruben is claiming, I paid him back. So we can send that over here. So maybe Ruben says, I gave Shimon the coins. We can tell you that is, Ruben gave Shimon some wood chips. It just happens to be that Ruben called wood chips coins. So when Ruben says, I swear that I gave the Shimon the coins, technically speaking, according to his understanding, Allah Ta'ala says, we did give back the coins, give back the coins. So in order to avoid that, you tell me, no. When you swear, You swear based on our understanding, not based on yours. If you come with Shabbat, you need to come with Shabbat. Because again, we're concerned that when everything goes around, I'm scared to scare based on his own understanding. Based on the measure of no, Hassan Mishim Kandi Rabba. No actual interest in your the reason we make the reason we do that is because of the case of the staff of Rabba. And listen, what was the staff of Rabba? She said, well, the only bucket in your idea. But really, the rest in general, when it comes to Shavuos, we go based on what people say, and not based on any other scientific, positive understanding of the Shavuot, without any interpretation of subjective intentions. So why do you have to make this statement over here when based on the Shavuot? The rest is the case. Our judgment says outside, they look at inside. There was this case that occurred in the days of the Rabbi, which is actually a fascinating case. Simply even Shimon had a dispute, right? Shimon went to him $1,000. Shimon said, "We didn't do that." Shimon said, "I paid you back." They come to David. In David says, "You don't swear that you paid back Shimon." So he said, "No problem, no problem." He says to Shimon, "Shimon, do me a favor. Can you just hold my cane while I take this swear?" So that happens. So Shimon says, "Sure, I'm going to start holding the cane. You're going to swear, I swear I gave Shimon back the money." Shimon became so incensed that what did he do? He broke the cane. When he broke the cane, it came out that the cane was hollow and there was money inside. Ruben had a great time. You got to give Ruben a lot of credit for ingenuity. That guy has good hustle. Listen to this. He said he swore truthfully because at the time that he swore, Shimon was holding the money. So did Ruben give Shimon the money? He did. So that's interesting enough. That's a bit of a crazy case. Because in that case, even according to the Pashat understanding of the oath, Ruben did what he swore he did. He swore he gave Shimon the money. He did, in fact, Shimon the money. So therefore, again, even though normally when you take a shvuah is interpreted according to the basic objective understanding of your words, not based on your intentions, but still, when basing goes ahead and endures someone, they have to make the statement that understand you're taking a shvuah based on our understanding and not based on yours, because again, there is still a way to explain the law, even when you go according to the basic understanding of words. In other words, like, in general, again, if people want to cheat, they're going to find a way to cheat. So basically, it has to make a model where there's absolutely no level of subjectivity when it comes to your shvuah. Your shvuah is interpreted again based on your words, and the case of the shvuah is based on how Restream defines the shvuah. Incredible. Rashi says over here, well, just take it. The Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says as follows. Hazichan Yachashma, the Matzim is the most beautiful Gemara. Rashi says, therefore, again, based on where the Gemara's understanding over here, is that when we go ahead and see these two pieces of information that come out. So, number one, when a person takes the shvuah, the way you interpret the shvuah is based on the basic understanding of the words that are what we call basar kumeh, which means the simple understanding of your words.
It's always great. Super edgy on a super round guy. Nothing better than adding some edges. Yeah,
And we do not try to look that you may have any deeper meaning or any deeper understanding. Take your words at face value. In addition to that, when the shul is being administered and based in, basically goes out of its way to say, by the way, the interpretation of the shul is how we face and interpret it, not how you interpret it. What's that I just mentioned? Because I know this means you're hospitable in this. Right? When it comes to a shul, go basar kumeh. You take the words of the shul at their face value. Now, let's say this is sometimes one of the most important episodes in interpersonal relationship. Very often, interpersonal discord is created because people read into what other people say. So I say this, what did you mean by that? How do you know on a 10 times what do I mean by that? What's the answer? Nothing. It didn't mean anything about it. I just said something, and actually what I said is what I meant. Now, while sometimes people mean deeper things than what you're saying, turn off the negative in the context of knowledge, in the context of friendship, in the context of just in the context of your actions. Or even if you just give people up or don't thing, because all that does is often create biological confusion and ambiguity, which often just leads to negative feelings and strife. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just take people at their stated ability and don't read anything more than good. Again, it's just the right thing. So it's the same thing you can do. Sometimes not. So if you've not seen it, those are the reasons why we're not seen it. Tishishvila Moshe as Yisrael. So Moshe Rabbeinu observed Klal Yisrael. But what's interesting at first glance, one might have thought that this is talking about Matan Torah. It's not Matan Torah, really. It's not Matan Torah, but it's a little bit of a second Matan Torah, because when you look essentially, there were really two Matan Torahs. Right? There was Matan Torah at Hasinai, which is mentioned again, we the shop telling us that was mentioned is coming somewhere. But again, remember, Moshe Rabbeinu subjects Halacha to another Shua by Arvos Moab. Like when it turns to a Birmingham area, like when the new generation of those projects, Trump is not calling it. Remember again, there's a review of everything that happened over the last 40 years, and then there's another code that Moshe Rabbeinu ensures Klal Yisrael to re-accept Torah. So to assume it's a second scientific revelation is not by saying it. It's not by Messiah, by Adam's thought. That's what he's talking about. But Moshe Rabbeinu observed Klal Yisrael. I'm not having seen this so beautiful. I'm going to say to them, Shelo al-Dasken u'mashbi'a astan. So he said, no, that I am not enjoying you based on making Yeshua. Yeshua is not based on your understanding. Mashbi'a astan al-Das hamakom ya'da'ati. Right? So we say, no, so see, that might be a reference to Yeshua. That you can feel again, you can feel others coming. So again, you feel like so many things in you. So making yourself, I'm going ahead and adjourning you based on the dust of our Kodesh Baruch Hu, Ba'al-Baiti, and based on my das, that's what it is. It's kind of a my das and the Baruch Hu das. So it's V'amai, Le'le'le'li, Chayu, Ma'ata Amr Elokah. So again, why so complicated? By mentioning, why don't you just go ahead and say, listen, Fedra, you're obligated to uphold everything that Hashem said. That's it. That's a simple. Not mentioning the nice at that time. I'm actually not the nice guy that I was about. So it says, is it not because they're afraid? So Klal Yisrael said that they give themselves to God. Maybe God means what? Maybe God means what? I've always thought. Otherwise, maybe Moshe is scared that they think that you are based on their subjective understanding. So what's the better way? Such a crazy hallelujah. But it's such a crazy hallelujah that Klal Yisrael, after everything they saw, after granted a lot of these generations didn't know they see the throne, but they saw the desert. They saw the desert. And the next thing they saw maybe they're talking about Arizona. Not usually. The next guy that I have always provided. Not usually the Avodas Kohabim Nami Kifla Elocha. No, there's a real difference also because Avodah is also called Elocha or Eloha. It's Elohei Kesef, Elohei Zaha. So again, that wouldn't be based on subjectivity, that would also be based on certain other objectivity, because again, Avodah is also called the God. Avodah Lelu, Tiny Torah. So why does Moshe say, Klal Yisrael? I call the Torah. Shua, Shua called the Torah. What's the Bible say? That's the Torah. Because here's the problem. The problem is that two Torahs. So he just says, go ahead and uphold the Torah. I don't know, maybe that just means one, not the Torah. I, the name was Tiny Torah. That's my smart mind. Right? Because the chance is just trying to figure out how much way to simplify the Shua. So why not just say, Klal Yisrael? Uphold the two Torahs. I don't know what that means. Torah's Chatos, the Torah's Asham. Again, also, we're just looking for a Pashut way for Moshe to phrase the Shua. Right? Instead of saying, Shelo Adas Gamani Ashbiya Eskan, and Adas Hamakom, so why not say, Klal Yisrael? That means that both Torahs. Because maybe both Torahs means Torah Chatos, and Torah Asham. Because if I say the difference is not, maybe the Torah refers to Karbanos. Because the Torah's Karban. So maybe two Torahs mean the Torah of the Chatos, Torah of Asham. So why not say, Kayu Torah Kula? Or something we could just say, I'm making you swear to hold the entire Torah. Abordas kochamy, says, abordas kochamy. Maybe that just refers to balance. Maybe emotionally says, swear to hold the entire Torah. That means you swear not to worship idolatry. The other now is actually good. Famura abordas kochamy. Shekala kontra batzimot v'kala Torah kuma. Abordas kochamy. Abordas are so severe. Because you also the good news is anyone who goes ahead and rallies against kontra. If you're kosher against abordas kochamy, it's as if you admit to the entire Torah.
You seem like a
I'm
smart
not
guy
going to
with your
mention
handwriting.
that said keep the entire Torah, perhaps that can be interpreted as keep the Kodesh against Avodah Zarah. The Lord time of mitzvah. So that is what I say, God Yisrael, in the time of mitzvah. How the mitzvah? Because mitzvah just means one mitzvah. Maybe you just enjoy and keep a mitzvah. Fine, kind of mitzvahs. Keep the mitzvahs. Or else mitzvahs mean maybe just need two mitzvahs. Call on mitzvah to learn. So keep all the mitzvahs. No, you say, yeah, I'm nothing. Just keep all the mitzvahs. I believe that refers to mitzvahs, mitzvahs. Ooh. They have this mitzvahs, which are so like in Ghana. Kula mitzvah tzitzis to make it color and sistula. Because it was a mitzvah of tzitzis, tzitzis corresponds to all of the mitzvahs in the Torah. I don't know why is that very beautiful American Rashi. Kula mitzvah tzitzis to color mitzvahs. It's the Spartan is called mitzvah hasim. The Maxia Shalom Shishmas. So on the website, the Maxia of the word tzitzis. Side you dot is 600. That's 600. Plus, Shmona Chukim is 8 strings, and 8 strings on each of the corners. The Hamisha Chai are 5 knots. Sum total, drum roll, 630. So it's about just as an aside, the power of the mitzvah of tzitzis. Now, it's fascinating to see, right, if you think about it, the mitzvah of tzitzis corresponds to all 613 mitzvahs. What's fascinating about mitzvah? What's fascinating about tzitzis? What's fascinating about it? Totally passive. Totally passive. Whether I play on in the morning, and I pretty much